Yes. I've recovered very well. I don't know about Mr. Brig.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked because like I was there when the most unexpected upset actually took place, and it was just last night. I can't believe that we witnessed it as early as day number 2.
Yeah, to give a little bit more context of what we're talking about, if you missed it, if somehow you were not online at all for the past 24 hours, ONIC Philippines, reigning world champions, were taken down to the 0-1 bracket of Group B after losing their series against Aurora, Turkey, who looked very good heading into MSC. But it's not just about them. We will be able to discuss about the storylines of what happened for Group B yesterday. But again, have to go back to Group A. And through this, I think it's time for us to also look back at what happened yesterday in terms of the Qiddiya top place. There were a lot of highlights, a lot of surprising picks. Leomord, Gold Lane.
We saw the Leomord Gold Lane, the Masha XP back again, and it was mainly Zace who was, trying out different stuff. But even in the Aurora Turkey, up against the ONIC Philippines matchup, we saw the Selena picked up 3 games in a row. Now, before this, we kind of expected the Selena to be a wild card pick. We'll see it from time to time, but 3 games in a row is wild.
Yeah, but I mean, even for Team Flash, the Leomord, the surprises they decided to bring in yesterday, I was sort of expecting this, but you know what I probably was not expecting to see yesterday was the fact that they started the first game in their series with that orange buff steal. He walked straight to that orange buff, and I feel like that was one of the most unexpected things or rotations I've seen so far throughout yesterday's matches. But just as we thought that was surprising enough, yeah, the upset happened, and I don't know what to expect anymore, especially heading into day number 3 where there are crucial elimination matches on the line.
Yeah, who knew that Rosa was an absolute monster of the Selena? And who knew that Coach MTB and Dexar would be able to unleash the latent potential Aurora has had all this time? In an interview yesterday, Apex 47 did mention, he was like, well, the coaches came in and they really just helped us master the basics. All puns intended, because that's what the coaching staff focused on, and it worked out so well for them. Meanwhile, Indonesia's RRQ looked very good yesterday, very textbook.
Very textbook indeed. I mean, they didn't really need to do much in that game. It was literally just also, I don't want to go back to it, but mastering the basics. They have mastered that with the help of Kescute. Their drafts were phenomenal, and they just stuck to whatever they had in the early game. It was a composition built for early setups, neutral objectives. They got the neutral objectives, and unlike a lot of Indonesian teams, RQ are more of a team that doesn't want conflict. If they get what they want, they'll just stick to it, and then they'll just build off of that lead.
Yep. And I believe for the other teams who lost, though, their first few matches have already revealed much about what they have to address. I feel like this is most applicable for teams such as Jianfeng Yaoguai, Area 77, and it's going to be very hard because they'll only have a day to adjust because they're having their matches tomorrow, but hopefully that'll be enough time because it's now or never for them.
Yeah. Remember, under the banner of the Esports World Cup is MSC. Well, they're sort of together, MSC and the Esports World Cup, but I think it's time for us to update our club championship standings because that is one of the things that we really have to look out for. RRQ at the 12th. Their win yesterday puts them just a step closer to being able to, get more club championship points depending on how well they perform at the knockouts. Team Spirit also, I'm pretty sure, very happy as well with their victory yesterday against DFYG. And I'm looking at other organizations. Oh, wait, no, yeah. So Team Spirit and RRQ, those are the ones that we're looking out for as of now for the club championship race, because Team Vitality is still lording everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still in the second week, right?
Yeah, that's
of
true.
The 4 weeks of the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality, they're looking too good at being the only team at more than 2,000 points.
Yeah, just winning recently the NWI. That was a massive one. 1,000 points, so half of the points came through from that win alone.
Yeah, remember, it's a lot of bands that are going to be given to the teams. A total of 27 million are up for grabs with the grand prize of $7 million up on the board. Team Vitality looking good. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, last year's club champions, actually, they're getting the points, but they haven't gotten that win they need yet to be qualified for the status of being worthy to become club champions by the end of the Esports World Cup. Now, if you want to feel like a champion yourself, by contributing to our successes in esports, then go ahead. Please vote for us at the Esports Awards. esportsawards.com/vote. We're nominated for 3 categories. We've mentioned it so many times how amazing it's not just even a year, it's like a year and a half plus ongoing. It has been for MLBB. We thank you. Again, day number 1, we already broke viewership records. We're getting closer and closer to inching to that 2 million mark, and hopefully you could tell your friends to join us so that we can get some more eyes in here and to enjoy all the stories and the action that the teams bring to the table here at the Mid-Season Cup at the Esports World Cup. Now, I think it's time to also recap just very quickly how the format works so people understand how we are right now from the group stages moving forward into the playoffs.
Yeah, we got the group stages here. This is where we're at. We're at day number 3 with a double elimination, best of 3 in the group stage. Again, so teams losing on day 1 and day 2 can still come back today and tomorrow to make it to the playoffs, where it'll be a brutal, classic MSC format of single elimination.
Yep, and especially for a lot of the viewers, I think they have their eyes set on Group A, because Group A, for some, they may have labeled it as the bracket or group of death. And if you're already in the lower bracket, that just increases your chances of having to go through all these champions, all these MPL champions around the world. So it definitely will not be an easy task for those already in the lower bracket.
Yep, champions all across the board. You can even make an argument for Virtus.pro in Group A as a champion of the wildcards, you know? So
that's true.
It is the champions group, if you look at it. This time, the prize pool for MC, 1 million for the first placers. But similar to what I've said in the past, echoed in the past, if I ended up in second place, I would not be complaining.
Definitely not, man. That's still $500,000 US. Third
Yeah.
place, $250K. I wouldn't be complaining if I was third too. I mean, to be fair. But yeah, this is life-changing money here for every single player. We saw just how much that impacted SRG last year with the win, right? Oh man, they were living life after going back from Riyadh to Malaysia.
Yeah. And if you look closely at the 5th to the 8th place, that means just making it into the knockout stage means you will be assured of $100,000 US already for the teams. At that point, that's somewhat close to MPL prize pool for the what we would call the quote-unquote big 3 regions in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. But yeah, just making it to the knockouts, you're already like, all right, let's go.
MPL trophy.
Yeah, that's enough motivation for me.
I feel like even Virtus.pro were very happy when they got into the main stage, because that's an immediate jump to a minimum of 50,000 USD. So like that's half of what you could get if you make it into the knockouts. But yeah.
Well, Brigida did mention about Group A being labeled as a group of death. Of course, just to remind y'all, Team Liquid from the Philippines, ONIC from Indonesia, SRGOG, Mythic Seal, Corinthians, Virtus.pro, CFU Gaming, and Ultra Legends. Those are the teams we'll be seeing compete today. Again, this is a Group A focused day. So if I'm seeing in the comment section, when is ONIC going to be playing? Where's Dion Fang Yaogua? I really want to see my goat long. Well, I'm talking about myself there. Group B is tomorrow. It's all Group A today.
Yeah, full Group A, today's schedule, you can see it on your screen. We're going to start things off with an upper bracket match. Actually, first 2 will be upper bracket matches. SRG will take on Mythic Seal. Then TLPH will be going up against ONIC. We were talking about, the viewership numbers. I think this one is a solid shout to talk about when we're speaking of the possibility of breaking through the viewership numbers.
I agree. And on the lower half of our schedule for today, we'll be having the elimination matches, the very important matches for these 2 teams. I believe Ultra Legends would definitely want to at least really attempt to get a game, or better, even a win in this situation. But that might not be an easy task, considering that's against CFU, who did get a game away from ONIC. And that was, I think, one of the first few surprises we had. But yeah, it's a tough task ahead of them.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to be able to talk about the second half of the day, that's literally for the second shift, because we're only going to be here for the first shift, and we're going to leave that to the other group to be able to discuss that. There's a lot of storylines there. So, once again, don't forget that you can join us for the knockout stages of MSC 2025. Again, for the group stages, you won't be able to come here and watch. But once we get into the knockouts, once we know our top 8 and we're in the bigger venue as well, the main stage for MSC 2025, then, well, come on down, join us. We're going to be here all the way up until August 2nd at the Boulevard here at Riyadh, here at the Esports World Cup. Now, I think it's time for us to also talk about the Saudi National Bank match of the day. And I wonder what it will be.
We gotta really think about this one.
Whoa! Team Liquid versus ONIC?
That's loco, man.
No one expected that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fated matchup. We've been seeing this matchup so many times, and every single time it's an absolute banger. We got the Kyrie, how's he doing it by Naisu at M4. Then we got to see the Kyrie in MSC 2023 when ONIC ultimately won that. So every time they go up against each other, the winner ends up winning the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean,
you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually. And if you look at these two teams, they're literally treated as somehow already quote-unquote kings of the tournament.
No.
They're literally up there, and a lot of teams or a lot of people already know what these are or what they're capable of. So to see them go up against each other in as early as day 3 in this very important match, which will grant them a qualification to the knockouts, it's going to be exciting to see how it turns out.
Yeah, all right. To help recontextualize what we could potentially see in the matchup between two titanic organizations in Team Liquid against ONIC, I think it's time we go a little bit more deeper into the details when it comes to the heroes that we've seen. There are a few ghosts of the past that we have yet to see. And yeah, I'm wondering, where is my girl Mia?
No, yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty normal, you know? All these picks don't have not. I think the alpha,
the
alpha can come in sometime later. The Benedettas, I think we'll be able to see that. Julian.
Can I just say spicy take?
Go ahead.
I think there's enough room in this meta for a Chang'e.
Chang'e.
I will. Yeah.
With attack
Chang'e?
speed.
Sure.
Attack speed Chang'e.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's a hybrid. It's attack speed for the first 2, and then you go into the big magic defense items later on. We totally did not lose to that terribly last night in our ranked games.
Okay, so personal experience there.
Yes.
But I think for the most part, yeah, I've been hearing a lot of shots for Dairot too up against utility junglers.
Oh, yes.
So that might come through. That was a way that ONIC was able to counter the utility junglers back in MSC 2023 with Boots and XP.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's the Rafaela that I was, at least when the patch was released, was thinking that it might come out more than we expected it to because of the new passive. But apparently, it's not enough just yet, or teams really just don't consider picking it up.
Yep.
So we're not seeing any Rafaela so far.
Yeah, it took a while for my boy Akai to become a staple yet again, you know. So, I mean, I can hold out for Rafaela. You know, if there's another one also that I feel like could show up, and this might be, you can hear them. They are ready. I think those are the seals.
The seals?
And that was caught on camera. Hopefully Odette shows up. I'm just going to leave that out there. I think up next now, so that we can further contextualize our discussions about the team specifically, let's look at the Aramco power rankings. I think we can update a little bit, maybe, with some. I think Aurora especially aren't just fighters anymore. They go up to Dark Horse after their performance yesterday.
Yeah, I think so far we've been seeing this around Untouchables, Dark Horse, and Fighters. I would put ONIC ID a bit higher up there, and like I don't want to disrespect them, but I'll put Spirit over VP. You know, I don't know what VP's doing down below.
I mean, I think even Renmar the other day before VP did play, he mentioned something about I think there's this great macro coming in from VP, and we saw them actually get a game away somehow still during their first series. So there probably needs to be some things fixed or tweaked here and there, but I also think that VP might still be able to find a way to adjust.
Why so hesitant? You can just think, just say it. Just
No,
go
because-
ahead. Just go ahead.
I mean, we
Remember,
only have 3 categories.
She's
so-
the kind one here.
all right, yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
a bit more, vindictiveness.
It's okay.
All right, moving forward. We got this.
We
All
can,
right.
we can.
No, but I'm glad we see eye to eye for VP. Unfortunately, we will be seeing them today, right?
Yes.
Yes, we are. But first, coming up next is our time for Selangor Red Giants versus Mythic Seals. It is the defending champions of MSC that are gonna be coming up, and based off of their performance from day number 1, no one expected that they would be dropping a game to VP. I think I sort of echo what Gideon was talking about. There were some funky situations in their drafting where it's a little bit too ego. But hey, if the ego works out for you, why not, right? They were still able to get the win in the end, although they were tested. But I feel like that game 3 that they showed against Virtus Pro in day number 1 was sort of like a heat check where it's like, all right, you got a game from us, but No, we have to remind you who we are.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like that meme where the guy's relaxed in the back, and then after game 2, it's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
I got to get back in this. And the coach is definitely locked in because I feel like in game 3, it was a complete outdraft for SRG. Yes, they played really well, but the draft was phenomenal. Really gave me a glimpse of what we saw from SRG just last year. With Arcadia and Veki, those two are always just really, really good in the drafts. Very creative, understands the meta too. So it's a good mix of unorthodox picks with the foundation of those really top prio.
Yeah, and that moment where they were like too relaxed, I feel was most evident really in game number 2.
When
that
Fram died.
I could not forget and get rid of that Uranus First Blood onto Krav. So I feel like those are the small things that, are probably a bit of confidence, but things we should not see from them anymore moving forward.
Yeah. Were you able to cast a series in this one?
Yeah.
Okay, if there was a real quick one player each from SRG that you really just want to highlight, you don't need to highlight it, but just one player, go ahead.
Go first.
One player each from SRG. I feel like I'm still gonna go for Sekais.
Sekais? Okay, what about you, Marco?
Man, it's tough. I feel like this is weird. You asked me to say one, but I'm just going to say 5 because, like, all 5 of them, it's a very team-based game right now for them. It's no longer, you know, the one-man show that we saw with Innocent popping off hard because even yesterday we saw a lot of little mistakes, micro mistakes from Innocent, and the others were able to cover that weakness up. Same thing for Skies. The others came through. It's all about covering each other up.
I feel like I'm just really excited about Sekais because of that challenge that Mythic Seals did mention in the interview towards SRG.
Yeah, especially since Mythic Seals has a prolific jungler in their own right in Ken, who so far in this tournament, and for a good amount of their qualifications, has only played Joy.
He's also just stuck with Joy. I think the 3 games that we saw against Corinthians. So he has not done himself any help. He hasn't helped the narrative of him being a Joy merchant, dude.
Yeah. But that's the thing. This is why we're all watching out for what Ken has in mind, because he's the one who challenged Sekais to an assassin matchup. He said that in this interview that, let's use assassins. But what now if we've only seen the Joy from him?
I really hope SRG don't bite into that interview. Like, they don't say, like, okay, you know what, let's go assassins, because that's Mythic Seals playstyle. I think play your own game. Skies, he's not... he's better on assassins, obviously, but his utility isn't bad. Ken, on the other side, we've not seen it. Ask that question.
Yeah, it's tough now to continue analyzing Mythic Seal because, like, there's always that thing of, like, Joy. Then how many other heroes can you continue to play around the Joy to really help it work? Hopefully they decide to also look into Nico, maybe having a little bit more of an active carry role. He was one of the saviors of their qualification matches, so hopefully we get to see some more changes from Mythic Seal there. We will look even closer to the matchup between the challenge, between the Skyperns and the challenge that Mythic Seals brought out to him. Yep, we're not kidding, folks. It's just Joy. One unique hero. While Sekais has been able to show off with the Hayabusa and Lancelot added to that.
You might be thinking, all right, but talk about the other times that he's picked other heroes, though. No, legit, in the grand finals of MSL MM Season 1 that I got the pleasure to cast with Renmar and LaFell, all the wins came with a Joy. So we're not joking here when we talk about the Joy and how important it is to Mythic Seal. That's why I think for SRG, respect it. Pick a Frederick, pick a way to just counter the Joy. It's okay. I don't know why Corinthians didn't do it, but yeah, do it.
Yeah, well, Mirko got to mention it. We were able to cast the finals of MSL. So let's look a little bit closer into the journey of Mythic Seals and how they got here to MSC at the Esports World Cup.
I think they're scary. Having that aggressive gameplay in international is actually quite good.
We've already beat the record for fastest first blood in 29 seconds.
I think their playstyle is like more of like into playstyle, like they like to kill, not like objective taking like in PE.
Very explosive when it comes to team fights. Their mechanics are amazing, but their biggest enemy is themselves.
I really feel like they're a team that has a lot of excitement within them. So I really feel like they're a team that plays with emotion, and that can be good, can be bad.
I think their Golden is a really good player. If we face them, I think it's going to be an intense match.
New nations actually on the rise. It's between the Philippines as well as Myanmar.
There's a lot of strong teams, so right now I don't know if they can do what they did back in M2.
Actually, there's a chance because Myanmar people are good in Mobile Legends.
We'll make sure that they don't. I think all other countries will make sure that they don't get that chance again.
Well, I'm glad that we actually got to see more of what the rest of the battlefield thinks about Mythic Seals. Even Innocent himself is looking at Zippy and saying, I think it's going to be a tough one for us here. But I feel like based on what we've seen so far, it's hard to agree with Innocent in that case. Because based on what SRG showed compared to what Mythic Seals has showed so far here in MSC, I would be surprised if even Mythic Seal would be able to get like a game out of SRG in this state.
Oh, yeah, I mean, in a way, I agree with you. Mythic Seal, they're weird because they dropped the game against Corinthians, but they're the type of team to actually rise to the occasion. For me, it's always weird for Mythic Seal and just the Burmese teams in general. They would lose to teams you wouldn't expect them to lose to, but then they would win against the teams you wouldn't expect them to win against.
Yeah, I mean, being the kind person, you know, I wanted to have that mindset, but there are just some matchups which really make you think that, yeah, it might be a little hard for them too, but ever since yesterday happened, I'm just going to double down on this entire idea that, yeah, maybe teams can.
All right, just a bit, we're going to be seeing the draft. Just a quick reminder, yet again, within the game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, we have our Dino Planet event. It's a really fun event, although there are some mechanics out of it that, you know, can be frustrating in game for me personally. But I know a lot of people enjoy it. That's cool. Join us. Really good prizes. I just got my Jawhead skin yesterday. It's really cute.
Oh, man.
I am still very far away from the Popple and Koopa skin, but I will keep playing so that I can get it. Join us for the All-Star 2025 Dino Planet event. Now, I think we are getting closer and closer to the draft, and it's time to talk about a big pick in the room. You did mention SRG OG might just give the joy and just think about counters for it. What about you, Brigida? Should they go for the counter route or should just straight out ban the only hero that Ken has played so far in this tournament?
I mean, if it were day one SRG, I'll be leaning into the idea that they'll let go of the joy. But if it's SRG who wants to compete with, again, fastest game time, which I believe matters a lot when it comes to getting into the knockouts and choosing who your opponents are going to be, might as well just take it away.
All right, here we are. SRG, I feel like they're leaning a little bit more towards the counter route in this regard. Although Phoveus is a very powerful pick, it could also be one of the heroes that you could show up as one of the softer responses to the joy. And they take that out, while Mythic Seals are just doing housekeeping right now. I think for the story of the red side in MSC so far, it's really just been about housekeeping for the first two bans most of the time. It's Isan Shin, and then up to you if you're also going to ban the Baksha and the Uranus or just give one or the other.
Yeah, I agree. But here, actually, there's another route that we haven't been talking about. Skies could just pick the joy up, right? Like, we're talking about banning, countering. Maybe you could just deny it, pick it up. Skies did amazing in their first match. Yes, they dropped the game against VP, but was part of their hero lineup in the joy. Like, Skies has been phenomenal on this pick, even in the M6 World Championship.
Yeah, I feel like that can be, especially as I feel that is actually one of the biggest differences between these two teams in the first series that they played. SRG never used the same hero twice in that entire series, so that just goes to show how deep of a hero pool they have. But Mythic Seals, that's gonna be the challenging part. But looking at it now, I mean, their go-to options, the joy is still out there. They can potentially pick it up later on.
Also, usually it bans on EXP or Flex Prio and then a Farsa ban. They could also still go for a first pick mage, either Juicin or even a Kimmy, as a means to just take it away from Nico, as we've talked about, could also be another focus for Mythic Seals.
So Baksha's still left up for grabs now. Mythic Seal, they banned the Kalea. They want to trade things out. You get the Baksha, we'll get something else here. SRG, do they bite on the Baksha? Again, Mythic Seal have challenged them. Ken has challenged them openly in an interview. Let's go Assassins, guys.
Yeah. I mean, the Arlot, the Jushins, those are also still available. So they pick up the Arlot instead.
Solid choice.
Okay.
And this sets up for a Fredrin pick, right? You go Arlot Fredrin, you've already done the housekeeping of banning out the Phoveus. That means you've enabled this composition to go through. And it's great against the Joy.
Yeah, so Mythic Seals right now, if they're thinking about picking up the Joy, they might have to wait a little bit longer, because so far you're already seeing picks. Even if SRG decide to go, all right, we'll go Arlen, Frederick, Moscow for our first 3 picks. And then if you pick up the Joy already for Mythic Seals, like, come on, man. I just want to play Mobile Legends.
There are going to be too much bodyguards for the Joy to go in and look for the targets.
Oh, finally, a new hero there.
Yeah.
For Ken, we get the Lancelot, we get the Assassin.
I love it.
And as we expected earlier, it's going to be Nico with the Juicin. a hero that he performed very well with during the MSL.
Hey, the Lancelot has been terrorizing the Lana Dawn, man. Like, for the most part, we've just been seeing 10-0 games, 7-0s. It's been phenomenal for the Lancelots. Even in their losses, Lancelot losses, you can see like a steal from Super Ken early yesterday. Stuff like that. It's just really weird. This pick is so good, so mobile. And if you have the mechanics to pull it off, you can be the super hyper carry that I think Ken can be, because this was, well, the build that we're seeing for Lancelot now was a build that he kind of started, pioneered back in MSC 2022 with the hybrid.
Yep, there were some Lancelots who indeed went for the full damage builds. However, those damage builds enough to shred even Hilda in the late game. But SRG complete the Fredrin Arlott lineup. And even with the Kimmy, it's like they've set up for such a nice start in the first phase of the draft.
Yeah, we each called those three heroes, Arlott for Brigida, the Fredrin for Mirko, and then the Kimmy for myself. And I like that they're deciding to just focus or give priority at the center of the map. When you're up against teams that maybe aren't as refined in that aspect, having something like a Fredrin Kimmy together at the center means you have priority there. But good thing Mythic Seals pick up a Juicin as a way to see and test just how good they are at that aspect. While their last pick for the first phase is going to be a CC, and so far I like the drafting fundamentals showed by all these two teams. They've checked some certain conditions, strong front line, strong back, and I think the CC pick more than anything should be one of the things that Mythic Seals will be playing around from the early to mid game.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wow.
They take out the Granger. I thought they might be considering that, since they might want a bit more range for their lineup. Most of their heroes are actually melee, and even their mid laner is. And you might want to play from a distance if you're looking at an Arlott Fredrin comp.
Yeah.
So maybe the Irthel is the closest for Mythic Seals, or wait.
I feel like if they go Irithel there, wouldn't they be lagging a little bit in damage, especially up against a Fredrin in the jungle? And SRG can just shift things up. They can add another really tanky presence, and Mythic Seals won't have enough damage to whittle through the front line if ever SRG get a commanding lead.
Yeah, I think Mythic Seal might be going for something like a Harith here. Like, they already have a lot of physical damage. The Juicin can't really be the sole magic damage dealer, so I'm thinking more Harith towards Mythic Seal. That's why they've already banned the Granger. It's actually a pretty good lane. If they ban the Moskov here, it'll be a bit more truthful. Like, it's maybe a bit too honest. That would lead to SRG to thinking, all right, maybe we just take away the Harith.
Yeah. If it's not the Harith, the only other route that they could go for potentially, I think, is a carry. Because that's usually the rule. If your magic damage in the middle isn't that strong, you either go true or more magic damage. Oh, they banned it themselves?
Huh, so they didn't have that in mind.
It's like they're looking at SRG. We're in your head, bro. You thought we were going Harith, now we're banning it.
Interesting.
I mean, for SRG, they, like, if they considered that Mythic Seals might be wanting to go for the Harith, they might want to offer roamers with a bit more AoE. But they banned the Gatot, so
it's also a Myanmar team, and they love Bruno.
Oh, yeah.
They might be considering that. I think those are my two options right now for them. It's either the carry or the Bruno.
I mean, the world is nice.
Oh, yeah, because they're going to be sticking together. Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
It's just going to bounce. Oh, they take out the Moskov too, so okay.
You know what's crazy? Zippy's the only guy, I think, in the last year that has picked up Mia in a grand final.
What?
Right, yeah.
So I'm not saying that could come through, but looking at SRG and how they want to play with, you know, the composition of a, with CC heavy comp, he has a built-in Purify.
Yeah, that too. It's there, and I was only just kidding when I was looking for the Mia earlier. But if it really shows up, then that's wild.
You're the one who can manifest things, because others say something and the opposite happens. If it okay, it doesn't.
You know what? I'm okay with this.
Yeah,
like
that may be too crazy.
Yeah.
So Rome, I wonder what they have like in their arsenal here, because the Juicin isn't really going to be pure. Like, it's going to lose out in mid probably actually up against Kimmy. So I'm thinking
Minotaur. Just kidding.
Minotaur. I'm thinking more like how crazy would a Grok be here? Because you get instant prio in mid. I don't know how the combo is here, but when it comes to contesting neutral objectives, it should be pretty good when you combo with Lancelot.
Yeah, but considering that's going to be a Grok with a support emblem, it'll be easy pokes from the Kimmy, because he doesn't have that MR anymore that he used to have when he's beside the wall.
Oh my Innocent!
Innocent gets his pick.
Hey.
Wait, how sure are we that's Innocent's pick? Is it a gold lane Roger?
It should
It
be.
should be, unless
yeah.
it's a Fredrin gold lane.
Okay, no, yeah. Let's stick with the gold lane, Roger. Push.
Oh, okay.
And the Badang for Yomes. Oh,
Bro,
man.
this lineup of SRG, just looking at it, it's so annoying to fight against.
Yeah.
It really is.
And you'd be worried for the Claude. Like,
Oh, this is a horrible
Exactly.
lane matchup for Claude, yeah.
that's why I said the Minotaur, because there's an immediate knockup. But even without the knockup, they have other ways to cancel it out, like the
Yeah.
final slash or even the knockback from Cram. So, okay.
I think SRG have drafted a very deadly composition
Very.
from early all the way up until late game. Early, they might not get some crazy wins, but they will bring you down low, and they will still be healthy. Mid game, you watch out for that Roger and Kimmy, and all the way up into the late. So Mythic Seals go for a pick-off tank when they are playing a Juicin. Easier lineup to pull off for SRG.
I agree.
Very demanding win conditions for Mythic Seal.
Very, very demanding win conditions here. And, well, I don't know. For Mythic Seal, they're just going to have to try to out-team fight the boys from SRG. The winning matchup, that Roger, was literally what got them the title last year.
Yeah, it was the iconic pick. Innocent asked for it. Coach, Roger, trust.
Trust.
He got it, and they got the championship. Let's see if they can replicate with wins in this game number 1. It's SRG versus Mythic Seals again. Whoever wins this series will be the first team to qualify for the knockout stages of MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. Mirko Brigado, let's go.
Thank you, Renmar. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first match of Day 3 of the group stage here at MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup, where we have pretty similar draft to their championship run just last year for the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Yep.
We're up against the dark horse from Myanmar, Mythic Seal. Now, what do you think? What are your 2 cents on the draft break? We didn't get to hear much earlier.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching out for the Roger. We haven't seen much from the Roger in the past few games at all, at least in the group stage. But in this current situation, which we did mention, that the lineup from Mythic Seals does seem demanding, and if they don't get to pull off at least a decent early game against SRG to prevent the snowballs from happening, then it's going to be very difficult for them to manage this Roger in the latter portions of the game. So I think that's what I'm watching out for in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, no purifies here for the side of Mythic Seal. They're going full mobility.
Whoa.
Heck, even the Claude that you would expect Sprint Purify on has gone for another blink in to try to get close towards that back line. Mythic Seal just want to dive. That's what they want to do, right? The Cho, Juicin, 4 out of 5 picks want to dive. The CC's kind of like, I'm in the middle.
Somehow. And you could expect that even their jungler would have to do that, because that's essentially what you need to expect from the Lancelot in order to carry out what they need to do. So let's see who gets to pull off the more aggressive tempo in the start of this game, because I feel like even for Mythic Seal, you're not necessarily going to be able to convert it into kills just yet, but at least to manage the tempo would be a big part in how this game turns out.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 1. Mythic Seal versus Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. In a very brutal battle, I would say. You know, this is a battle for qualification to the knockout stage.
It's a very important match for those who no longer want to go down to the lower bracket and might have to risk their chance at getting into the knockouts. So taking a quick look at the emblems, I feel like Mythic Seals, even with this lineup, just really want to play aggressively. I mean, even for Zippy, that's a damage line. That's a damage combination from the emblems we're seeing right there, together with the Master Assassin. Not the type of Claude to play it a bit more safe.
Yeah.
Or to mostly rely on mobility, I'd say.
The emblems are very creative on the side of Mythic Seal here. Master Assassin, like you said, but to pull yourself together on Nico. So I guess he's expecting to flicker in more times this game than usual. We see the Inspire from Kun too. So again, expecting to just brawl it out. They want to battle. They want to fight Selangor Red Giants. OG Esports.
If you think about it, like, if they keep diving in, if they keep surprising SRG, then that might work for them, because SRG might have to set things up a bit if they want to start the fights with either the final slash or the setups from Yumes. But even these skills, right, they're gonna be great counter engages or counter setups as well. So Mythic Seals, they have to be careful either way.
Turtle 1 will spawn in the game. Kun has rotated to the mid lane. Nico gets 4-2. A bit of prio more from Mythic Seal. Boye doesn't decide to go up top to take the mini wave to get level 4. Yums is very close to level 4. Traction pulse over to Kun, final slash!
Oh, they committed it right in front of Kun, and he will get bursted down. Crab gets first blood, but will Nico also survive? Gets to at least use the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker to reposition himself. But Crab, will he get punished this time? There's the knockup coming in from Boyo, but he's still not level 4. Oh, the Phantom Execution gets denied from Ken, and they might have to walk away because things are not looking too good for them. Nico!
Gunned down by Stormy. A clean win early on. What a set from Yums.
Oh.
Final slash in the back. Cram looking for the kill. And now it's a reset over with the Vengeance. Kun, can he survive Yums?
This is such an action-packed early game first turtle for SRG. Even when Mythic Seal seemed like they wanted to fight, and they literally did dive in because that's what we expected from them. It was just punish after punish, resulting in this early 3-0 for SRG.
Oh my Lord.
Luckily enough, the Roger wasn't necessarily part of it, but still, it's Stormy who's looking to be currently activated right now.
It's a 3-minute turret take up top. I thought they would get the gold shield, but that's it. No, they get a full turret. Cram and Stormy. Oh, that is such a massive win for SRG. Now, it was already big, but that multiplied it. Now they have Prio all the way for Turtle 2 as well. Look at that goal lead for the mid lane. It's already tough, by the way, as a Juicin to be down 200, 300 gold against a carry mid like Kimmy. Now that you're down 800, 900 gold, it's, I don't know.
I mean, I wonder what the call was, because Boye, as you mentioned, didn't get his level 4 yet. But he was already standing there trying to at least get some information in the turtle pit. So it felt a little impatient from Mythic Seal because they didn't have the full set of utilities or resources yet that could probably give them some sort of advantage in that fight, but they still decided to position themselves in that way, which gave easy access to SRG OG to commit to the fight, knowing that they also were somehow ahead, and now they're the ones limiting the movements from Mythic Seal, potentially might even try to deny or even disturb Ken in his farming, and this is what you don't like to happen as Mythic Seal, because you know the conditions of your lineup, and if you're the ones being constantly dived, then you're not able to do it anymore.
And you really don't want your CC to be behind. Same thing as the Juicin. Now Cram again walks up. The Seal used up by SRG. They're just throwing resources at this point. They know they have the dub in their hands when it comes to neutral objective battles. Unless Mythic Seal pull off a crazy steal, but Yums is scouting so well, and Ken won't find the angle. It's free. Oh, final slash!
Oh, they don't even care about Boye up top. They're going after Kun, forced to use the Vengeance, but that's gonna be enough. Innocent did join that, so probably it was a way for Mythic Seal to get some trades, courtesy of Zippy in the bottom lane, but that doesn't change the fact that things are looking too good for them. They're after this important objective in the mid lane, which is the tier 1 turret.
Their mid clear is pretty bad without the Lancelot. He's going up top to farm up, and Mythic Seal have lost a turret. It was a turtle for turret down below. It was okay for Mythic Seal, but now that the mid lane turret falls as well, SRG, again, get immense value, but somehow find themselves in a position where they're not as far behind. I think it was 2.4, 2.5k, so they did drop it down a bit, but it also just could be because Selangor Red Giants' jungler, Skies, hasn't cleared any of his jungle creeps yet. So now that he is doing it, it should be back to where SRG started with the lead.
Yeah, and I feel like in this situation, you'd have to think twice about whether or not you actually want to go for the setups, if you actually want to look for the pickoffs, especially as Boye, because even earlier, yes, he's able to somehow stand in front of the members of SRG, but none of his other teammates can do the same. It actually feels like Mythic Seals are quite hesitant at this point, but that might be the best way to go. If they feel like they don't have enough resources yet, they're probably gonna wait a bit more for Zippy to get the items, because I mean the backline access is there either way, but you have to be wary of the potential ways that SRG can cancel you out if you intend to go for those dives.
And turrets are falling like flies for Mythic Seal. Their turrets, SRG, sieging so well, utilizing the strong arm early game composition to get everything they want and to snowball out of control. So far, 5 objectives taken. 3 structures, 2 neutral, and there's no response by Mythic Seal. They got a turret down below, but that's about it now. Cram with the final slash. Good shot, Boo.
Didn't connect onto Boye, so that's one resource already down for SRG OG. Kun, though, already using the curtain call and the yo-yo blitz. Cram gets trapped in the middle of 3, but it's Boye up against 3 members of SRG as well. It seems like he's bought enough time. However, Mythic Seal are still not able to convert anything out of this, and instead it's Innocent who gets to find the kill.
Good scratch down and an amazing front to back by SRG. Cram was the MVP in that fight. Yes, Innocent got the kill, but you put your eyes on Cram. If you see a replay of what happened, you saw how Cram 1v4 got away without utilizing Flicker, so he still has that resource to use in the next team fight. That big final slash Flicker can still come in, and he already won the team a team fight.
And I feel like that's my biggest concern right now for Mythic Seal. Boye, the way he's playing it, okay, that was close. Will they be able to punish Innocent though? Still not gonna be enough. The traction pulse will catch up to Zippy, however. My goodness, SRG, they're just so quick to respond and going back. Boye seems to be a little too, I don't know, far away from his teammates. Oftentimes, like, I understand the attempt or the intention of wanting to look for a setup, but the others just can't catch up. They can't keep up. They're being zoned out too well by Cram, as you've mentioned earlier.
So tough for Mythic Seal now as SRG are controlling all the tempo on the map. And a big concern for Mythic Seal is the fact that they also just don't have damage.
Yeah.
They isolated an Arlet. Now, Arlet is tanky, sustainable, but not that tanky to be able to usually survive a normal 4-man dive on him. Cram, that's a stun. Final slash into the traction pulse. Clean from SRG, and Mythic Seal can only just get to tier 1.
Boye couldn't do anything.
Nope.
And imagine the first one who spotted him out was actually Stormy, which normally would have been very dangerous because Stormy was already right in front of him. He didn't have the flicker though, and there was no one near to really provide the follow-up, but that's, I guess, game sense. Game sense from Yums, doing his best to really scout wherever Ken could potentially come from, but does Mythic Seal want to attempt contest this upcoming objective though? I mean, in terms of levels even, if you look at it, right? Ken is surprisingly ahead of Sekai, so might they have a chance or would they want to risk it?
I mean, that's just the beauty of the Lancelot. You're so good at farming and maneuvering in jungles too that you get a lead either way when you're behind or ahead. That's why it's been able to snowball out of control in games that you get 2-3 kills early. And even in the games you lose, you still have impact. Nico, Crimson Beacon. Final slash coming down as well though. Cram wants to go in. Lantern Flare.
Okay, but look at the fist crack. Catching Kun. Ken gets to dash away though, but the blazing to it coming in from Z, dealing a lot of damage. But Boye is actually going to be the first casualty. Cram nearly takes out Kun, but it's not going to be enough. Innocent though, I feel like the moment they saw Innocent, they felt like they had to somehow walk away. Zippy still wants to go for it.
A greedy move that he has to pay with his life. CP walks up, thought he would have the BMI in time, but needs to respect Stormy and that mobilization. It was an attempt on the steal too. Ken didn't want to fight for longer here because he wanted to get an angle to go for the retry steal, but unfortunately he timed it wrong, and I guess Skies is just way too clean with it. Look at this, the gamble by Ken, throws out the Thorn Rose, it becomes a 50-50 on the retry. Skies held down the composure of the Sky Prince. Zippy, we see that one more time. That's a Crimson Beacon as Cram walks up. Ken?
Yep, Cram gets to find Ken, but will still be able to puncture his way out of danger. But that was a very interesting decision made by Zippy there. I assume he knew that there were other members of SRG, but he probably didn't expect that they...
He thought he could tap the BMI before that came out.
That they could hold him down before he got to return to the BMI. So now Mythic Seal in a very difficult spot, still at 0 kills for this entire game. And SRG OG might just get to access all of their holy shields, or better yet, even take down an inhibitor turret away from Mythic Seal.
Look at the build, folks, for you guys who want to play the Roger in the gold lane. Traction Pulse, bringing Kun back. CP's holding. The Lord will be cleared out here with the help of the Holy Shield.
That was already half HP for Kun, by the way, but the final slash connects onto 2, forces out the Crimson Beacon. They didn't need to do much, but Mythic Seal already burned so many of their resources just to get away. Ken trying to defend, doing his best, but they're just gonna settle for that inhibitor turret.
So clean. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports just go with the classic. Take the base turret in the far lane, set up for the next neutral objective, and back away. There's really no unnecessary risks here from SRG. They can play it as clean as they can. 7-0, by the way. Look at the damage dealt for Cramp. 34,000 and 620 damage. This is why the Fredrin Arlet combination is just so prio. Unless there's a Phobius open, and that's why SRG, they've done better housekeeping. They've banned out the Phobius, they've set up for this, and Mythic Seal just seems like they didn't really have a response to it. Yeah. It looked like we were building to a response, but the last two picks were more of like a, aight, let's get more dive, instead of actually responding to this crazy threat that is the Arlet.
There's no one stopping SRG OG from diving in, from doing their thing, and to be fair, this has been a relatively quiet or even cautious game from Innocent. It's not the type of Roger who just keeps going in. It's more of the cleanup type of Roger, which is why Mythic Seals, it seems like they just try to do so much, burn so much of their resources even before these crucial heroes of SRG OG get to join the fight, but now they might actually try to do something else. Ken spots out Stormy there, tries to go for him, but there are too many members of SRG trying to protect him at that point.
Brute Force breastplate there for Ken. So he's going to go for the hybrid build. Should have enough damage to start to threaten a few of the SRG members. But that I'm also confused about because Innocent already gets a rose gold now. Could walking up, curtain call down already.
Ooh, they come in from both sides in an attempt to surprise SRG, and they might have successfully did. Force the appraisers right out of Sekai's, and they actually take him out. That's the jungler of SRG OG.
Mythic Seal are finally on the board after 14 minutes in the land of Dawn. What looked to be a stomp, one-sided for SRG, is now turning things around. Traction, pulls the final slash.
Oh, but they bring him back. There's no way for him to get out. But Zippy and the damage from the Blazing Duet might be enough. Innocent, though, this time around, he also wants to join the fight. It's a double kill for him. Half man, half beast indeed. Nico and Ken are the only ones alive, but they can still potentially make something out of this. Stormy trying to deal with Ken, but it's a disengage for now.
5,000 gold lead now. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports are left with. They had a massive lead, 7-0. You would not expect a team fight to go the way that it did. Mythic Seal are somehow fighting back.
Yeah.
With way less resources, with a wave down below that they have to constantly clear out, and now they send Ken over, but it's only to deal with one wave. There's another big Superman wave coming down to the bottom lane. I think they're going to have to send Zippy there, yeah. Zippy takes it, and SRG have a window that is opening, but will be closing very soon. Will they utilize it to get the Lord?
Okay, they're holding on to it for now. Nico already using the Crimson Beacon to conceal from Boye as well. He seems to be looking for a target, but everyone's just sticking together. So the conceal's over for now, but Mythic Seal, they're doing a great job at holding the Lord. At this point, ever since they did that somehow of that sandwich play, SRG, they seem to be a lot more cautious now. Oh, Stormy though, right in front of Boye, already forced to use the Way of the Dragon. So could this be it? Innocent catches up again!
Signature pick, a Lycan pounce, time to perfection for Innocent. Boye, final slash, dodge away from the Shun Pool, but it'll follow for the Vengeance comes through, and that should be it for the attempt of Mythic Seal on the steal on Lord. SRG. This innocent guy. Half man, half beast.
It went downhill the moment they got to Axis Ken. It was Ken and Boye who were always together anyway, but the Lycan pounce, the chase. We've seen so many unique interactions with the Lycan pounce, just catching up to anyone, but this was the most unfortunate one, especially for Mythic Seal in this game. And now they've taken out 2 inhibitor turrets even before the Lord gets to march down in their base.
And now Mythic Seal are back in their base, but while we were focused on the replay, a base turret in the mid lane actually fell down. So that's another big super minion wave that will be coming down with the enhanced Lord minions. Rose Gold Meteor. That's a Rose Gold dog for Krem. Okay, has the Immortality tool. He has that Fury Hammer. At this point, I would just personally build it towards a Hunter Strike or Blood Hep Seas. Can do damage, Krem.
Whoa, Krem actually catches up. Traction Pulse won't connect, but Boye already using the Jeet Kundo. The other members of Mythic Seals just trying to deal with the Lord for now, especially Zippy. But Stormy, he has his high set on Zippy. Will they actually defend this though? They're somehow able to deal with the Lord and Krammy. He's looking very low, but still gets to catch the final slash.
Immortality down already. Now to BMI forward with a blazing duet. Zippy able to flicker up, but Innocent goes to the Lycan Pounce. Now it's an all-out brawl as Ken goes to the side, sacking up onto them in the waves. As now Boye walks up again. That Vengeance almost killed Stormy. Mythic Steel hold again.
It somehow took long enough for SRGOG. Kram, he tanked so much damage, and Sekai's as well. I feel like that was enough time for Mythic Seal to actually capitalize on the way they were already near the base. They had their base turret right there, and that their damage dealers were already farmed up. So they've extended this fight yet again, 18 minutes into this game. Even despite that very dominant start from SRG, 0 kills for Mythic Seals up until the 11-minute mark or so, but now things have completely changed. We're already at equilibrium.
In terms of items, in terms of the gold advantage, I agree with you. There's not really that big of an advantage anymore for SRG, but the lane dominance is definitely still for SRG. They have those 2 base turrets, and fortunately for them, it's still the far lane, so they can still play with that. But yeah, they don't really have anyone that can stay in the side lane to capitalize on that fact. It's more of a forced error. Ken walks up, Boye is there too!
Oh, the final slash, but then he gets to isolate Innocent! Gets to dash away, however, but Ken is the first to fall. Blazing to and also already committed, but the damage, you can already see it coming! Stormy! Why was he there? Now Nico goes in with the Crimson Beacon. They tried to chase after Boye though, but Innocent and Sekai's, they have to keep themselves alive.
They will be able to. Good run away now. Innocent has the GDS too, so that's additional movement speed, but now they're gonna go for the cut onto Kram. No, they have to play it safe. It's an Evolved Lord that has spawned in the game. If they lose here in the team fight, if they get wiped here, they're done. They have to go back to the waves to manage it for Ken to respawn back in time. And again, Mythic Seal, they've just been taking gambles every single team fight. Ken has been going for some big plays with Boye, and so far, it has not worked out. The one time it will, or the one time it can in the future, it will be bad for SRG, but that's why now they're just going to go for the blitz on the Lord while they have the advantage.
Oh, they're trying to burst it down. Final slash committed onto Nico. There's the Crimson Beacon though, and Zippy, he'll try to contest it, but just in time, the Appraiser's Wrath and the Retribution will secure the Lord. But will they still try to engage in a fight? Traction Pulse already committed. Stormy is also back in the game. So they just steal away the purple buff, and now they go back to defending.
And the Lord will spawn instantly into the mid lane. Mythic Seal, yes, they weren't able to get the Lord. It was SRG with a massive win again around the neutral objectives. But Mythic Seal with that fight, they kind of forced SRG to not clear the waves in the side, to not set up for the wave. It's an Evolved Lord though, so they could just fight with it. Let's see how Mythic Seal defend this one. Conceal already, Yo's looking for the play. Stormy gunning them down. Lord held by Nico.
Oh, they go for Kun instead. Meanwhile, Ken and the other members just try to deal with the Lord. They don't make anything out of the fist break, fist crack. So that just allows Mythic Seals to defend this game once again.
Again, that's what I was saying. For the people back at home, Mythic Seal, yes, couldn't fight for the Lord. Ken was still down. He had to respawn in the game for them to have a chance at out-retreating Skies. But they went in for the fight. They stopped them from going in to capitalize, and now Ken... Oh, Kram goes to final slash!
Oh, they fight Zippy. He's forced to retreat for now, but Ken still goes for the other members of SRGOG! They might have to escape for now because Mythic Seals are running him down!
Kun gets a kill on Stormy! Kun now going on Kram, Immortality down for Skies as they go on, pounce on him! Innocent will be able to recall. Kun still in the 1v1 as Rose Gold Meteor gets popped in. Kram, can he win in the 1v1 against a CC? It doesn't seem like it's possible. Innocent is waiting in the bush, and that might actually stop it from recalling. He stops it again! Oh no! Kun still there, holding his ground. Innocent, he's walking back into the jungle. It's not safe enough. This battle's going on for so long, but take a look at Mythic Seal. Innocent going for the end.
He's trying to make a play here, but he's up against 3 members of Mythic Seals already marching down the mid lane, and there are people from Mythic Seals to actually defend it. After
Esports, by all means, should have destroyed Mythic Seal with a 7-0 lead, a 7,000 gold lead, everything going to them in the early game. But I guess that's why they are mythical. The seal is in place and they have found a way.
You can always count on teams from Myanmar to deliver shocking outcomes and results in the international scene. Miracle, tell me, this feels so much like we were watching the MSL Grand Finals yet again. Just when you think they're down, they find a way to turn things around, mainly built around, well, three things: the curtain call of the CC, Zippy and Ken staying alive, and Nico being Nico on that signature juicing at this point.
Just the read as well, by the way, the communication, crisp, clean from Mythic Seal, the reaction.
Yeah.
Like here in the early game, really in the replay, you're just gonna see SRG. It was a stomp show. It was SRG completely outclassing Mythic Seal, and we were even doubtful of the drive. We were like, all right, Mythic Seal, you've got a drive where it's like, it's so hard to pull off. It's incredibly hard, but when you do it, you see the reward. You don't get rewards like that without a risky comp like this.
I mean, I knew that the Dark Horse thingy runs in their blood, but
the Dark Horse thingy, yes.
The Burmese Dark Horse thingy. The Dark Horse thingy.
But like, it's different now. It's no longer a lower bracket run we're seeing even. It's literally comeback after comeback in a single series.
Yeah. Folks, the Selangor Red Giants are the defending champions of MSC, and they dominate a majority of the game. Mythic Seal somehow pulled through. This is the first time I've ever seen a team willingly give up map control to just beat their heads against the wall of, we will always contest objectives, and still somehow win the game through sheer force of will and defense. Mythic Seal, wherever you are, you need to give Mythic Seal a round of applause.
That was a very good game of MLBB.
Yes.
Not in a normal way, right? Because I think in the past, the way that we've seen MLBB games is like, all right, the PHPH macro game, the Indo micro game. This was a mix of both, and also just mythical fights going on. Dude, how they hold on to an evolved Lord? Like they defended that like it was nothing.
And look at Boye, he's 063, but all this.
Yeah, dude, the chat was literally calling the Cho dark system. Everyone's like, bro, what is this Cho? Ha ha ha. And now Boye gets the last laugh.
Yeah, he's like, I still got the win, guys. 063. That is the KDA of MVPs.
Oh, man.
But look at the KDA of Nico and Zippy. 3-1-6, 2-2-6 for Zippy. And they were two of the major conditions as to how Mythic Seals stay alive. You also really got to appreciate how Mythic Seals, especially in that second to the last Lord push, where they managed it in such a way that they split themselves. They sent two guys to pull the Lord away from the base as far as possible. The other three members of Mythic Seals were like, oh my, you set us up, but you can't push with the Lord. Your Lord's dead. You spent too much resources trying to kill us.
Yeah, I think it happened a lot of times. That great decision making in terms of pulling the Lord to the side and assigning the right person to deal with it and the others to deal with the other members of SRG2. And I don't know why it feels like there was a bit of panic from Yums because there was the conceal during that last sequence or their last attempt to actually win with the Lord Siege. But he just settled with Kun, and Kun on the CC is someone who could just bounce off or out of the wall. So they weren't really able to convert that into a kill, which eventually for Mythic Seals seemed like a signal for them to just go for it. They were able to fight back against SRG, and we did point out the triple flicker battle spells from them as well. I feel like that helped a lot in terms of their chasing against SRG.
Yeah, I think they also got to use it in some ways to sort of bring Innocent into riskier positions, especially once they've already been locked in by the Lycan bounce. They would flicker back. Although I feel like those scenarios were just quite rare and few. I think now we have to talk about what happened there at the end, where Innocent decided to take that big-time risk of, instead of going home and defending, he just went ahead and tried to go for the split push, which I feel like was the right call. Because if he went back home, it'll be 3 members that he'll be up against. He's not going to be able to defend that. Mythic Seals made the right call also to just tell Nico, dude, go back home, please.
Yeah,
defend.
that's the thing. They didn't tunnel vision into like bringing all of their members in the mid lane and just forcing it through, because the others could do it anyway. So I like how they were still aware enough to let some other members defend, because whatever you say, the waves, they still do favor SRG OG, and that was when Innocent was clearly unable to win out on that intention, on that decision of him trying to win by split push.
They had the kill lead, they had the neutral objective lead. Guys, by the way, Mythic Seal got 0 neutral objectives. That was 0.
Yeah.
No turtles, no lords. There were 6 in total in this game, and they didn't get a single one. You know what? That's my hot take of the day. We don't need objectives.
Oh my god.
You only need one major objective. The enemy base. That's it. You can get the lord, but
no neutral objectives.
no neutral objectives. All right. No, but yeah, it's like, this is why the first 10 minutes of this game, I will admit this, frustrated me. Watching how Mythic Seals play, it's like, why are you guys heavily contesting objectives? You can go ahead, push that bot lane, which in their point of view is their top lane, so that they have more minion wave push there, because you can see the members of SRG giving up control there, just letting the minions push that. But then it all worked out for them in the end somehow. This perplexes me, and now I am more terrified of Mythic Seals as a team and a concept. Because how can a team that willingly gives up objectives tell me win a game of Mobile Legends like that against the defending champions?
That's up to Eterna, man. She has to ask the questions. That's not our job.
Let's ask Eterna.
Like, Eterna's got to ask that question if they win, okay? Because we saw a mythic comeback in game 1.
Mythic comeback.
We'll see if SRG can pull off an immortal comeback to reverse sweep this game, because, again, this is high-stakes situation. I don't know how to answer that question, remember? I'll be honest with you. Even with the shakes, I still couldn't think about it. I was like, I don't know. I can't explain it. They won MLBB by throwing the fundamentals out of the arena.
Like, how they handled this, it was great. Playing around the curtain call, drawing them to as far as they could away from the base.
Yep.
You can't. Dark Horse for a reason at this point. Undeniable. Mythic Seals. Wow.
Wow.
I feel like Ken really does want to
XBTR,
challenge
by
the
the way.
guys.
Oh, wrong Ken. Sorry.
No, it's a different
Ken.
It's a different Ken.
Close enough.
He wanted to save my boy so
He
bad.
is my boy, though. That's my boy.
Yeah. He's been rooting for Ken since 2022.
Everyone is his boy, but yeah.
You're my boy, Ramon.
Thanks, bro.
It's just, I am in a state of never-ending shock.
Yeah.
Ever since yesterday, ever since day 1, even in day 3, a single day in the group stage just cannot go by without something as unique as this happening.
Yeah, we always get surprises one way or another. Whether it's a series, whether it's a single game, or multiple individual games. So now at this point, no matter what Mythic Seals draft is gonna look like,
I'm not gonna say anything.
I'm not gonna say anything. They're the team that breaks expectations in the best and worst way possible.
I mean, that's what both of these teams want, right? They want
Mythic
to
Seal.
exceed and beat expectations set by everyone towards them.
Yeah.
And Mythic Seals are doing a very great, good, beautiful, impressive, majestic, mythical job.
Yeah, we're running out of adjectives here.
Dude, let's get to game 2. I just want to see game 2 at this point. Like, dude, do you see that? Like,
I wish I could just yell out to Mythic Seal. It's like, hey, how'd you guys win?
yeah, well,
Well, they have their headsets on,
Eterna, that's
so
up to you. Go, just, hey, request.
Yeah.
Don't ask the question. Yell. So if you interview Ken, hey, how did you win? Because like, dude, oh my lord.
Let's skip the pleasantries and just like...
Yeah.
Honestly, we are reacting this way because that is one of the most clippable, covered games of all time. That was
Good luck.
unprecedented.
Good luck to the Clippers.
Good luck to all the Clippers out there, all our content creators.
Crazy.
Break that down. That is really good. Head into game number 2. Now, at this point, I can't even criticize the draft
I don't
anymore.
want to.
No, because we actually liked SRG's draft a bit more than, so it's like, and we actually didn't like Mythic because it was like, oh, super gambly, high risk, high reward.
It's too difficult. You can make it work.
It's not from Mythic Seal. They're like, difficult. What's that?
Yeah, this draft
Not in
is
the
easy.
Burmese dictionary.
Yeah, we just extend the game, what, 17, 18 minutes,
Yeah.
and then we somehow beat them in their own game. You know, that's all
Give
part of the plan.
every neutral objective.
Give every neutral objective.
And what was that? All their wave clear in the end was just on Zippy, but it worked.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Zippy
another great point.
It's 2 heroes, Claude and Dexter.
Oh, that's true. I think that's one analytical point we missed out. Claude is actually 2 heroes in 1. So SRG, we're at a numbers disadvantage.
Wait, what about Roger?
He's one dude that can transform
Into another dude. Yeah, that's different. It's not like the wolf is like, hey, wolf form, go out there. It's like, hey, no, it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
It's actually not a wolf form, it's a gun form. Where does the gun come out? How do you he transforms into a gun wolf?
Huh?
It's a gun wolf. It's not just a wolf. The
For
gun
the
appears
Transformer
from
skin?
the gun appears from nowhere, right?
No, he always has that. This is how crazy that first game was. We're at this point of analytical debate.
Wait, sorry.
Because even
When he goes human form, the gun appears
yes,
from nowhere.
Oh yeah, and where does the gun go when he becomes a
Exactly.
werewolf?
Oh.
Winton. That's a question for you in the lore.
Okay.
So how's the weather today? what would you do with $1 million?
No, I swear, I feel like...
Thank you for bringing up the
Okay.
We need to just
Thank
let's go.
you.
Let's go. Come on. All right. Okay. Same things. At this point, no matter what Mythic Seals draft with, just expect that they can win with it.
Because like I would have said maybe that's why the Roger isn't being picked as much, but I can't say it was a bad game for the Roger.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad game for any of the picks of SRG. I think in terms of like quote-unquote bad game, you can say is Cram, but it's not a bad game.
It's
naturally you put yourself in dangerous positions because you're an R-lot that's setting up for the Badang to go for the follow-up. So no one in SRG had the bad, well, except for that one time Stormy jetpacked into front of like 3 dudes.
Except for that one.
That was one thing, but that's one thing.
He had to fix his headset after that.
Yeah, I was like, that was one thing.
That's what I've been seeing though, noticing a lot in MSC 2025 here. The Kimmies, whenever they go Purify, it just seems so awkward. Curtizi yesterday, and then today it's Stormy with the Purify. So it's almost like you kind of need the Flicker, even though, yes, you have good mobility. It's another tool that grants you safety because you're so vulnerable, you're so squishy.
Yeah, because it seems like a bunch of Kimmies now use the jetpack as a means to engage and go forward instead of escape. So maybe, that's something that we could consider as well for the Kimmy discussion. I think the bans, though, are still very similar compared to game number 1.
For any marksman, though, like everyone would argue, just don't dash in or don't jet back in. So.
You know, there is that too.
So like, okay, maybe they should think twice about those decisions, but so far it's just exactly the same, except maybe not the Uranus ban. They take out the R-lot instead of the Uranus, so...
Ooh. So I think we're going to get Sakai-san Assassin at this point.
Oh, if it's a Uranus Prio for SRG?
Because the R-lot ban, I'm thinking, is like, okay, we're not going to go for the R-lot Fred combo. Or maybe don't lean too hard into it.
Are you a fan of changing like that much of the draft though? Like, because this is going to be an entirely different one for SRG. Because I feel like in that game, it wasn't really, an outdraft situation. They kind of won. They won hard in the early game. It was just the clinical discipline, and also now they have the read on Mythic Seal of what they want to do. But it will be a gamble to go for the same draft again, to be fair.
Exactly. Although usually, maybe because of just my philosophy on things, it's a little bit too much of a change. It wasn't broken. Again, the game 1 draft of SRG was not broken. It's just that Mythic Seal, they outplayed you. But then you can repeat that game multiple times, and SRG will still be able to replicate those same results for the first 10 minutes of the game of them dominating.
Yeah. So I wonder if they... Okay, there you go. They pick the Jushin instead.
That's a good pick. Okay. Because they take away a very strong pick for Nico, and it seems like Mythic Seal know how to play around the Jushin very well.
Now, so Mythic Seal, did he still go for the Lancelot? Because at this point, I feel like when the Yisum Shin is taken out, the Lancelot is very, very prio.
Yes.
Usually, maybe you go up against the Phoveus, you don't want to, pick up the Lancelot, but again, Phoveus has been banned out. But the question is, Lancelot or Joy? Because it's Ken.
Yeah.
That's the big question now. Do they still want to go for the signature pick, or do they go with what is in the meta now?
Yeah, if they decide to go for the signature pick, no, they're still going to go towards the Lancelot, and this time a Moskov. Are they expecting that SRG is going to go something like the Fanny or the Joy? That's usually one of the reasons why you rush the Moskov.
I guess, I guess that's what they're expecting, because usually we do see the Fanny ban against Skies. They have left it open. The CC gets picked up with the Joy, so it's a good read by Mythic Seal. They're picking up the Moskov now.
They've revealed so much already. I mean, both of these teams, it's such a straightforward way of drafting. It's so honest for them. Not unless Mythic Seals in this part of the draft, decide to pick up a flex hero.
Yeah, I think I'll ride on that idea too. Good flex.
No.
Okay, that's not flex anymore.
Yep.
That's clearly a mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Kimmy Robe. No, no, we're not going to see that.
Yeah. So far, so good, I would say, for both these teams. Mythic Seal, again, I think sticking true to their identity from game number 1. Very greedy lineup. All of them need a lot of resource, a lot of gold.
It's a lineup that, if it were any other day, I would be, oh, okay, revealing a lot already in the first phase. But like now, after game number 1, I'm probably not gonna say that, because one of the ongoing discussions has been that damage, as long as you have more damage, things are gonna be better for you, I guess. And maybe that's what Mythic Seals are trying to bank on, because Moscow, Kimmy, and Lancelot look like a lot of damage.
Yeah, you already have a triple carry set up at this point. So I think it makes sense that if they wanted to lean in on this idea, that they save their roam and EXP for last, because you get to adjust as much as possible. Clearly, it's SRG having to adjust to the 4th pick first. But then that means whatever the 5th pick of a Mythic Seal can be an absolute checkmate pick up against what SRG brings out. Heroes such as the Gata Kacha are still on board. We might get a surprise, and maybe this time it's Hume's turn to play the Cho, because, well, seeing what you're up against Mythic Seal, if you have the Cho and Joy together around the center of the map, that's a little bit of better for the pickoff.
Actually, they banned the Gata Kacha, yeah. So does this mean Mythic Seal are going for something like a glue in their composition?
What
Maybe the
else
Lapu
is
Lapu
there?
that we saw from day 1, yes, when we saw Kun on the Lapu Lapu.
Glue, Hilda. But there's a CC though, but...
Yeah. Oh, SRG.
Oh.
Wow.
Consider that the Franco could have come up for Boye.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just thinking like harder, tougher tanks, really, but up against that CC, what can you bring to the table?
Not even the Kufra looks okay. There's a CC on the other side.
In before SRG picks up Lolita or something.
I mean,
At this point, I just want to enjoy what they want to go for, right? Like, because what? They banned the Gato. They go, oh my lord.
Again.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Yeah, I mean, hey, it worked in game 1.
KDA is just a number.
KDA is irrelevant, ladies and gentlemen, all right?
Oh,
That is
magic damage over magic damage.
A lot of damage.
And the Hilda. There
Build
you
the
go.
Rome against the Cho. Oh, this is gonna be so scrappy.
Yeah, this is so SRG are trying to double down on that, right? They think, all right, Mythic Seal just want to brawl. Let's try to fight them out. Let's try to out-mechanic them. Mythic Seal, last pick in XP. What would enable? I honestly feel like the glue.
Yeah, the glue.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's like
be
the last
solid
best
here.
bet, because there's I think that out of all the EXP laners available, that's the only one that can match what CC brings to the table. Because the Curtain Call is such a powerful ult for this kind of playstyle, all that brawl that's going to happen, that, yeah, I think it's just glue.
Unless they go for surprises again.
What's a crazy XP that could work here?
X-Borg? No.
Freya.
Oh, no.
No, just go all
Freya.
damage.
I think you need a bit more crowd control here.
Yeah,
in
you
this
do.
lineup, right? Engage. I think mainly engage. What do you... That's not really... Well, in a way it is. Falling Star Moon.
Okay.
Good against the Harith. Good against the Joy.
There is a lot of shields on the SRG.
Yeah.
It is pretty meta too.
Yeah, kind of anticlimactic, but it makes a lot of
It
sense.
does. It really does. There you go. Esmeralda. Okay.
All right, okay. So that is the playing field for these two. Again, if you're only joining us now, Mythic Seal surprised Selangor Red Giants by somehow, some way taking game number 1. That means they are at match point, and they could be the first team to qualify for the knockouts. Or will SRG, the defending champions of MSC, force this to a game number 3? Mirko and Brigida, let's go.
Thank you, Renmar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, again, the game. We're getting ready to get and jump into the game. Brig, what do you think about drafts this time? Last time you said, yes, very greedy lineup for the side of the Mythic Seal gang.
I feel like at this point I'm just preparing myself for the amount of clashes we'll be seeing in this game. Earlier, it did seem like there were already a lot of clashes, but not a lot where Mythic Seal were able to respond early on. We saw how it took them a while to get their first kill on the board, so now I feel like it's a bit different. It's a lot more committed fights that can come from both of these two sides.
Well, here already a brawl in game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday in Group B, we saw the reigning world champions of MLBB get dropped down to the lower brackets in Group B. Well, now the defending MSC at Esports World Cup champions be thrown down to the ground in Group A.
Yep, that is going to be the question for now. Mythic Seals in the mid lane. There's a lot of pressure going on. I feel like the mid control is another thing we definitely will be having to look at. But before that, the emblems look pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Even for Nico on the mid lane Kimmy, it wasn't anything like a pull yourself together emblem he used earlier on.
Yeah.
So
By the way, it worked. Yeah, pull yourself together, juice in last game. That was how they were able to gap close so well and also escape so many times against SRG. So now let's see. SRG are actually already pushing the tempo. Sky's walking up. Oh, doesn't get to steal it though.
yeah, Ken still gets it. But this is SRG literally pressuring Ken all over again, whereas Cram he's doing such a great job all alone. Forced Nico to provide some help even because of just how well he's been managing Kun on the EXP lane. So would contesting the first objective really be an option for Mythic Seal? Because even looking at Ken, Stormy and Yumes, they're just blocking his way.
Cram also just winning out on this lane against Kun. It's going to be very tough to get to the turtle. And again, just like in game 1, it'll be SRG to take the first neutral objective. Skies picks it up, instantly rotates over to the purple buff. Hasn't used the retribution yet, so this should also be a steal. Quick by Skies.
Okay, this isn't something new to us. Mythic Seal, they do tend to let go of the objectives. But at least the difference now, I guess, is that SRG are yet to actually find kills or actually set up fights, which would amplify the advantage that they already have. So Mythic Seals, they're being very careful, but still, even when you look at their sides, it's not looking too good. Kun doing his best to survive, but that's gonna be first blood for SRG OG, just as we mentioned it.
Deja vu to game number 1. This is the 3rd minute rotation from Stormy into XP after getting Turtle. And they're going to get a whole lot of shots over to the turret. Will it be a turret take at the 3rd minute is the question now, just like in game 1. Oh, it's a bit too close to game 1 here. They almost get it done. All right, but it stays intact.
Okay, so this is basically a repeat of what SRG OG were able to do in the first few minutes of the game. So I wouldn't be so surprised if they're able to establish yet again a massive lead, a significant one at that, but they might have to be careful about giving those opportunities again to Mythic Seals. I feel like they want to rush things now in this game, especially considering the amount of teamfight prowess that they have. So forcing fights might not be such an issue, but Yumes, instead, he'll be the one targeted here by the way of the Dragon Thorn Rose as well, committed onto him. But Boye, it seems like the pickoff took some time. Sekai's on the other hand too, found some kills, but that's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Maybe could be 3 kills, but there won't be enough damage from Kun, and there's a respo from Cram as well.
Yeah, good traction pulse. It's a kill traded in for a kill plus a turret in the bottom lane. Cram was able to get it down, so still very, I would say still advantages towards SRG. Yes, this does give Ken a bit more breathing room in the jungle. Uh-oh, Cram.
Oh, that's half HP for him. Another way of the Dragon converted into a successful pickoff. That's one member down for SRG. OG Yumes also half HP, but Sekai's gains access to Ken and the other members, but we'll settle with Boye for now, but it's a double kill for Boye. Sekai's will he be able to secure the objective? It seems like it's a no, it's a triple for Boye actually. What a redemption from him from game number 1, but Innocent making it just in time. Finds the kill onto Nico.
Gets the kill back. Mythic Seal again turned the gold lead around. SRG had the 2,000 gold lead, and now it's going to be the punish for Zippy 2 up top. I'm trying to think of who. Yeah, obviously it's just worth it for Mythic Seal. It was an all-out win. They lost Nico, but that's about it.
But the biggest question of all, I mean, I understand. They just pour in all of their resources. I mean, who gets the last hit doesn't matter, I guess. But it all went to Boye. Like,
Yeah, the
Ken got none of those kills. I mean, got the objective. No, not even the objective.
It was Kun.
It was Kun.
Hey man, Ken has taken a big brother role, as was said by him yesterday in an interview with Eterna. So that's part of the big brother role. You let your little bros pick up kills, pick up objectives. You just sit on the side being like, all right, brothers, you got it, right? And really for Mythic Seal, a win is a win, right? They still just want to equalize this goal lead, get a bit more time so that they can scale up into their mid to late game power spike, which is going to hit quite big. SRG are going to have to rely on Innocent now very early on. Innocent's still farming really, really well, so don't count him out. Don't count SRG out. They still have a... Oh, wait. Zippy's actually taking a shot. All right. Just gets away. That gold lead. There you go.
Yep.
Big one only on Innocent. Kun.
Oh. Is he actually gonna fight this? Yums is here, but are they aware that Nico and Boye are as well? Get some vision because of Stormy. The way of the dragon is committed on to Stormy instead. And Nico, there's the follow-up. It's not gonna be enough though, so... Yeah, I feel like SRG needs to really reset after this. We're seeing a lot more responses, reactive ones, coming in from them.
So for Mythic Seal, they've already done the tough job of getting the gold lead into an even standing here. Through team fighting, they've been able to get that. Now it's SRG's turn to try to turn things around.
Yeah.
But Mythic Seal have the hold on side lane at this point of the game. You gotta remember that the Moskov will constantly be in the side lane. Mythic Seal could actually just give turtles and trade it for turrets.
Like they did in game number 1. And finally find a way to turn things around come late game. But Sakai's though successfully takes the objective. But this is going according to plan. If you're Mythic Seal, Boye though, there's a lot of damage coming in from Cram. They might have to respect that, but a beautiful falling Star Moon and the follow-up damage coming in from Nico. They're able to deal with SRG, even with the limited manpower that they have. Oh, things might change this time though, because Zippy might go in. Still won't. It's a... Okay, they don't risk it for now.
But again, Mythic Seal, the problem in game 1 was they were just so far behind. They lost a bit too many fights in the early game that it was difficult to find any trade that was actually worth it, right? Like, turret for turtle is very, very even. Sometimes you would actually give the advantage to the turret. Game 1, they were too behind to get those advantages. They were just getting wiped and wiped every single team fight. Now it's a conceal hold up. Oh, yeah!
But will they be able to make it though? Yums is doing a great job at zoning out Nico and Zippy. There's the Zaman Force also committed by Innocent, and it seems like Boye will be punished. So those are great responses coming in from SRG.
And again, folks, remember the triple kill from Boye. Innocent didn't just pick up a roamer. He picked up a shutdown on a roamer. That's massive for Innocent. A good bounty. Ken? Whoa! Starting to deal a lot of damage way earlier in the game compared to game 1. And again, to go back to the point before the team fight started, it's all about now being in a better position to come back, right? But it's for both teams now. For SRG, it seems like that game 1 has woken them up, the sleeping giants that was in game 1.
Yeah, I was supposed to say even for Kun, SRG seemed like they were having a hard time to deal with Kun right now. The Esmeralda seems like it came to a point where it's really tanky, but oh no, Boye gets isolated. Zippy will try to provide some help, uses the Spear of Misery, but Sakai's nearly catches up. Fortunately, he survives though, and could this be an opportunity for Mythic Seal? Crab is also very, very low, but there's an upcoming objective they might have to reconsider.
They're just splitting up the map. Ken doing a good job at trading on the other side of the map, while SRG trying to get Prio down below. But I think he might be staying a bit too long. The rest of the team are here. Ken has a puncture. Will be able to puncture out now. 1-2 gets taken down, and the fight goes for SRG.
He indeed took too long, and just in time, SRG got the best possible pickoff, which allows them to secure this objective without any contest. Okay, I saw that in day number 1. It could have happened again, but at least it didn't. Zippy will settle with tier 2 turret down bottom.
Zippy, is he late to the recall? Oh, yes, he is too!
They catch him even when he used the Spear of Misery. And that makes 2 kills for SRG and Daylord.
WSRG, they have read through the playstyle of Mythic Seal from game one, constantly looking for trades instead of fighting in the first few minutes of the game to hold the lead down from being too out of control. SRG just make the quick rotations, they just stay decisive, and Mythic Seal were the ones to be overconfident in the bottom lane up top as well. Ken now, Innocent pops in his Mod Force.
Oh, Innocent looks like he can deal with Ken even on his own at this point, just dodging all those punctures and all those thorned roses. But now Mythic Seal, could they do what they did in game number one in defending and prolonging this game? Oh, Falling Hormone won't connect. But that is gonna be the question, because this time around, SRG, this is a 3K gold lead, and they have to make sure they don't repeat the same mistakes they did as well in game number one.
Holy Defense already down in the mid lane. Now in the bottom lane, they are gonna go for the siege. Yums walks up, Holy Shield pop again. Ken walks up, Kun able to get away, Ken with a puncture.
Ah, that's a lot of damage coming in from Innocent. But somehow, someway, they're still able to hold on to their inhibitor turret. So again, Mythic Seal, they're back in the same situation of just trying to prolong the game. This isn't a Claude anymore, however. It's a Moskov and a Kimi. I feel like that's still a decent amount of wave clear if you're Mythic Seal.
Oh, Stormy!
What? Again? Wait, they actually find the kill!
That was so delayed. He ends up popping the Purify, and Boye goes into, doesn't want to go, doesn't actually get the proper angle. But yeah, Stormy, I think it was either like don't Purify and at all, or Purify earlier, right? I think that was just like a, unfortunate mistake from Stormy.
It's during these moments where Mythic Seal just find the turnaround. So SRG, they must have learned from these kinds of situations. They can't they didn't overstay in the base or near the base, but they were somewhere Mythic Seals could immediately or quickly access, because you still have to consider that Mythic Seals, their lineup, they're very high in terms of mobility. They have the Lancelot, they have the Cho, and most of the things start with the Cho or the Esmeralda. So heroes like Stormy should be in better positions if put in these kinds of situations.
So SRG still have the lead, still have the advantage when it comes to the side lanes too, remember, in this game. Just like they did in the last game, they have to stay clean. They cannot be making those kind of mistakes with one person overextending. And luckily for Stormy, the Purify will be up anyways in the next fight. So that won't be a big resource that he won't be able to utilize. Wave only pushing up top though.
Oh, they don't use the Crimson Beacon, but the Lord is already down to half HP. Cram uses the Curtain Call and the Yo-Yo Blitz onto Kun, but Kun is just so tanky. Boye finds the kick onto Cram, but is that the right target? Ken dashes in, uses the Thorn Drones, will try to steal away the objective, but Sekai secures it for his team!
Uh-oh, Zippy caught in the bad spot now, able to go away. Yums with the flicker forward as Kun tries to run away the other side of the map. It's a Moskov versus everybody. I don't think he'll be able to survive, and it will be Yums with the swing of the War Axe to take him down. Mythic Seal lose the neutral objective and 3 members for a trade of Stormy.
It already looked like Kun was doing such a great job. Kun was doing a lot, got the attention of Stormy, but the change of targets, it was too fast. They decided to focus so much onto taking down Ken and Boye. They let Stormy, left Stormy alone. Could have been bad, but it was okay. But in the live cam, it seems like they're already approaching the base. Oh, it doesn't land. Ken gets the dungeon, finds the kill onto Innocent. SOD won't connect, however. Mythic Seal, again, find a way to deal with this for now.
Mythic Seal have found yet another angle to punish SRG. Yes, this is looking a bit too similar to game one. I'll be honest with you. Like, in terms of the turret takes, it's mid and bot too. And the mistakes, you wouldn't expect a mistake like that from Innocent, or an overextension from SRG like that after game one, but you just saw it. They can, again, it just comes down to the reset. They've been better on the team fights too.
Okay.
So they just need to calm down. They gotta calm down. They gotta let a few of these fights go. It's fine, you know, in a 4v5.
Oh, Kun though, he's dealing a lot of damage. Phantom Execution connects onto Cram. SOD lands as well. Nico finds the kill. Sekai's might be the next target, but fortunately has the dash. Mythic Seal. Something just activates when they're in this point of the game.
As me and LaFell and you know from day number 1, they just need to be behind. Nissan walks up against Kun.
Okay.
It's alright, both these teams are just going at it, dude. Like, SRG really shouldn't have been in that position while Innocent was down, taking a 4v5 for no reason. There were no objectives up top as well. And it's the same for Kun. There was actually no reason for him to be up in the mid lane so far up there. But yeah, oh boy, yeah. Oh, he might be falling next into. Look at the cut. Look at the cut. They can actually. No.
No.
Okay.
This is the point in the game where you just cannot be seen. So like, there have been a couple of questionable decisions or positions from some of these members, but things will definitely change once we head into the next objective. But SRG, it does look like they want to make things happen even before the objective gets to spawn. It looks like they're scouting and checking wherever Mythic Seal could potentially come from. They're on the exact same opposite sides of the map though. So how will they capitalize on this situation? Stormy's up there. It'll take some time for him to get here, but
they want to blitz it.
Yeah, this is gonna be good for SRG because Zippy will have to deal with the wave up top. Still has the SOD, however, but they're zoning out the members of Mythic Seals really, really well. Traction Pulse already committed. They catch Yums, might get to burst him down. SOD lands, they find it!
Cram now walking up. Oh, gets Carter's Spirit Mystery out to Lethal Wanderer. What the hell? Boy, yeah, with a way to dragon from out of nowhere. Zippy goes over to Spirit Misery. Ken walks over the puncture and has him on force.
They actually tried to take him down, but the damage is too much. Nico will have to reposition himself as well, while the other members of Mythic Seal just focus on working on the Lord, and they finally get it for themselves.
The seal that was placed in game 1 is activated in game 2. The seal is, every time we get past 16, I believe. Look at that Spirit of Misery, dude. How unlucky was Cram to be right there on the pin with the small lethal on the Spirit of Misery? Traction Pulse. Oh no, they baited out Innocent. Saman Force in the middle. Alright, they don't have Lord.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at live cam view.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, alright, let's go back to the fight. Boye too, man. This guy, he's a bit too explosive, right? Like, when they're ahead, you don't want him to do that. When you're behind, you want him to do that. Mythic Seal just do better from behind.
Okay.
You know what?
This is confirmed.
There you go. This is confirmed.
All our theories from day number 1, I think this proves it all. If they especially win this game.
Hey, Turner was a big hater of that, by the way. Like, you didn't play from behind. Hey.
No, they just adjusted. They just play. Nah, why am I on the same boat? No, because I don't do that to Eterna. But anyway, this is gonna be such a statement for them. If ever they're actually able to make things happen with this Lord, they're syncing up the waves. And SRG, if you look at their wave clear, let's see how they make it work. Already forcing out the Crimson Beacon. Innocent has the Zaman Force, however, but Cram! He's just getting shredded by Zippy!
Yeah, damage from Zippy is ridiculous. It pierces through the turrets too, so they gotta be careful. Mid lane base turret taken down now. They're gonna be looking to go up top. Boye is walking up. There's a cannon in too. Phantom Execution, they get the turret.
Okay. At least Boye didn't have the flicker yet, so they probably won't force anything. And that's exactly what they have to do maybe, because Mythic Seal are already in the lead at an advantage. They've equalized the turrets. And I think maybe this is a better development from game number 1, because Mythic Seal for game number 1 were able to turn things around up until the very last moment. But this time, they've left SRG with only a single inhibitor turret in their hands. So this looks like a much more manageable game for them when it comes to the objective fights.
Hold up. Cram's walking up, gonna be stunned up, and just pops in with a Crimson Beacon too!
Oh, that's a lot of damage, but who will be bursted down first? Sekai tries to reach for the targets from behind, but gets bursted down instead! Zaman Force also laid by Innocent, but it's a retreat for SRG after losing their jungler.
This guys went in a bit too far off of the team as well. Like, no one was able to really follow up. He dove in so deep, popped him in the crown, was expecting, I think, Innocent to come in right there and then, right as he popped in Winter Crown, because that would have been a good combo, right? Then at least Skies wouldn't have died. 20 seconds on Skies. This could be Mythic Seal just pushing in. And like you said, Brigitte, yes, They only got 2 base turrets from Mythic Seal, but it's actually good for Mythic Seal here because the lane up top is the one that they got the base turret in. That's the far lane. 5 seconds on Skies. Mythic Seal could just force a fight right here now.
They're gonna try to burst it. But Innocent and Yums, they might want to do something else. They're trying to look for other angles, but Boye, he has it covered. He knows exactly where they're trying to go from, but that buys them enough time to reset the Lord and allow Sekais to actually make it. Now, what is going to be the play for SRG, OG, and Mythic Seal? Zamanforth already committed onto Kun. Might be the first casualty, not looking too good for Mythic Seal, but the damage from Zippy, you have to respect it! Knock up from the Jade Kundo. Sekais somehow makes it out alive, but they commit onto Stormy instead. Nico finds the kill onto Stormy!
Zippy goes in, over to Cram. Now the damage coming down as well. As the Lance of Fire brings Boye back into the bush. Skies walking up. Boye, sticking to Immortality. Zamanforth over. Boye taken down. Innocent with a kill again. 10! Gets a kill back on Cram, and it's back-to-back-to-back team fights.
2 for 2, and none of them will commit to the objective just yet. I have to correct myself. It wasn't Stormy earlier. But either way, Mythic Seal, I can't believe they're doing this. The defending champions, they are clearly struggling to find a way to end things quick, to hold on their lead, because it keeps getting snatched away from them by Mythic Seal.
We're at a stalemate, ladies and gentlemen. Mythic Seal and SRG just keep going at it. They have suffered a few casualties in the battle, but it's always even. 2 for 2, 1 for 1. There was one big fight for SRG, one massive one for Mythic Seal as well, but after that, it's just been trades after trades, and Nico is doing a whole lot of damage. This is the least accurate, lore-accurate Stormtrooper of all time.
That's such brave positioning. Oh, and I feel like Nico can afford to be a lot more brave now. Picked up the Immortality. So SRG will have to consider that if ever they want to look for a fight. But how do they deal with it now? From where do they expect to come from? Cram and Sekais. Oh, Zippy!
Oh my God!
Zippy, they find Zippy! Will he be able to survive this? I think not!
What a read by Skies and Cram to hold their position up top, knowing that there might be a Moskov looking for the play. Now they want to collapse.
Oh, they're looking for the kills, but they have to escape for now. Kills might not be the way to go. Innocent finds Ken, and it's 5 members of SRG marching towards the base. They'll do their best to try and defend, to hold the minions on the side. But Nico could only do so much, but actually, Kun buys some time, but at least SRG, they still have a wave marching down bottom. Nico's literally trying to make things happen, but he can't anymore. And we equalize the series right here.
SRG refused to go down like that. They turned things around yet again after a crazy back-to-back-to-back-to-back team fight, back-to-back lead. Welcome to MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. This is the level of play that we have.
That is the outcome we deserve. 3 games for what has been an absolute banger of a series so far. Just when we thought that the final seal would get broken, the Red Giants refused to be overshadowed. And what a replay of game number 1, except this time around, Mythic Seal were taking care of the map a little bit better, which is what triggered a lot of the difficulty points for SRG. The fact that they weren't now just having to find a way to outplay Mythic Seal in the objective fights, they now had to take care of their map as well.
There was so much, and it came down to just one moment there for the Moskov, right? Like, these games have come down to one big play, one little mistake from both these teams that end up being crazy for the other. Like, it's all about punishing little mistakes, and I think Mythic Seal, whenever they were ahead, would just make these mistakes. For some reason, again, the pattern stays true. They are a team that only works when they are behind.
It's the one big moment for Mythic Seal. That could have been one if the SOD got to steal away the objective. But yeah, I really agree. This game has mostly been a replay of what we saw in game number 1, only with a few more improvements from both teams, particularly Mythic Seals, because they've been more efficient in terms of balancing out or equalizing the game. They've been a lot more faster in terms of that, but same goes for SRG. I think a lot of times in game number 1, there were crucial errors, and we did not see as much of that here in game number 2.
Yeah. But it was one of those games wherein the few errors that you saw were very glaring.
Yeah.
And I think that sets a precedent of where we find ourselves right now in the quality of the match that we're seeing, wherein those little mistakes actually look so massive because they're not giving a lot of give to each other. There's not a lot of room for mistakes, where that one mistake could just look like it's absolute game ending. For SRGOG, I think this is where we're seeing a little bit more of their veterancy, the fact that they were reading Zippy's split pushes very well. 3 or 4 deaths on the side of Zippy came from the fact that SRG was like, wait, we know that the Moskov is here. Let's take him down.
Oh man, I would love to see the replay again of that moment, because I wonder if it was just Skies dashing into the bush by mistake, it was accidental, or they actually made that read. Zippy too, though, he canceled the recalls a bit too many times up top. Like, he was holding that position, really wanting to punish if it was a solo Joy.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, it's already happened twice.
Even in the bottom lane.
Before that, even the bottom lane, another one earlier in the game in the top lane. So at that point, Zippy should have just realized that I need to go back. They know what I like to do, split pushing and trying to threat a potential split push end.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the duration of the recall in that first moment down bottom, but I feel like he could have made it, but he decided to throw out the Spear of Misery instead, so that delayed him, or I don't know, that was probably a decision thinking that it was just Sekais who was trying to go after him, but I don't think...
Were like 3 members.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna happen anymore with SRG, because at this point, maybe they just really respect what Mythic Seals are capable of doing, and so they'll send out more members as needed. They will, or I know they don't, but after what they've experienced, you just cannot underestimate anyone anymore in this team.
Item builds earlier, Innocent actually. So he goes for the Enchanted Talisman plus the Magic Pen boots a lot of times nowadays, especially in the early game. But once we get to the super late game, it seems like he actually sells the Enchanted Talisman and ends up buying the Starlium Scythe. So I guess that could be a good question to ask Innocent. Like, what is the Enchanted Talisman just good in the early to mid? Why sell it late? For it turn out maybe later in the interview if they win.
Yeah, because I mean, generally, Enchanted Talisman does give you higher CDR, but it seems like there are more good things that come along with the Starlium. Because at that point in the late game, you don't need that mana regen anymore provided by it. So maybe that's one of the things, and hopefully we can get Innocent's take on as to why he would go for that build path. But again, this is one of those games where, despite the few glaring errors, and of course the notes that we've put already onto Zippy and when to just go home, recall and finish that off instead, it was just a very good game by these two. Macro, great. Micro, those fights are really, really good. Boy, and now I feel like after what happened to his Cho in game number 1, it's like, all right, I get to show a few more things here now with my Cho, able to time the Jeet Kune Do flicker and wave the dragon combinations very well. I like that he wouldn't always initiate with it. He would save it sometimes as a counter. It's just a lot more praise for these two teams now in this game number 2.
Yeah, I wonder if Boy wants to go for another Cho.
3 games, 3 Chos, you know? Last time it was Ken just playing Joy. Maybe now it's, oh, maybe he's also just played Lancelot.
Yeah, it's just Lancelot now.
He just really wants to stick to what works, I guess, for him. Now the question is, will they actually just take the Joy? Because he got what he asked for. Assassin battle. This guy's obliged in game number 2. And it worked out for SRG.
And we also saw a lot, I think, so far in this series, where the effect of having a juice in these long, stretched out, micro-centric fights, just how much utility she provides with that crowd control and the constant threat that she has with just bringing out the Lantern Flare, that we're gonna really have to look at the mid lane as the main contention point now for these two teams. Which heroes end up in the mid lane and which heroes end up in the EXP lane, because Cram Kun, Stormy, and Nico feel like a lot of the focus of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, even for the first few minutes of the game, we saw just how dominant Cram was in his lane. It took a while for Kun to actually pose a threat up against SRG whenever he tried walking towards them. But this was the moment. This was that decision which changed the game.
You notice something, remember?
Shouldn't have cancelled that. I think it was the same thought. He thought it was just Sakai's.
Exactly. He thought it was a solo Joy, thought he could punish the Joy after using all of that and the electrifying beats. That's why he popped in skill 2 right as Skies walked into Bush. And then he saw Cram and he's like, oh, no. Yeah, a bad read, unfortunately, for Mythic Seal for Zippy's Mythic Seal Zippy gold lane. And it ended up being the crucial mistake to send SRG into a 1-to-1, to send both of them into now a best of 1.
Oh, I think this is going to be a very tough call for who's going to be calling which side they go on for Game 3. Please remind me on this.
The loser usually, so Mythic Seal get to choose
Mythic
sides.
So now it's a tough call.
Yeah.
Are you going to continue refining on the fact that you've been drafting from the red side, or are you going to flip the script and show up with a different strategy of how you draft on the blue side? But then if they go for that, then that changes the dynamics of how they've been drafting, because so far, again, they've been drafting their comforts, that strategy of playing from behind. How will Mythic Seal fare as a team going into game number 3 if ever they go blue side, if they decide to play for the early game, if they decide to go more aggro? Because even historically in MSL, a lot of their wins came from the fact that they were coming from behind.
Exactly. And that's why I'm pretty concerned for Mythic Seal right now, because fundamentally the better team from the 2 games that we've watched has been SRG. Like, SRG are the better fundamental team. They just know how to set up for neutral objectives, especially early game way better. So Mythic Seal, this is the big question mark on them. Are they just a team that does well through team fighting and coming back in mid to late? What if SRG, again, get a lead similar to game 1, but have a better composition to siege and end the game?
Yeah, because even when we saw the Moskov fall into the hands of Mythic Seal, and they did attempt to manage the macro every now and then, which I feel was a bit successful in a sense, majority of the prowess from Mythic Seals comes or stems from their abilities to just prolong, defend, and fight back.
It's mechanics.
It's just mechanics that we're seeing from Mythic Seal. So
yeah, in just a bit we're going to be seeing the draft for game number 3. You are waiting alongside us for what has been a fantastic series so far. So if you have time, hop onto your game right now. Open up your MLBB client and do the All-Star 2025 Dino Planet activities available. If you haven't opened up your eggs, if you haven't done the little dinosaur jumping across, claim the dice roll, claim everything that you can claim through the event so that you don't miss out on the Proto Hunter Popol and Koopa skin that I know I will be definitely missing out on, unless if anyone from Moonton wants to make it magically appear in my account.
Or Moonton, you can make it viable. Make it viable.
Or maybe like down the line.
he got the Jawhead already though.
Yeah, but
I haven't
had to
got
get
the
that.
Jawhead
I had to get the pass for that. There's a Dino Planet pass as well.
Yeah, we saw the Jawhead skin here in MSC also by Louise, I believe.
They lost though.
And it was a loss.
Yeah, 0% win rate so far. But hey, don't worry. Zetian was at a 0% win rate yesterday. 100% for Juicin. Now, today it's been, the Juicin has just been winning games.
Yeah, and Zetian has not appeared at all. Not banned, not picked.
Teams are finally realizing, you know what?
Yeah, maybe we can get let go over it. It might be better to just get the Kimmy and the Juicin. And I think, going back to what we mentioned earlier, that might be the main focal point trade. Kimmy, Juicin, Farsa, going around those 3.
I agree.
I feel like Valentina is in a weird, awkward spot right now. That it's very, very selective of where you can pick her. But if you pick her at the right time, at the right composition, she could do some absolute monstrous things. So other than that, what are we feeling here for the picks, the orders? What do you think we can see?
Juicin Brayo, I think that has to be the big the big change now, because it's not a pattern anymore. We saw Juicin picked up game 1 by Mythic Seal, and so far Juicin has only lost 1 game this tournament. Throughout 3 days, 1 game.
I agree. Unless they decide to change things up in the bans, which allows for other picks to be open. Because if yesterday the Kalea has always been prioritized, it has been banned all the time.
Yeah.
But things might actually change.
Yeah. I think SRG are actually going to put Mythic Seal in the difficult position. If ever that they open up the Kalea, it'll be up to Mythic Seal to decide whether or not they'll pick that or the Kimmy or the Juicin as their first pick. It could also be a possibility of SRG falling back into an Arlott Fredrin combo that is easier to get if you're on the red side. So now this decision by Mythic Seal to put themselves on the blue side might actually be faring a little bit better for SRG. Because now there's so many decisions Mythic Seal has to consider depending on the bans of Selangor Giants.
Yeah.
Well, right now, I feel like the Farsa 2 might be open. Unless they ban it out too. Because the bans have always been the Farsa... What was that? The Farsa, Kalea, Arlot, or Uranus.
Yeah.
But right now, all of these things are still open. So I actually might have to agree with you. The first pick will be very important for Mythic Seal because I feel like a lot will be left open in this game.
It's the last ban of Mythic Seal and the last ban of SRG. I think this is why Mythic Seal are really taking their time considering their options. With SRG, they can deny a combo or a power pick. Either or could be good for Mythic Seal. But whatever happens, SRG will have to clap back right away with their last ban. This will really dictate the draft.
I agree.
So Farsa has actually been left open.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so they banned the Kalea. Mythic Seal are signaling it's like, we want the Farsa, we want the Juice in either of those two.
So SRG, I think they just go for the trade, right? I think it's a bit too risky for them to not go for the trade, to just ban one.
Or what if they... Oh.
Skimming is a good option too. I think we're all leaning towards the idea that whatever Mythic Skill has, it just needs to be super impactful for Nico. Juicin, Farsa, Kimmy, any of those three. I don't think SRG will focus on a mid ban at this point. They might look for a... Okay, yeah, a Bluetooth 3 ban. Could have been a Bluetooth 3 Arlot, so... Mythic Seal, this first pick is going to dictate the rest of the draft.
Here we go.
So
Will it be the Farsa or the Juicin? I think Juicin a bit more flexible, but Farsa... Do you really want to go up against that with a Juicin? You know, that damage, artillery, especially without Arlet.
Because the Lancelot and the Joy are both open still.
Yeah, SRG can rush Moskov if ever it's a Farsa.
And then they prio the Joy. Oh, wait!
They force SRG to make the choice. They're like, all right, you go. We'll just go with our comfort, which is Lancelot. Interesting. Not the Joy after that game.
Yeah.
So it's SRG who has to decide for now. Other than that, though, I don't think Cram wants to use the Uranus. I just have a feeling they're not gonna be picking that.
Yeah, I agree.
So
they go Juicin.
Okay.
Yeah, that leaves the choice for Mythic Seal.
Should be the Farsa.
Yeah. But that makes the first two picks of SRG really good. Both divers, in a way, are Juicin and Moskov. Usually we see the Moskov as the response to a composition that is playing around a Farsa. So I think whatever Mythic Seal will draft, I think they should not lean too heavily into the team fighting here. They need at least one option that can split and open up the map well as the Moskov can.
Yeah, and Mythic Seal will... If they go Farsa, they can't go... Okay, they go Badang for Boye. They don't actually go for Farsa, so we will see Farsa completely ignored in Game 3.
Yeah, because this is a Nico mid lane, Kimmy. Interesting, but yeah,
signature Boye at least.
Yeah, signature. But they are leaning towards team fighting. Okay, that's my only note going to be now for Mythic Seal, so I don't have to repeat it later. Just make sure you take care of your macro.
Yeah.
This is also a really good way to shut down the Joy pick. That we saw very far away already for SRG. Like, it was going to be the Joy up against a Lancelot here. If you just want to go assassin. So Badang usually is already a good way to deal with it.
So now I feel like we're going to be looking at the EXP matchup, which is going to matter a lot for both of these teams because the CC is still there for SRG and they're the first ones picking after the bans if they want to replicate what they've been doing for the past 2 games. Or no, yeah, because like the CC's been working really well for them if you look at it. So it's been the one always dodging the fist break, fist cracks too. And now we see that in Mythic Seals again. But let's see if Mythic Seals lets that through because they have a chance to take it out and change the dynamics of the EXP lane matchup.
Yeah, good Harith ban. There you go from SRG, taking away a counter against the Joy. They've already picked up Moskov as well. Yeah, the CC gets taken out, so... Cram. I'm gonna have to think about heroes for him because he has just been doing better on carry heroes over, you know, the Uranus's enabler picks.
Yeah, it can't be someone who stays in the back. It needs to be someone to front. Someone that he can spam recalls with. Like go up front, spam
Hilda.
recall, put the sleeping liquid sticker up.
So maybe the Hilda could be an
Maybe,
option
yeah.
if they really want to go for team fight.
Then that puts the pressure onto Yums to go for a harder tank, or at least follow-up. They can go Hilda, Gatot, Gacha. So you put the Hilda on Crime, you put the Gatot, Gacha on Yums. Plus the Gatot could still potentially slot there for Mythic Seal at the EXP. However, it is a very rare option. We usually see the Gatot, Gacha now as a roam.
Yeah.
They're respecting the flex potential. There you go. They actually ban out the Franco. They think the Badang might not go to the hands of Boye.
Yeah.
Could still be a signature Mythic Seal Badang Gatot Kacha move.
I will do it again.
There we go. Let's go.
That's the official preacher of the Church of Akai.
Oh.
Put Akai in the EXP lane.
For Mythic Seal?
No, yeah, for Mythic Seal.
Yep.
Put your Badang on the roam, put Akai in the EXP.
If they want to secure the first few neutral objectives, actually, I agree with you. And it's great against Joy. You already have one way to beat it. Put in one more.
So this is going to be a surprise if Mythic Seals does not actually play from behind and just actually win.
It's going to be a Hilda for the last pick of SRG. So you go Gatot Kacha and Brody or even Beatrix at this point.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
I don't know about that. Zippy. It's good in lane against the Moskov, the Brody. The Beatrix is a skill matchup. But do you want to go without a Purify? Without it?
And then this is where they bring out the Brutal.
They go Granger and Glue. There you go.
Okay, less crazy. Yeah.
Less crazy, more orthodox. But yeah, this is a perfect setup for Hilda XP. Like, this could not have played better into SRG's plan to go Hilda.
Yeah.
Lance, Kimmy, and Granger, that's food for the Hilda. But I guess the Glue could be the way to... I think Mythic Seal, they're thinking, all right, we're going up against the Hilda either way. We have enough peel to deal with the Hilda, is what they're thinking. Yeah. Probably.
But it seems like they're still thinking.
Yeah, because of the peel, because of the Glue too. If you go Hilda here, yes, you can counter these 3 picks in the Lance. There you go. Yeah.
Look at that.
They need anti-CC. They're scared of the Glue mount.
Yeah. You needed the Raging Slash, a CC immune on the Lapu Lapu when using Bravest Fighter and the Raging Slash. Great last pick, Swerve, and this allows Cram to do Cram things.
Yes.
Carry, stay in front, and set things up. It needs a lot of communication from these two. Thank you for joining us so far. This has been a fantastic start to day number 3 of MSC at EWC. Remember, who wins this series secures the first slot into the knockout stages. Will it be the defending champions Selangor Red Giants, or will it be the champions of Myanmar in Mythic Seal? Wherever you are, make some noise and show your love for these two teams, because I'm sure this will be an absolute banger.
We agree here, me and Brig, for your second official, hopefully, crazy bang bang game. Because I don't know, game 2 was bang bang Rooney, game 1 was too, but I want this to be the more of like game 2 where both of them fight back, not just a one comeback sweep. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You heard what Renmar said. We're getting straight into the land of Dawn with Natan flying in the air to bring us right here.
Yep. I want them to bring in the unexpected for this game. I don't want it to be a replica of the flow for the first 2 games, wherein it's always Mythic Seals playing from behind and just forced to defend up until the objective. But we'll see if they're able to do just that with the minimal amount of time to reset. Okay, there you go. Very aggressive start again from Mythic Seals.
Early flicker burnt out for Stormy here. And Mythic Seal will just utilize this. That's going to be a pickup. Whoa.
What are you doing for Stormy? There's so much pressure. Yeah, but okay, that's the thing. They cleared the minion wave too early on, but this is the matchup we've been talking about. I feel even in the draft, finally a Lapu Lapu returns up against the Glue, and I feel like it's gonna fare pretty well for Cram, but doesn't take the fact that it doesn't take away the fact that it's annoying. Like, the Glue is gonna be annoying whatever you do.
Very annoying. Anyway, it will be very, very annoying. So for SRG, they got to be careful. Whoever gets mounted, it'll be very tough to deal with here, especially considering, again, Gatakacha, immobile roamer. If you go in with an AOG, or if you get mounted, you can't even use the AOG. I think like the Glue will just stop those AOGs constantly once you channel it.
Yeah, the amount of crowd control that Mythic Seal can put to stop Yuums, but an early kill onto Zippy. Things are looking good, but on the mid lane, they traded out Stormy as well.
Yeah, so they get a trade. It's going to be Zippy for Stormy, but that means Mythic Seal can capitalize straight off the bat with a Turtle start their first Turtle in a game.
In the series.
Yeah, in the series. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 and game 2, they lost the first neutral objective battles. This time, it changes. Mythic Seal have gotten a bit more value than SRG early on.
That's what we're saying. That's a clear change in approach from Mythic Seal. They no longer want to just let go of the objectives as much as they can. Boye has the Fizzcrack but won't use it just yet. That's enough for Fumes to be forced to recall though. This is really great pressure coming in from Mythic Seal so far. Except the fact that Zippy was taken out in the bottom lane.
But it's all right. The thing is about the Granger is right, the fact that, yes, you can get solo killed, you can get ganked, you can die, but you're still not going to be behind of your laner. Why? Gold Crab. You almost had like 90% Gold Crab take. That's going to be AOG. Over to the back now, Zippy!
Only knocking up Nico though, and Zippy, again for the second time around, gets taken down, but a beautiful Thorn Throws catching 2 members from SRGOG. Again, Boye gets the double kill though.
Unfortunate for Mythic Seal. You would not want those kills to be on Boye, but technically it's still a good trade. See, now it's weird because like, is it a good trade? You got Zippy. I think that, you know what, just because Boye got the kills, I'll say it's worth it for SRG, all right?
Okay, okay.
Because it's a kill on goal. We were just talking about this. You can be behind on the Granger and you can still come back, but that doesn't mean you go 0-2, right? 0-1, sure. 0-2, that's the limit. If you go 0-3, that should be where it ends for you still being able to hold the lead through Gold Crab and minions.
Yeah, it could have been somehow balanced out if some of those went to Zippy or to the damage dealers for Mythic Seal, but then again, it will still allow Mythic Seal to keep the pressure going. This is going to be another very confident game from Boye, and we're seeing it time and time again. Now even Kun doing a lot to annoy not just Cram, but now even the other members of SRG. This is where they intend to fight. They want to bank on the idea that they can really make use of their team fight capabilities considering their lineup.
Smith Prio. Stormy sent that as well. Nico, immobilization. Stormy pinned down, has a Crimson Beacon, gets away. Yuums!
Oh, uses the AOG but knocks up no one.
Wow.
And somehow Kun gets to find Stormy. Will be successful in terms of taking him down with the help of Nico. But that's already 1 man down for SRG. And look at that flicker of the spray coming in from Boye. If this crack launched just in time, Sekai's is the next target.
Kun is clean on this glue. Wow, what a rotation by Innocent landing the SOD. Did you see that mini sidestep from Kun to dodge away from the second skill of Joy?
Yeah.
Clean gaming and great response from Boye to punish a no mobility Joy at that point because he missed that skill. Now Mythic Seal the ones capitalizing on a turret up top, and they could break the mold. The pattern that has been Mythic Seal do better from behind.
Mythic Seals have been scary when they've been very consistent in terms of taking back the lead when playing from behind. But this version of Mythic Seals seems a lot more terrifying for me because they're able to do this great of a job in the early stages of the game up against SRG OG and even being the first ones to convert into a structure. So it's actually SRG who's behind right now.
Be careful. Look at that, right? By the way, this is what we were talking about. Look at the Granger. 0, 2, and 2 still. Oh, the cancels constantly. Yuums unable to pop the AOG. Finally gets it. But you can see the gold lead.
Yep.
0-2, no problem. He's still just 100 gold behind, which means it's practically nothing here as they clear the wave and they're looking to go for the dive. Traction Pulse.
Oh, they find Stormy somehow, but Sekai's will try to disturb the members in the backline once again, looking for Zippy. There's the knockback coming in from Boye, but Sekai's still gets to walk away. So, again, going back to your point, yes.
Hey, Zippy, 0-2, not 0-3, man. 0-2 is the limit. Now he's past the limit. Now it's SRG's turn to think. This is also Brigitte White. Oh, wait a minute. They're just going to mount. Oh, that's a lot of damage. No, they still have to respect the anti-CC. Yeah, this is why. Yeah. You say it's scarier. In a way it is. But in a way, it's scarier as a as the Mythic Seal fans too, for the Burmese people, they're like, oh my god, they're ahead. They might throw.
Yep. That could be a potential
Cram.
angle to look at because Cram goes in with the bravest fighter looking for a fight. Oh, but flickers out instead, so he won't have the flicker for this upcoming objective if ever they do want to contest.
Should be a free one, but Innocent is building up, and this is just giving me a lot of flashbacks to the M6 World Championship when they were up against CFU, down, losing in the early game, but then Innocent came in with one SOD, one Innocent moment, turned things around.
I think I remember that moment. But then Mythic Seals, they're gonna be careful for now. I think they too are well aware of the fact that even when things are looking to be good, Innocent has been managing the waves well, and their gold laner hasn't been in the best position so far. There's always Sekai's hunting him down, so even if you want to think that they could do well in terms of prolonged team fights, Sekai's just denies them of that because they immediately eliminate one of the major damage sources. So that 100 gold lead that existed earlier has just ballooned into a lot more and could grow into more if they don't get to watch out for Zippy from this point onwards.
The big win condition right now is a capital INNOCENT for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, and that's what they're banking on. They're just holding the other side of the map. Every time Mythic Seal make a play, make a move, they send Innocent to play cross map, get minions.
Yeah.
Now for Mythic Seal, can they stop that from happening by either going bot, catching Innocent, or pulling off a 4v5 and winning before Innocent gets there?
Yeah. I mean, Ken was already there, so Innocent didn't try to force a fight, knowing that there was Ken. So it seems like they're trying to actually respond to the pressure right now. If you look at where Boye and Ken are going, they find Innocent. That happened in just the blink of an eye, by the way.
Yeah, just like in game number 2 when SRG were the ones to beat or to kill Zippy on the Moskov, now Mythic Seal do the same thing. The Lancelot's so mobile and the Badang so good. Oh, wait!
Oh, forced to use the flicker because they have no Crimson Beacon. Stormy, that's 2 kills for Mythic Seal, and they have a Lord. They can take this Lord if they want to. Still, Sekai's is alive, however, so they might want to engage in a fight instead. Yums has the AOG as well, but will they decide to go for it? Sekai is already being poked down pretty low. Oh, Crab jumps in!
Oh! Ken in the back, that's a Spirit of Misery from Innocent, but all of them are down. It's just Cram. His bravest fighter cancel almost a steal from Innocent, but Ken secures it with a retribution. Now it's Cram mounted on Zippy. Finally gets those stats racking up. 3 in a span of 1 team fight. Mythic Seal are well and truly the ones holding a position to send SRG down, but mainly to make it to the knockouts. Man, Ken on the Lancelot. Whenever he picks a hero in game 1, everybody should just settle and say, all right, that's what he's going to be playing the entire series. Because he gets better every game.
Yeah, and honestly, you see how Yums struggled in terms of using the AOG at that moment too. Like, Boye timed his crowd control skills so well, which denied SRG of that potential knockup. Because those 3 members which were left, Cram, Sekai's, and Yums, they clearly seemed like they wanted to contest, but hold on, Ken! Will he be able to get himself out of this? It's a no, but Cram!
Okay, they go for the bravest fighter in. Innocent gets a shutdown. The flashbacks.
The flashbacks.
Flashbacks, M6 all over again. Just a different team though. Mythic Seal, you cannot afford to be doing those things up against Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. They're a team that knows how to punish every small mistake. And that wasn't a small mistake. That was a pretty big one. That's a bounty to the pockets of Innocent on Moscow.
If I were Mythic Seal, I probably would not want to pick a fight in the purple buff of SRG OG or in any position where you sense the connection too. I mean, it's just Cram who could give Innocent all the information. And to be fair, that SOD which landed on the objective earlier was a very close call. Like, that could have been something, or that could have been a steal, but now they go for Yumes. Will he cast the AOG though? He gets to, and Sekais does not find the kill on Zippy this time.
But you can still see the damage racking up. Like, SRG are building towards some crazy damage in late game with the Joy and the Moskov. Question is, will it be enough? Can they get an angle on Zippy and Nico? So far, they have been able to get on Zippy. Nico has been very good in the back. So, yeah, damage dealt here. Wow, it's actually Karam amongst the Mythic Seal boys.
That's high. 38,000. I mean, even from the very beginning, we saw just how much he wanted to maximize that passive from the Kimi. And to be fair, I feel like Nico has less problems to think about compared to Zippy. Like, Sekais has his eyes set on Zippy and not Nico. But that can potentially backfire too. Nico still is a decent source of damage, and if any, he's the one who's always forcing out the Crimson Beacons. He's the one always pressuring Stormy, and if you actually look at Stormy, this isn't such a good position to be in as the Jushin.
Ken has done a good job at, managing the waves down below, so it'll be a slow push here with a 4.5k Goldie from Mythic Seal. They want a team fight. They're confident in winning a team fight. They have been winning team fights. Let's see if they can do it again. Innocent in the bottom lane has the SOD. Mythic Seal prepping for this one. Yumes with an angle, but Kun goes in. Phantom execution!
That hurts!
What?
They get to burst down Yumes with just the pressure from Kun and the Phantom execution.
Nice.
Now, how will they try and attempt to contest this Lord? The SOD does not land. Ken will have all the time in the world to focus on his opponents, and he takes the Lord along with it.
Everyone falling, only Innocent here getting a trade, getting something on the map. He does get it, but look at Nico, he wants to cancel it. He will be able to do it. Innocent jumps in with the step, goes into the base. Oh my Lord, Innocent! Walks it over, gets a kill! Cannon minion! Innocent! He cannot do it, not in time, the base open! He's tried everything to save this game. There's another wave now in the bottom lane. Innocent looking for clear. Kun holding it. Can he do it?
There's the Lord. It has already spawned. They might have some time. They might get to buy some time. And he forces a reaction out of the other members. Will he actually go for the SOD?
Oh no.
There's the magic sentry. Oh, he just goes for it, but boy!
Finds the pin. Innocent down. Ken on the purple buff. Cram jumps in with the Bravest Spider. The Lord still in the mid lane. He utilizes the second part of it. That's a Thorn Rose by Ken. A pin down again. Cram flickers out. And Mythic Seal have all the tools necessary to utilize this Lord of the mid lane. Ken!
Okay, can actually deal with Cram. Just needs one more hit. Boye gets it. Sekais, Yumes, and Stormy, the trio mid, they're the ones who have the responsibility of holding things down and holding things together. But Yumes, he won't be able to knock up anyone.
They're gonna go for the base. Ilago Red Giants, OG Esports, fall to the dark horse. That is the Mythic Seal, planted in Game 1, fully sealed in Game 3. Mythic Seal will move on to the next stage of the tournament. What an upset, what a performance.
The final seal has been broken, and Mythic Seal has fired the warning shot heard across the world. They are the first team to go into knockouts, and carrying the legacy of the Burmese, Mythic Seal, with the biggest shocking result of the tournament so far.
This is such a statement for Mythic Seal. Even from the very beginning, even when many have possibly favored SRG OG over them in this matchup, they did not make things easy for the Red Giants. They made them struggle to get the win.
Okay.
And the mechanics, we said it probably could be somehow a limitation, but in this game, in this series, they proved that it's actually not in any way a limitation for Mythic Seals. They've been overpowering SRG through these mechanics.
At this point, they're not just dark horses nor fighters. They have launched themselves into a position where Mythic Seal can definitely be considered a contender now. The first into the top 8. When I put them in my top 8, I had conditions for Mythic Seal to improve in certain aspects, and they did just that. We'll now toss it on over to Eterna with what seems like to be Nico and Ken from Mythic Seal for the interview.
Thank you so much, casters. We're here with Nico as well as Ken, and apparently Ken is translating?
No, I'll be here.
Yeah.
I'll translate
So,
it.
okay, so Ken, the glorified translator. Anyway, so welcome to the knockouts. How are you feeling about this? What does this mean for you right now, and what does this mean for your region? Because this is a major upset. You just knocked down the defending champions, SRG.
ပထမဆုံးတစ်ခုအနေနဲ့နောက်ကောက်စိတ်ကိုတက်သွားတော့ပြောပါအရင်လည်းပြောပါပြောလို့အတင်းကြီးနဲ့ဆော့ထားပြီးတော့ပြန်ဖို့တည်မှာ2-1နဲ့နိုင်တာဆိုတော့တော်တော်ရင်ခုန်မှုကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်
We're very happy and we're very pleased with the result, but we still have more to show. And I feel like today we haven't showed our best performance. I think Game 3 was where we really showed our real performance. So I'm just really happy that we won, and I'm more excited for knockouts, for playoffs. Yes.
Okay, excited for the knockouts. So the thing is, this is a little bit of a flashback to M6, right? Because you guys were also able, well, Falcon Esports were the ones to take down SRG as well. So what does this mean for your region?
I think this just shows just how good Burmese teams are. Like even though we qualified here, it was really hard, like fighting local teams. I feel like most of them can compete with the S tier teams here. So I'm just happy that Myanmar is getting the recognition it deserves. We hope that you guys will keep supporting Myanmar MLBB, and for international fans, I hope you guys watch Myanmar MPO as well, because it's really nice.
It really is. It really is. Everyone is still shaking right now. Nico, do you agree with that? Do you have maybe a personal statement towards everyone for your region? You're gonna give it to Big Brother Ken?
He will translate.
Okay, he's translating.
Nico said he just hopes that MPO will return, and yeah, that's all.
Okay. They will be coming back, and you guys are looking to do exactly that. Knockouts right around the corner. Now, Nico, back at M5, you were a jungler, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're transitioned into the mid lane. How has that transition been? Is it hard to adapt? Is it easy?
Because I'm too good to play jungle. That's why I change my role.
So he's too old.
Too old.
Too bro.
Oh, too what? Oh, too bored. He said he's
Too bored. Oh, jungler is boring.
Yeah.
So you gave it to Ken. It's like, nah, don't want it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nico said the reason he doesn't play jungle is because he doesn't want to play the tank jungle. He just wants to be flashy.
Oh, okay. So you want to be more flashy. I know this is kind of weird because you're like right next to him right now, but I was wondering, what has Ken's impact been on the team? And what is like the one thing that Ken has taught you that you remember up until this point?
I'm old man slow hand, so I just use my macro. That's all.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So
man,
more of the macro
yes.
style of it. Okay, very quick question to end this right now before you guys, start preparing for the knockouts. Who do you think you'll be facing? Do you think it will be ONIC, or do you think it will be Liquid PH in the knockouts?
ONIC.
ONIC knockouts? Do you agree, Ken?
It's hard to say because both teams are like so strong. But if I had to pick a team, I want to face maybe ONIC Indo. ONIC Indo. But I'm really happy with both teams because I get to fight either Kaltizi or Kyrie, which is like they're both the best junglers for me. So yeah, it's okay. Any one of them, I'm happy to face.
Okay, so anticipating at some point in the knockouts that they will be meeting against one another, either Kaltizi or Kyrie. And with that, we're going to close this interview for now as we're going to throw it back to our casters.
Wow, great to hear from Big Brother Ken and Nico. Short he may be in stature, but he plays like an absolute giant against SRG. Every time he would see Yooms in front of him, he was like, no, yeah, you're going down, bro.
Look at that KDA, 1-1-1-1-1.
I don't believe the old man's low hands thingy. Like, I don't think he is. If he plays the mechanically demanding mid laners like this,
I think he just like he said, he doesn't want to play tanks. The guy wants to be the carry, and mid lane is the way to go right now. You get a whole lot of highlights there.
Yeah, you can be flashy. Like, congratulations,
Mythic Seal.
Again, not a lot of people expected this, but at the end of the day, they showed up at most needed. I did not expect the result so much. I forgot my glasses in the town room.
Oh my lord,
I'm
you're
having
right.
a hard time
something different.
seeing a lot of things right now because I had to run on over here. I wanted to witness that in person, and that really was just a highlight reel of what Mythic Seals has improved from MSL to where they are now. So let's see who the match MVP is. Brought to us by Sony, and it is none other than Zippy 535 on this Granger. He was given a lot of pressure by the Joy and by SRG. As one of the main conditions of the team, and being able to stay alive as much as he could, walking away with 535.
he did a lot to get back in that game.
Personal MVP Nico.
I gotta give a shout out to Ken and Nico though, because or even Boye, dude. I would have like Boye, especially on a Badang. I think that was the real game changer. Ken, Nico, they played really well. Obviously, mechanics on top. Kun on the glue too, dude. Like everybody kind of deserved it.
Yeah,
everyone.
I can't decide. I think Mythic Seals, they all work together so hard to make this happen.
They are very together.
It was I think we talked about how they just wanted to go for the team fights, and so they did. Like there was macro still. Like I don't think you can get as far without any macro, but the team fights were what really mattered for Mythic Seal, and I'm such a fan. I'm such a fan.
Yeah.
Which one?
I'm pretty sure Mythic Seal earned a lot of fans today, and they are not going to be missing out on the knockouts. And if you do not want to miss out on all of the MSC goodies available right now in the MLBB in-game client, just purchase the support chest for 20 diamonds. You can also purchase multiple support chests for a chance to get the pass and for a chance to get more prizes as well. It has been a terrific start to this Group A upper bracket. We still have one more, and it will be our match of the day between two titanic organizations in MLBB. Team Liquid, who are also gunning for club championship points alongside ONIC. So this doesn't only determine a lot of what the picture will look like for the knockout stages for MSC, but how potentially the club championship rankings can look like for the Esports World Cup. Don't miss out on this marquee matchup between Team Liquid and ONIC from Indonesia. We'll be back in just a bit.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to the MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. And if you do not want to miss out the upcoming action for the knockout stages, who, by the way, Mythic Seal has just qualified for, then you can purchase your MSC 2025 tickets. They are still on sale, and you could just go ahead and find those tickets over on webook.com so you can be a part of MLBB Esports history live here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Boulevard at the Esports World Cup. When the knockout stages begin, it is only up until August 2, which is the grand finals day. So if you don't want to miss out, go ahead, find the tickets on webook.com. It's still me, Renmar, here with Mirko and Brigida. And now it's time. I just realized something which I told you behind the scenes. Because of the win of Mythic Seal, one of these two teams behind us will have to go through the lower bracket. And it looks like they might, I'm going to have to double check if they will have to face off against SRG. But they're going to be the same state as the defending champions, SRG.
Oh man, this lower bracket, I mean, we knew Group A was going to be brutal.
Oh, yeah.
But this is so brutal.
Yeah, I think the winner of the loser of this match will actually have to go up against Virtus Pro or Corinthians.
They're correct.
So they'll be able to avoid SRG, but it's weird. It's weird seeing these teams like SRG and one of these two teams go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, but now, I mean, these two teams are still in the upper bracket. In Team Liquid, Oheb himself mentioned in the opening bumper of our show that we already know who's going to be winning MSC 2025. He didn't say it was going to be them, but you know, it was his face. You already know. They're one of the favorites to win this tournament. Team Liquid are going to be going into this with a star-studded lineup. A lineup that majority of them has won world championships, multiple MPL championships. By the way, that's the GOAT Carl Tizzy. Resurgence in the Sansan duo, a new duo born, Baby Cakes, Oheb and Carl Tizzy, who, by the way, Oheb is also a world champion in his own right.
Yeah, so a whole lot of world champions here for TL. Rig,
yep.
What do you think about them?
I think I'm most excited to see these guys. The Sansan duo, because I feel like it was in this exact same meta wherein their connection was established or was introduced, because it was all those aggressive XP laners coupled with burst mages which allowed them to really perform the way they did back then, and we're not too far from that kind of meta now. So I feel like this is another way for us to see if it is indeed TLPH's meta, because that's what a lot of people believe is right now.
Yeah, and it's not just a jungle meta wherein you're required to both be able to equally play assassin and tank fighter. It's more of just like for Carl TZ, hey, I can still focus on just running assassins, but if I can, you know, my Akai and Fredrins are still very dependable in this current meta. It's more of like a second option tanky fighter jungler. So that's why Team Liquid right now, there's a lot of people discussing that this meta is built for them. While on the other side, ONIC has seen a resurgence in Indonesia. Finally, the kings of Indonesia again. Lutfi has definitely stepped up alongside, well, Kyrie has always been there, but Severo in the gold lane has been a fantastic revelation for the squad.
He's been a great addition to the squad. Again, Severo has added multiple layers of aggression to the squad. That was, again, kind of lacking with the CW lineup. Like, CW has always been the consistent guy that gets the job done, but they lacked that ferocity in the previous season, especially considering the gold lane now is much more, especially in the late game, in a hyper carry spot. Keyboy's back to his prime. It does seem like for ONIC, just like they said in the Hero Shop video, we're something San said, come back.
It's comeback time.
It's comeback time. I don't know how to do Sans' voice, but that's how they're feeling. They feel like this is their best form ever.
I have to agree with that. Severo does feel like he's been that guy to take a bit more risks in terms of the team fights, even for the previous times wherein we saw them play. And I know there has been a conversation of him being the X factor, but I kind of have my eyes on Sans right now as well. Because like even for previous matchups, even for other teams, I feel like a lot of our focal points have been on mid or EXP, as you've mentioned.
This is a clash of champions. Because here's a bit of a fun fact for you. Since MPL Philippines and Indonesia Season 13, only 2 organizations have won the championship. These two, Team Liquid and ONIC. So Team Liquid won it in Season 13, Season 15, and MPL ID Season 14, and the inverse of the other. And it features the matchup between what is arguably considered 2 of the faces of the game, the GOAT Carl TZ and the Sky King Kyrie.
Dude, that's crazy. What a stat, right? ONIC and TL, even when it's not the PHTL and the ID ONIC, it's the PH ONIC and the IDTL. It's a fated matchup, we know. And the 2 times that they have met in a tournament, the winner of this matchup ends up being the champions. In the M4 World Championships, it was still Echo. They were still, you know, under Echo. They beat ONIC. They ultimately ended up lifting the M4 World Championship. MSC 2023, ONIC beat Echo as well and ultimately won the MSC 2023 championships.
So this could be a determining factor for who could be the champions of the tournament. But again, they could still meet in the knockouts.
Exactly.
And if you don't want to miss on anything MSC related, again, please look for that MSC 2025 pass available. 20% off all throughout this event. It's only available for a limited time until August 7th. So if you want your hands on that Nathan skin, it's a fantastic looking skin, by the way. Very worth it. Although it's very difficult to play Nathan right now, but if you can make it work, I mean, it works out. It's really good. But there are also really great goodies to get. You can get your avatar border, which features MSC 2025, and you know those are limited, and those usually only come back when the next MSC is back. So go ahead and purchase that pass. Now, I think it's trying to imagine what this matchup could be. I'm just imagining like a setup battle against JP and Keyboy. Bro, Sans versus Sanji with the mechanical. Ooh, it's like across each position, you could imagine just a crazy battle between the opposing forces.
Yeah, honestly,
it's crazy.
That's true. Because even when you mentioned that Carl, if ever he doesn't want to go utility now, he still can go for his Fredrins and Akai. That's true. But the way he's played the first series, at least, it does really feel like it's Assassin Carl TZ back again, because I feel like there has been some sort of hesitation, especially in previous MPL seasons, when it comes to him using his assassins. But now that doesn't seem to be the case at all.
All right. I think it's time now to look a little bit closer into what this potential story could be between Team Liquid Philippines and ONIC Indonesia.
A wipeout from Team Liquid.
I'm confident and excited because we've been practicing very hard lately, and I think it's gonna be a heated match because we are both the champions in our own region.
Kalau pede sih, yang pasti happy sih, pede banget ya satu tim. Ya excited juga soalnya lawannya kan juara MPL PH yang ngalahin ONIC PH. Nah, ya kita pasti bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat di semifinal biar ya bisa lolos playoff.
Looking for Detective. They'll clean out the lane.
ONIC's playstyle is very micro-based because they're very good with mechanics, but us in TLPH, we're very good in macro because our playstyle in Philippines is very like objective style, while in ONIC Indo, they're very like skirmish style. They always take fights even if it's early game. So yeah, I think it's gonna be an exciting match.
Oh, whoa, whoa, Keyboy jumps on into the base. He gets taken out.
Kalau gameplay mereka ya agresif, mainnya agresif banget lah. Dari apa ya, kita nggak bisa bikin mistake yang kayak lawan CFU kemarin yang miss di early game yang bikin mereka snowball lah. Soalnya mereka kalau udah snowball ya pressnya bagus banget.
They wipe them out. A great fight for ONIC.
My message to ONIC Indonesia is let's have fun and let's give the people a good fight.
Buat Liquid PH kasih game terbaik aja buat semifinal, dan buat OHEP ya kasih 100% kekuatan lu karena gue pede banget buat ngalahin lu.
My message to Savero is train hard because I'm training even more harder.
The defending champions of the Philippines, Team Liquid, goes up against the defending champions of Indonesia, ONIC. And as we head into the draft, similar to the very first series, I feel like we can look at the mid lane as a focal point between the two finals MVPs, Sanji and Sans, the chef and Gila Sans. What picks they'll end up with could determine how these two teams will be playing from the early game, because it was ONIC who acknowledged, Severo especially, they are really good in the early game.
Yeah.
And we have to watch out for that.
Especially Turtle 1, right? Turtle 1 is TLPH. TLPH way to, it's like a gateway to get that snowball going. And just like in an interview, just like what Mr. Severo said, they can't afford to be giving that over. Such a big lead in the early game, just like they did against CFU, that caused them to lose out 23-2, was it? In game 1 against CFU. So yeah, TLPH better when it comes to punishing those little mistakes. Wow, 1-1 taken out here on blue side.
I think that's like a respect for the mechanics of ONIC, of how they fight. Team Liquid talk about how good they are with the skirmishes and team fighting, and up against a team that's great with team fighting, you do not want to give the 1-1. Liquid go ahead and pick up the Yi Sun Shin Rush. Sort of a way to tell... yeah, it's like a throwback to one of the best picks, where Carl TZ won his first ever world championship in MLBB.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, the Yi Sun Shin has always been banned out, but there are a lot of heroes actually open, such as the Farsa. I was just about to say it. And now it's Sans who gets his hands on that. But the Zetian, I wonder if they'll ever actually consider that, because knowing Sanji, I feel like his playstyle differs a bit. And when you look at how mid laners have been using the Zetian, it can be aggressive, but it looks overall defensive.
I agree.
I think it's more of a juice-in pick right now for Sanji, right?
But it's banned out.
Oh, it's banned out here,
Excuse me,
though,
you're right.
So that's why it's ONIC, they will always go Farsa when it's left open, right? And that's why they've already banned out the Juicin and the Kimi. They were forcing TLPH to make the trade. Whether you go Farsa, we pick up the Eastern. Oh, wow, this is a tanky lineup with the... But it is weirdly enough not flexible in any way. Usually you see the Baksha and you're like, all right, 3 lanes. But they pick up the Fovea so early as well here, that and with the Eastern Chin too, that it makes everyone know where they're going.
Yeah, both teams have gone different routes of putting priority at the center of the map and in the EXP lane, with Team Liquid picking up a Roam Baksha, while it's Keyboy who's going to be ending up with a Roam Cho, one of his signature picks. And Sanford has been a beast on the Foveas all throughout MPL Philippines Season 15, which is why it makes sense that it's going to be going up against the CC of ONIC. That, again, I love how just from the first 3 picks alone, you see how well they know each other. And they're even respecting the possibility that Sanji might go Kadita.
Oh man, 3 mid lane bans. I think this will continue with 4. Actually, I don't know. Do they ban the Valen?
I mean, we did say the mid laners are going to be the focal point, but I didn't expect it to be this much of a focal point.
Well, at this point,
That's a lot.
If you want crazy, if you want
quick with it.
Yeah, they're very quick. They know each other so, and instantly a Harith ban.
Yeah, the draft has been so fast.
Yeah, is it too much to ask? Hey, Sanji, just whip out a Gushin already?
Also, Assassin's ban on the left, Mage's ban on the right.
Oh, What are they making Kyrie use then? I mean, they have already the Chofarsa, great combo in the...
Amon for the jungle.
Gee, dude,
Hey.
I know Onwawa must be singing, jumping, so happy here. He's been preaching about the Amon ever since the patch drop. He's like, guys, come on, give my boy Amon a chance. And I'm like, Onwawa, no, stop. That's in your rankings, man.
He was in the unused heroes
Yeah.
chart we had earlier.
That's one less of the unused heroes.
Yeah.
There you go. The Amon makes his debut. And up against this comp, technically you don't have dashes, so you aren't really going to be fully beaten down by the Phoveus, but this tanky lineup is scary for the Amon. Like, you're good against squishies, against Yushin, sure. Plus the Selena now, even harder to get these targets, and a Granger to seal things in the draft. TLPH, this is a great composition, just playing pure front to back with the two carries.
Yeah, and they have a chance for potential outplays and surprising initiations through the Selena. ONIC, what's their last pick going to be for the gold lane? It's an Irithel.
Classic
response. Yeah, and it's a Severo comfort pick too as well. He's shied in previous international tournaments with that hero. One of the fastest drafts we've seen, all MSC long. Just goes to show how well they know each other. Again, it's Team Liquid and it's ONIC. Best of 3. Winner goes to knockouts. It's your time to shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Welcome to the match of the day. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, let's be honest. Even day 2, I was getting questions everywhere saying, Mirko, are you going to cast a TLPH? I'm like, yes, it's tomorrow though. But we are here finally. Go and cast your votes in the comment section down below in the live chat. Is it TLPH or ONIC ID that will make it to the knockout stage first?
They had an entire day to prepare for this match, Mirko. I'm pretty sure they've also prepared way back. And that draft was a testament to just how familiar they indeed are with each other. I'd say the most unfamiliar we are with in this game would be how the Amon would play out, because it's the first time we'll be seeing it in a while. But if it's just really pure burst damage and finding targets, then I think it is going to be a pretty reliable jungle pick.
Ooh, early game. Wow, what? Almost taking Oheb down, almost first blood, and Oheb still sticks to the flicker, doesn't want to utilize it to take as well here. And it does seem like for TL, they'll be happy with this.
Yep. We're seeing the emblems come in as well for both of these teams. Another pull yourself together, this time in the hands of Sans. The mid laners have been picking it up pretty often so far today. So that's going to be a lot more flickers for Sans, and I feel like that it suits his playstyle so well. Because like this is the type of Farsa who just literally uses the flicker aggressively whenever he wants to. But JP getting poked low and now half HP. So still a very, not so quiet game after all, first blood.
And it's Sanji who picks it up against Sans. Okay, that's a rivalry between these two already. It does seem... Oh, another arrow! Sanji!
Sanji? Sanji has landed 2 consecutive important abyssal arrows.
And that's why, for me, I'm not a fan of the Amon. Low mobility up against something like a Selena like this. Like, the Farsa shouldn't well, when he's in Wings by Wings, I guess. But yeah, very vulnerable to abyssal arrows for Team Liquid. And you know how good Sanji is. Sanford zoning Keyboy away. This should be a free one. Might be actually a kill too. No, Keyboy respects it. Oh, Wings by Wings from Sans. So that's why he went pull yourself together, Brigitte. Sans knows just how deadly Sanji can be, and they've literally won out the early game through Mr. Sanji.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be torn between the Purify or the Flicker, but you just have to pick one.
Wait, did Carry not get it? Or okay, he did. It's just the invisibility. I thought, oh my lord.
It was just the invisible armor all this time. But yeah, so far, even with the amount of wave clear ONIC Indo has through the Farsa intro, it's interesting to see Team Liquid actually gain control of it. I mean, those were pickoffs after pickoffs too, and now we're seeing the rotations come in. Even though we expect fast rotations as well from them, you're always on your toes knowing that Team Liquid has the early game. And I feel like even Savero pointed this out before we headed into this match. You cannot give them the lead because they're a team who just doesn't let go of that lead.
But it's not like they were giving the lead. It's Sanji forcing the lead out of ONIC. And You know, sometimes you just can't help it. When an Abyssal Arrow lands twice on 2 prio targets, you just gotta take it and try to come back in Turtle 2. And that's what ONIC are doing right now. That's why they're playing super safe, extra safe, after seeing how accurate Sanji can be on the Selena in the early game. So let's talk about these individual lanes, because it's interesting to see that the Savero hasn't actually been winning out this lane entirely.
Yeah.
You would expect the Irithel to be the counter here. Both teams have been rotating into the bottom lane. Oheb doesn't have Purify, so could be an angle to gank, but JP is just too clean with those rotations, always covering these angles of attack away so that ONIC can't get Oheb.
I mean, it was great that he was able to recover, because earlier on, I think in the first minute of the game, there was an early rotation from Sans, and we saw Oheb being poked down very low. So it's great that he's able to at least come back in this game, manage his lane a bit better, but he fully respects that this matchup might not indeed be that favorable for him. ONIC ID have their eyes set on Sanford. They might try to burst him down. There goes the third airstrike. Will he get away with this? The other members of TLPH actually make it!
And Sanford survives. Sans able to flicker out of the Abyssal Arrow earlier. Kai joins in. Abyssal Arrow landing! Keyboy providing the cover as Sanji again is the man you need to watch. Sanford survived that, and it's TLPH with a win again. You can see the lead getting too crazy now for TLPH. Carl Teasy was already 2 levels ahead. Now he's gonna have a smoother road in his own jungle, just clearing things up as Oheb picks up the gold crab and will push this lead even further. JP down below, Sanji too.
Yeah, you kind of see where this might just be going, because the Yisun Shin is having a pretty decent time early on. Will Keyboy actually find a target, though? He lands the way of the dragon onto Sanji, but Sanji, he just won't go down. The endless shards won't even be enough to take him out. Savero tries to deal with the other members with a heavy crossbow, but there's a clear lack of damage still from ONIC ID.
Yeah, Kai popped in the ultimate, was not able to get Sanji, and that's a squishy member, so this is a problem for ONIC. They're just lacking damage in the early game. All of the kicks have not resulted in kills, and it is really bad for ONIC. They kind of need a snowball going for this jungle. Savero's doing damage at least. They were almost able to get a few kills, but almost is never enough. TLPH have been the absolutes in game number 1 so far, and that's a concern for ONIC. Kind of like a victory dance for Team Liquid. Sky Piercer done quite early in the game for Mr. Oheb.
Yep. I mean, Keyboy, he's had some very decisive way of the dragons. He spots out the likes of Sanji. He gets to use them and land them on these heroes. But again, I think it's not just the endless shards, right? Even the feathered airstrike can't provide enough damage just yet towards the members of Team Liquid, so they'll have to play things a little more careful, even trying to go after Lutfi, forced to retreat under the turret. This is a massive problem if even the EXP laner is struggling this much with just the presence of Carl Teasy and Sanford.
Yeah, Carl is building up to be a monster right now, scaling very well into the game as ONIC continue to do that too. They still are scaling up. It's just right now they gotta scale faster. TL are doing it at such a rapid pace that ONIC might actually get outscaled. Keyboy jumps in with Jikundo and the way to Dragon cancel.
The Dark Wave actually cancels it. Endless Charge this time gets to take Sanji down, but JP finds the kill onto Keyboy and is blocking the path of Savero as well. Oheb also makes it to the fight. Carl Teasy looking for some targets, but they find Savero!
What a Dark Wave of the flicker. Savero kiting away. Oheb with the shot. Savero taken down. Lupi now pops in vengeance. Oheb caught in the bad spot. Dark Wave landing onto Sans. Sanford gets him down. Now it's a shield unity.
How did they put themselves in this spot? Now Kyrie is finding the way to clap back. Infernal Pursuit's coming in for Sanford, but that won't help him get out alive. It's such ripple for Lupi this time.
That's the fight that ONIC ID have been hoping for since Turtle 1, and it finally opens up in Turtle 3. Keyboy doing a good job at zoning. Carl still able to secure the purple as Kai gets the turtle. Gold lead now down for TL to 1,000. Let's take a look at that fight against Sanford. What an amazing Dark Wave to land on Savero with the flicker there. Even Savero wasn't aware of that, but it did put the rest of TL into chasing mode, and that's what you don't really want up against this composition. Kai got an easy flank, was able to clean up, and it's a CCO.
And I feel like that was too aggressive from Oheb as well. He had to commit the flicker to chase after an Irithel. And you know that Irithel are the more favorable matchup when it comes to the Granger, because you'll have to have a bit more precision in terms of landing those Rhapsodies. And then again, they found themselves in the middle of 2 turrets of ONIC ID, so things weren't looking too good for that fight. And fortunately for ONIC, they find a way to somehow catch up. There still is a significant lead, especially in terms of the gold laners. But Kyrie, after that moment, at least he's able to close the gap to a 300, 400 gold lead.
The missile arrow lands, mounts Shocker over to the back, Sun's taken down by JP. Keyboy looking for a trade.
Oh, will they still go for it? They cancel it with the Dark Wave, but the curtain call was already committed as well. Keyboy trying to look for a kick. He lands it onto JP, but he's a tanky member. Now Sanford gets punished, but Oheb, he just keeps throwing out those Rhapsodies.
The Abyssal Arrows are landing so easily for Sanji. He's threading the needle all across. Severo, no heavy crossbow utilized here for Severo. He'll just take that, well, he'll let Sanji take that turret. And yeah, ONIC are on the back foot again. Team Liquid, dude, that was such a crazy engage from Carl too. That Mountain Chakra on Sans, so explosive. And maybe this is why we don't see the Farsa as much anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe Farsa's just a bit too vulnerable.
A lot, or if not almost all the members of Team Liquid can just try to close in on the Farsa, and it wouldn't be that much of a problem anymore because you force out either the Flicker or the Wings by Wing. So he somehow gets to escape, but Sanford, denying the conceal immediately. Abyssal Arrow nearly lands, but JP, he might just get bursted down this time. Lutfi trying to take him down, but there's the Bitter Airstrike to finish him off.
1-4-0, but the Abyssal Arrow lands in the back. Sanford with the flicker forward, Sanji doing the same. The San duo working, Dark Wave from Sanford!
That was literally a flicker to take down Sans, and now they find the kill on Kyrie as well. Not even Severo with the heavy crossbow can do much. This is clearly an opportunity for Team Liquid to take the objective if they want to.
It's a small win left, small win right, then a massive win with an explosive Abyssal Arrow.
Again!
Again, Sanji is just too darn good on the Selena. Ladies and gentlemen, there were 3 mage bans earlier in this game in the drafting phase. And now with the Selena, he's putting his mark down. Sanford, let's take a look at this again.
I wonder how they coordinated that dive. Because like Sanford went in with the flicker, and so did Sanji with the flicker.
And then the Dark Wave.
And then the Dark Wave and everything else followed. Carl TZ nearly died there too because he had to take the endless shards, but we just go back to the entire idea that they're still trying to chase Team Liquid in terms of items, in terms of damage. So yeah, the idea behind the Amon was there, but we're yet to see it in this game.
TL will continue to push now. Enhanced Lord of the mid lane. Pushing down JP, walking up a bit too aggressively there. They're just trying to set up with the Abyssal Arrows, really. Lutfi's doing a good job though, curtain call.
Oh, he gets to use it on Sanford and JP, so they might have to retreat for a bit. There's the conceal too, however. So ONIC, at least, able to deal with a Lord, but that doesn't eliminate the threat of the Abyssal Arrows coming in from different angles, and Team Liquid still having the superior amount of damage. Just look at Oheb and look at Carl TZ.
7,000 gold lead now for Team Liquid, but Sanji just keeps on landing these big shots, and it stops ONIC ID from even going for picks. Usually with the Cho, you should be able to just walk up even when you're behind. But Sanji just landing it so easily, and again, it spots Keyboy out so many times. In-game equipment check here. See Halbert pick up. He wants to just go through the front line before getting through the back, so no BOD. It'll actually be, is that an Athena Shield build-up for Oheb? On the way, yeah.
Okay, ONIC ID might actually try though. There goes the curtain call and the feathered airstrike trying to bring down JP and Sanford's HP. But Team Liquid, they know that ONIC ID actually want that, so they'll be trying to disengage for now, waiting potentially for the next objective. This is just such clean execution from Team Liquid overall, even when even during times wherein we feel like it is a bit too aggressive. It's not like they completely lose out on the fights anyway, so this is going to be a struggle for ONIC ID to find how they can set the tempo. We did see how Boye did try to do that though with the Cho that was playing from behind, but it's a different lineup right now for ONIC ID.
And it is an Athena shield, right? So good against the Amon and the Farside. That's literally the only two dudes that can get to Oheb right now. He's so safe in the back. That's what we said in the draft here for Team Liquid. They're just playing a proper front to back. It is a very honest front to back, but it works, especially when your backline's so good in the early game. 007, Carl TZ, Oheb 4-1 and 4, Sanji continuously landing shots, and Sanford and JP peeling for the team.
Twilight Armor picked up by Keyboy as well. Lutpi, I feel like whoever he decides to use the curtain call on will be such an important decision, and he might decide to use it now, but maybe not, because Team Liquid decides to engage in the fight. They go for Lutpi and try to burst him down, but the flicker! Jin Kundo from Keyboy, is that gonna be enough? Endless Charge already committed. They don't get any kills until now!
Sanford down. It's gonna be traded for Keyboy now as Oheb walks up, picks up the killing spree, another stack on the Sky Piercer. ONIC forced back. That was a pretty good fight, I would say, for ONIC. They only lost their roam for the XP, and it was because of Kai. He zoned 3 of the carries behind as he walked up, tried to go for the Endless Charge. I think it was a mistap. He wanted to go on Carl TZ, but he did land on Oheb in the end. The Athena Shield stopped that from happening, stopped the kill from happening. Now Abyssal Arrow lands on Lutpi, a few shots over.
Oh, could they stop this from happening though? Oh, even with the Athena's shield, gets blasted with the Endless Charge. Sands will still survive, and Savero this time making things happen, but Carl TZ finds the kill onto him as well.
Such a back and forth. This is the battle that we've been waiting for, and now we know why we've been waiting for, why this matchup has been so anticipated. Team Liquid, for the majority of this game, are holding on to the lead, but it never felt like too big of a lead for ONIC to just stay in their base. They were constantly walking up, farming as well, finding their power spikes, and now it's ONIC on the Lord. They're the ones, the Sky Kings, marching in. JP with a shield unity, Sanford with a Dark Wave.
Oh, but Keyboy nearly fights Sanford though, but he gets to keep himself safe, but that will not keep them alive. There's a difference. Carl TZ trying his best to find the targets to deal damage, but will he be able to though? Both Sanford and JP have been taken down.
Lutpi still deathless. Team Liquid lose their front lines, but keep their carries, and that's why ONIC still have to respect. There's no push in. Savero versus Carl. It's just a few shots with a crit passive. Sans in the bush.
Okay. This is a very intense back and forth between Team Liquid and ONIC ID. It's still ONIC ID clearly in control of the Lord Pit, however, but how does Team Liquid approach this without their frontliners in this match? They will have to forfeit this objective. ONIC ID, even after playing from behind for quite some time, are the first to actually get the Lord here.
And now it's ONIC with the lead. The gold lead at the start of the game, all towards mid, is gone. Great item with the Athena Shield, but I guess that's why they still went him on, despite knowing there are a few items that can counter it. It just goes through, dude.
Yeah.
Like, he's gotten to a point where he's just penetrating through the magic defense. And this is why Divine Glaive and the Genius Wand is shielding into the back line. A full dive on Sans!
Oh, they successfully eliminate Sans, and Carl TZ goes and finds Kyrie!
The Lord in the hands of ONIC, but TL don't care! They go and penetrate through this composition of ONIC against all odds, and they dive in. Lord up top, but 4 members still in the mid lane. Sanford decided to recall now as Keyboy looks to push in. I want to see the wave in the bottom lane now. Savero dodging with the Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah, he has the heavy crossbow. They gotta be mindful of that. They can still potentially find a way to deal with the incoming waves, but they're still gonna attempt nonetheless. But Savero and Keyboy, they do successfully defend. Might pop the immortality, and there you go. But JP, he nearly got his pop too. This is
MLBB right here.
This is MLBB.
High level MLBB. The two teams we've been waiting for. I gotta say, my expectations have already been exceeded just a bit. Let's see if they can continue to do so. Damage dealt ranking now, Lutpi, 63,000. And then a whole lot of TLPH members. So Savero, Kyrie, and Sans, they gotta start stepping up in this game, because right now it's just getting really, really tough to get through this front line.
Yep. We did see, however, the potential angles from which ONIC ID can work on to find at least an advantage in the fight, because again, if the curtain call is landed onto either JP and Sanford, or both of them better, then you just keep them from protecting their teammates or setting things up for Team Liquid themselves, then that just gives easy access to Kyrie, which I feel we saw earlier in the top lane, to look for his targets. There has been some targeting issues in that instance, but if it were otherwise, then things could potentially be better for ONIC ID this time, especially as they only lack a single item for Kyrie to complete his build, and Savero, on the other hand, has completed his, even has the Wind of Nature. So I like how the gold laners really acknowledge that they have to keep themselves in the fight, much to a point where we also see an Athena's shield, but proccing the passive is gonna be critical for OHEB.
Holy Crystal done for Kai, Divine Glaive for Suns as well. So we were talking about them having to get more damage to actually go through the front line. There you go. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, they have more penetration, they have more brute force damage on Kai with the Holy Crystal. Good Shenpu from Keyboy, might be going for the pick now, goes for the Jikundo, doesn't actually end up going for the way to Dragon. Good Abyssal Arrow stops Keyboy in his tracks.
Yep.
But the wave up top is favorable for TL. That's slow push.
Yeah. And Lutpi at least still has his curtain call, and they didn't want to go for JP. They knew that there were other more important targets to go after. They blocked Keyboy, they deny him of his attempt, and somehow Sanji finds Savero, might be punished too, but Kyrie, he's next. There's a flicker from Sanford, but Keyboy and Lutpi!
They baited him out. Now JP caught in the tough spot. Lutpi walks back up. Keyboy looking for the Jikundo. Will be able to get it down now with the Chunpu as well. Immortality down for JP. Lutpi zoning them in the back line. It will be JP falling as Lutpi continues to the chase. Doesn't have the curtain call just yet. Pops into vengeance. Chases down the goat. Carl buys Immortality and gets away. Keyboy!
Oh, but there's a flicker. We have the Dragon and the Fettered Airstrike. Still has the Traceless, however, but Kyrie gets the last hit.
Wave up top crashing. ONIC need to deal with it. That's going to be a whole base turret taken down. Can they go for it in time? No. It'll be a base turret take for Team Liquid, but ONIC win the fight. Oh, what a back and forth from the two champions.
This 20-minute game, I feel like it hasn't been that long even, because of just how the back and forth has been going. It really doesn't feel like 20
minutes, I agree.
It doesn't feel like 20 minutes, but
Kai,
that was such a play from Sanji, yes. But I feel like Team Liquid could have been a little more careful, because they already had the Lord. But there was still a flicker from Sanford to try and engage for ONIC ID. So that might have cost them this situation that they're currently in. And now in the live cam, they're still trying. Okay.
Yeah.
This is insane, MLBB.
It really is. I don't know if you guys caught that in live cam view, but JP popped into conceal and had a battle of invisibility. Like, JP was trying to catch Kai. Kai was invisible. They were just sidestepping each other, dancing around. Takes two to tango, and both of them knew the assignment. Gold lead gone. I mean, the gold lead really hasn't been relevant at all in the last few fights. So now the big advantage for TL is the fact that they have a slow push into ONIC space for free up top. Bad news is, it's not the far lane, so ONIC can still deal with it constantly.
What is Sanji trying to build here? Could it be a Winter Crown for his Selena? So he could put himself in a little more, I don't know, dangerous positions. OHEB picks up the War Axe too, adds it to his build on the Granger. This is the point wherein we'll probably see a lot more item swaps here and there. I mean, even that clutch immortality from Carl TZ, that was definitely something. But this is going to be the 20-minute mark Lord that they are going to fight for.
Yeah. OHEB has sold his boots for a War Axe, so additional sustain to deal with ONIC ID's burst. For Savero, he's also sold his boots. He's bought the Windtalker, I believe, earlier. So additional movement speed from the Windtalker. Some damage, there you go. From Carl Sanford jumping in on his Sans. So that's a flicker. Jumps over the Winter Crown as well.
He gets to intercept the Wings by Wings, but now it seems like Team Liquid, they're feeling the damage from ONIC ID, but no, wait, it's actually Kyrie who's first to fall. That's a lot of damage coming in from Savero. Nearly takes down JP, but he survives. How on earth did they find Kyrie in the midst of everyone else?
How on earth have we only lost 2 members? One from each. Kai dying, yes. Sanford dying too. The Battle of Winter Crowns and Abyssal Arrow landing. If he was ready for that, that could have been different there. But yeah, Sanford jumped in with the Infernal Pursuit and then popped in the Winter Crown. Same goes for Lutpi early with the Curtain Call. Keyboy walks up again, puts down the Curtain Call, will be able to go for the chunk. Abyssal Arrow, that's a shot put into it.
Yeah, they already used the Mountain Jumper as well, but Cairo TZ still gets the last hit. Somehow though, Severo, he seems like he has enough damage to deal with the remaining members of Team Liquid, but back to Shield Unity.
JP gets away with 1 HP. You can see that smile. A smirk from the man who's at fault.
Team Liquid have found a way to win that fight, to secure that objective for themselves. The moment they were able to take out Kyrie, that was already a massive win for them heading into the fight. So now ONIC ID will have to rely on their defense. At least for Severo though, he does really have a lot of damage to bring out, but he cannot let the Abyssal Arrows land. He cannot let any other member of Team Liquid interrupt his attempt to defend for his team.
And the problem right now is, Abyssal Arrow landing, Sanford jumping in!
Oh, they actually tried to burst down Keyboy, pops his immortality, but JP might get punished here. They still don't get to take down the turret, and ONIC ID have clearly capitalized on that. Lutpi trying to make things happen. Kartizi receives the endless shards, and Kyrie finds the kill!
Another turn, ONIC defend! Flashbacks to 2023 MSC when Liquid got all of the Lords constantly, but ONIC just defended over and over again. Liquid have gotten 3 base turrets, so yes, they lose 3 members, but it's still worth it for them. Those 3 members will spawn, the base turrets will not. I don't know about this. Was this necessary? Did they really need to do that? And if they wanted to, I think they should have just done it around the Lord. Oh, Keyboy with a kick over to Sanji. No one there to follow it up in the live cam view. And then, wait, they want to go for it. 3 members still down. ONIC!
They have 2 minions alongside them. They're trying to zone out the other members, and they will just go for the base!
ONIC! The Sky Kings take the game from out of nowhere. They pull it down. What the heck?
Okay.
Inhale, exhale. But I'm not gonna take it easy and breathe because what a performance by these 2 teams. Clearly though, Team Liquid a little bit more over-eager in multiple scenarios all throughout, while ONIC ID were forced to play a little bit more counter and responsive, which they were able to excel at. Brigida, how many times has this happened in MPL Philippines Season 15? Where Team Liquid, looking to end, looking to push with the Lord, dives under turrets and lose way too many. What a read by ONIC.
A lot. It happened a lot of times. And that moment you were talking about, I believe, before that one-way push done by ONIC ID, yes, it was questionable from Team Liquid because the turret was still standing as well. So they had to receive a couple of turret shots. There was a clear way for ONIC to get back at Team Liquid. And so I don't know. It's the exact same thing we've been seeing from them ever since.
Yeah, and I really want to commend Lutpi here on this CC because
the
curtain call is perfect against teams like these that are way too over-eager. You just realize, oh wait, no, it's fine. We're slowed a little bit. Yeah, we're kind of tethered. But that sets you up to getting bursted and damaged down by your opponents.
Yeah, I just want to I want to watch this replay again and let the game sink in, dude. That was such a good game of MLBB. One that, it's been a while for me at least to watch this kind of MLBB that I'm like really proud of. I didn't feel like I casted I didn't feel like I casted a 24-minute game at all. This is beautiful. Beautifully done by ONIC. Again, like you said, Renmar, the counter engages, the setups. I think the zoning individually as well by Kyrie. It's a very underrated part of this game where, yes, you have Lutpi zoning in the back, but it's also Kai. You never know where he's coming from just because of the invisibility. And multiple times you get to see the micro plays constantly from both these teams going at it head to head. My favorite was actually during the live cam view while we were in the replay because JP was concealed, Kyrie was concealed. Both of them were just like dodging from the shield unity. JP trying to get it.
Yeah, they were just trying to fight each other. Weren't able to fight each other, however. But I think what I also really appreciate about ONIC here is that every time that feathered airstrike by Sans comes up, you sort of see this instinctual, all right, let's protect our captain, guys. They just put up a wall enough to stop the cavalry or buy time for themselves. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid, the signature Team Liquid playstyle. Yeah. The aggression. Team Liquid folks, in case you didn't hear it, are very vocal in this arena, especially after how Sanji started things off with the 2 kills. A lot of words were said, but all in good nature of the game. And at the end, it was their over-eagerness to win certain conditions, certain skirmishes, especially that final siege that bit them.
What a debut for the Amon as well, I guess. Like,
sure burst.
It's sure burst. It did struggle a bit in the first few minutes of the game, or it lacked in terms of the damage, but once it built those magic penetration items, I mean, the mere fact that you're able to force your gold or the opponent gold laner to build an Athena's shield, that's probably something, right? Because like, it could have been more damage for Oheb too, I guess, but then you literally forced them to play a bit more defensively.
And this is where you get to see why mid laners have been going pull yourself together even on heroes that you wouldn't expect them to, right? Usually you see the pull yourself togethers for the Petrify mid laners, but here, back-to-back games, Nico in the previous one with Jusin, here, Sans with the Farsa, goes pull yourself together for the flanker. That was Keyboy, by the way, the one that goes, ow! That's his thing, he does it every time in MPLID. Yeah, so back to it. Pull yourself together, helped Sans. He was getting caught way too easily in the early game, but it got harder as the game went into the later stages, just because of the stacks. You gotta understand the pull yourself together change here. With the change, you actually stack up the cooldown.
Yeah, and for people wondering, how come there's no Purifies on the side of Team Liquid Philippines? Well, more priority is on repositioning than it is just being able to take away crowd control effects. You're gonna wanna be able to avoid certain things before they even happen, instead of actually cleansing it, and especially since you're going up against a Farsa, that repositioning is incredibly important. You saw just how closely contested this game was. Team Liquid Philippines, hopefully they had enough of a heat check though. Because again, too over-eager, and clearly ONIC are ready for that.
Yeah, there have been a lot of times. Some have been good, have been in sync with the other teammates. The San connection, we see that. Even Carl TZ daffing in every now and then. I mean, I think it's also the nature of their lineup, because this is technically a back Xenophobia, so like they have no other way to approach the fights but go forward and dive in. But there were some instances where they could have used that mobility to keep themselves safe or to regroup after securing something that could have been already beneficial for them, like the Lord, like the objectives. So it's just a little bit of polishing, I guess, and not getting, as you said, too overhyped once you're already in the lead.
Yeah, it seems like they overlooked at some key moments. One of the things you have to do when you're up against a CC is you have to whittle down the CC first.
Yes.
If your EXP laner or your roamer dive way too deep and the CC of the opposing team is still too healthy, most of the time you will lose that trade because of what CC brings out in terms of the damage and the crowd control that you can't help out. Usually it was Sanford who already decided to dive in the back, but then behind him is the CC who's just going, hey. There's not much Liquid can do to help Sanford out in those scenarios.
Yeah, it becomes really tough because you can't really target the CC either, just because ONIC drafted for a composition with too many carries, too many ways to deal damage, so you end up targeting Lutpi, Kai, Sans gets free hits all around, Severo too.
That was the moment.
Yeah, also a bit of a head scratcher for me as to why Sanford decided to go with the flicker in that scenario when, again, they already have the Lord, they could have backed. Clearly, Liquid are overheating right now, and ONIC are just playing the game of, you know, let's be patient. They're a little bit more like Mythic Seal now. And
Mythic Seal.
Mythic Seal. While for Team Liquid, they're a little bit more SRG with the aggression that we're seeing from them.
Wow. Except that there's a Farsa in this game.
Yeah, except there's a Farsa.
And I really want to bring this Amon pick into, you know, I want to talk a bit more about it. So in the past, against Yi Sun-shin, it's been always really, really good to have an Amon, like Endless Shards. You have a target skill, and usually the only way to deal with it is Winter Crown. You take it like a boss by buying Athena or Immortality, or just die.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so on the Yi Sun-shin, you have a dash, you don't have a blink, so there's absolutely no way to get out of it. In the past, it was a way to counter the Yi Sun-shin, and I guess that was the angle.
Yeah. All right, a lot more that we can talk about, but for now we have to talk to someone on the stage. It's Eterna with, it's Celeboy.
Thank you, casters. It's no longer Sally Boy. It's actually Sally Dad who's in the building. But welcome, Sally Boy.
Hello, hello.
Hello. So the thing is, coming into this match, it is very interesting, right? Because it dates all the way back to your personal rivalry with Carl TZ that went all the way back to MPLI 2020 and then M2.
Yeah.
So do you remember that moment?
Yeah. Aku masih ingat.
He still remembers. So coming into this, what do you think about the, I would say, journey of Carl TZ until this point from 2020 to 2025?
Dia masih konsisten ya. Mungkin ada beberapa season yang dia agak underperform, cuman ya itu namanya pro player kan, kadang di bawah kadang di atas, cuman hebatnya dia bisa balikin performanya aja sampai sekarang.
So he thinks Carl TZ is very consistent player. Obviously in a pro player's journey there are ups and there's always downs, but somehow he always figures out a way to come back.
Yeah.
What do you think is like the most amazing thing about Carl? Is it his mechanics? Is it his macro play?
Yeah, macro play and consistent.
Okay, macro play and consistent. Okay, short and sweet. So, if I had to ask now, because they're going head-to-head, it's already 1-0 for ONIC. Who do you think is a better jungler? Kyrie or Carl TZ?
Dua-duanya jago, ada kelebihannya masing-masing. Mungkin kalau di Carl TZ dia lebih ke makro dan team play ya. Cuman kalau misalnya Kyrie itu dia lebih plus ke mechanical-nya.
So he thinks they're both very good, but for Carl TZ, he's better with macro and team fights. But for Kyrie, what was it? Mechanics. So mechanics are better. So if you had to choose, what do you think is more important right now? Macro or mechanics?
Team play, maybe.
Team play is more important. So are you saying that Carl TZ is better right now?
No.
No. Okay, they're both very good. It's 1-0 right now, and it's very surprising because we finally saw an Amon pick. Were you surprised about that?
Ya, lumayan surprise karena kita belum pernah lihat Amon lagi kan setelah beberapa season. Mungkin itu persiapannya ONIC dan make sense juga karena lawannya banyak 2MM dan 1 Selena. Jadi itu mungkin makanan Amon. Dan juga less CC kayak tim PH tuh tim Liquid tuh game 1 CC-nya kurang jadi Amon bagus.
Oh, so he was very surprised, but he thinks that it makes sense because there was a double marksman strategy that is like on the rise right now in this current meta, and the fact that for TLPH's composition they lacked CC. Okay, but do you think it's something that we can look forward to being on the rise in the jungle for the next upcoming matches at MSC?
Sorry Kak, apa Kak?
Menurut Sally Boy, akan menjadi pick yang hot nggak sih buat MSC ke depannya?
Enggak, karena itu Amon tergantung banget situational hero sih. Jadi nggak bisa di pick setiap saat kayak ISS.
Okay, so it's still a situational pick, but in this current situation earlier for game number 1, it was very good. That's what Sally Dad thinks. So Sally Dad, who do you think is gonna win? Do you think it's gonna be for TLPH? Are they gonna come back, or it's gonna be a 2-0 for ONIC?
Nggak tahu, mungkin skornya bakal 2-1, cuman nggak tahu siapa yang menang. Cuman pasti 2-1 skornya.
Very
kayaknya.
Safe answer.
No.
Safe answer. He said it could go both ways, but it definitely will go 2-1.
Iya, karena dua-duanya seimbang, Kak.
Okay, because they're both on an equal level. So you're not leaning to a certain side here? No.
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, Sally Boy looks very fresh right now. So I think we're just going to throw it over to our caster to see who will be able to take game number 2.
Yeah, I think a little bit of that hesitation from Sally Boy came from the fact that Carl TZ was staring him down, just going like this.
Wait, really?
No, he wasn't. No, that was my own personal headcanon. Just holding it up to remember what I did to you in M2. Like, nah. But it's great to hear from Sally Boy now, Sally Dad, of course. Now it's time. We're about to head into the draft in just a bit. I'm excited. I feel like it's one of those things where I had no problem with any of the draft. Of course, the Amon was the big, how is this going to do? But it worked out incredibly well for ONIC. Not in the early game, but once he had his items, it did the job of like, the moment Oheb or Carl TZ get close enough, or even Sanji, instant burst.
Yeah, it was a draft that I was okay with, even with the speed that it went by.
Yeah.
Because it was so fast, the answers just kept coming in, so... I'm wondering if that's going to happen too for game number... I mean, it's very likely that it will, though. But, like, whether or not there are going to be surprises again, like the Amon, or will they still try to focus on a certain player and keep banning his hero pool? Because for Sanji, at least he still had the Selena. But even now, you think about it, they took out the Lancelot, they took out the Hayabusa for Kyrie, but he still had something else.
It's always going to be the case here when you have 10 of these players playing here. There was a question in the chat, are these 10 players even human? That's a good question to ask right now. We are going to be... Well, the fact that they both made mistakes technically means they are human, but they might be demigods.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's see if there'll be a much cleaner performance this time around. Liquid are still focusing on their bans on Kyrie, while ONIC are really looking at the bans onto Sanji.
Wow.
There aren't even any other roles that are getting banned just yet, so all those...
Jungle versus mid.
Yeah, the Phoviuses are still open. I mean, it was open earlier too. The Yi Sun Shin, not anymore, I guess.
At this rate, we're going to see Sanji play Eudora and Carl TZ play Argus. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, Phovius gets banned out. There you go. So they might be trying to set up for like a Lancer Joy.
Yeah. They could also have a... I think with how Liquid have been playing, ONIC might even be considering Harith a little bit down the line. Could be one of the reasons why they also set it up with a Phovius ban. Because when you're up against a team that's clearly overheating and just diving on you whenever they can, Harith is one of those heroes that could actually shine in those scenarios if they cannot get to the Harith at the right moment.
What about the Kalea 2?
It was banned last game. Well, they banned the 1-1. They gotta respect it. Savero played a mean 1-1 in the MPOID Grand Finals. ONIC, will it be the first Prio, just like they did earlier? That's why they banned the Phobia. Setting up for the Arlet. Could be the Fredrin. Could be.
Could be a strong combo. Liquid need to... I think could be good for Liquid if they go for formation that's a little bit more spread out. They can take individual micro fights in the bigger picture of a team fight. But now they're going to be playing around something static. They play around the Farsa for Sanji. And, well, Carl TZ gets his Lancelot.
Yeah, a big gamble again, picking up the Farsa against the Arlet.
Yeah, and then the Lancelot, knowing that there's going to be a Fred, and most likely a Fredrin and an Arlot on the other side. It doesn't have to be a Fredrin.
Kadita early!
No.
And the Fredrin as expected. There you go.
ONIC are going for the kill. They want to end it in game number 2.
They're going for the signature picks here. And Kadita. Lutpi on carries. He's a different beast when he's on carries, and does seem like they're just putting all their marbles on Lutpi, being the main man on the Arlet and previously on the CC. TL, what do they pick here? I think go gold. Did they go gold lane here? But they go gold lane, then they can try to stop Severo's picks later.
Yeah, part of me is thinking maybe EXP Prio.
Yeah.
I mean, CC and Glue are both open, but...
Glue, yeah.
Yeah, because they're still going to be red 4 anyway, so they can pick their gold laner later, but they still go for the Baksha for JP. Unless it surprisingly goes EXP, but not a lot of teams do that anymore.
Not anymore, yeah.
I want to say that I like Team Liquid's heroes because of just how signature they are so far, but... the Kadita into the Farsa, the Fredrin, into the Lancelot, and the Arlot into all of these.
Yeah.
Just look too good, because even the Baksha could get punished by the final slash.
Exactly. It's a different dynamic. Liquid clearly have a set game plan for Sanji and JP. Be aggro, dictate the tempo, stop Kiboy and Sans from getting into the spots that they want to get into. But then you're up against so much crowd control, one of them being a Petrify even, if Sans decides to go for it, or if maybe even Kiboy ends up becoming the Kadita surprisingly. So Liquid still, same, they need to temper their tempo.
Still trying to think of what like ONIC wants to pick in the gold lane. Did he just go for like a safe Granger if it's not banned out? Because they already have a crazy amount of... But no, the Lancelot will just get to him, no?
Yeah.
But
there's so much dive and crowd control that maybe you can just pick either the Granger or anything static, really. As long as ONIC talk about them making sure that someone is with Savero, they should be safe from Carl TZ.
Could this be a Claude angle too if they really just want to dive in against the Farsa, right?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Although Moskov is also still open.
Yeah.
Which I think Liquid might want to consider stealing away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thinking about the Moskov too, honestly, but ONIC so far have banned out the Lapu and Uranus. I was hoping to see the Lapu from TLPH in the latter portions of the draft, but now they might want to ensure the matchup since they've been limited this much. So is it gonna be the Moskov or the gold lane pickup here for Oheb, or
I think at this point they build for their draft. They can't be too concerned about like the 9 picks. They need to just build for what they're strong for.
What they want to. They want some crazy map presence. They said macro. You pick up the Moskov.
Yeah.
If you want to focus a little bit more on making sure your team fighting is strong, good, and set, you pick up the glue later on.
There you go. Moskov pick for TL. For ONIC.
So where does the Arlot actually go?
They could still just go for like a Harriet too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we did post that possibility earlier.
The Farsa.
That's the tough thing. And then the glue will be there.
Could just be another Irithel.
If it's just the safest option, then
Hilda. Rome. Against the Farsa and the Lancelot. There you go. You see the players go for the high fives. It is going to be the Claude for ONIC to dive in, breaking this front to back.
I'm liking the draft of ONIC a little bit more. Even if Liquid decide to go for a glue, not a lot of picks will change how this might turn out. ONIC have drafted incredibly well. We caught the last 2 picks of Liquid. Got to call the Claude. Great. ONIC, though, might be able to take this out. Mechanically demanding, but that is their comfort. Liquid, they have to play a much more conservative game. Balance out the aggression they showed earlier, lest they be punished by all the crowd control and damage that ONIC has. It's match point for the Indonesian champions. Will they be the first team to make it to the knockout stage after Mythic Seal? Or will Team Liquid force a game number 3?
It's a give and take, really. If Liquid tone down the aggression, they lose out in the early game. And I don't think you want to give this composition in particular of ONIC the early game. At this point, it comes down to just both teams playing towards their strengths. See who's better. It's mano a mano as we get ready to jump into the Lanadon one more time for the people back at home. Are you part of the Cavalry or are you part of the Sonics? Leave your votes in the live chat below. TL win or ONIC win as we dive into the Lanadon with Natan flying over.
This is literally them playing to their strengths, banking on their comfort picks as well, but apparently it's an XP Hilda and a Roam Arlot for ONIC ID. So it seems like the aggression nonetheless doesn't change. It just has a little bit more of the element of crowd control too, and surprise in the mid lane, which I feel like you'd have to be careful of if you're Sanji. I mean, he does have the Purify, that's one, but you don't want to have to use it every now and then because of the final slashes and because of the knockups from Sans.
Good take by Severo there. Master Assassin for both the gold laners. Put yourself together again back-to-back for Sans in the mid lane. Everything else does seem quite normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. I guess what's interesting to me is the fact that we are getting a Hilda XP instead of the Hilda Roam with the Arlet in Roam. Because with the Fredgen, you usually want more damage on the Arlet. I'm not too big of a fan of this. Carl doing a good job at zoning Severo. Down below, it's also not the best of matchups for Lutpi.
Yeah. They just also probably want to have easier access to the way it can disrupt or disturb Sanji in terms of positioning and whatever he wants to do, but I must say, in terms of the gold lane and EXP lane matchup, they're still managing things pretty well. Not until ONIC ID decide to rotate down bottom. Sanford already pretty low, but Sanji and JP are here to provide some support. But Sans and Lutpi, or Kyrie rather, will be there too, so they won't be converting anything into a kill just yet. But I take it back. Sanford will be the first blood.
Great pick. Sans waited there, put up a camp basically, set up a tent. Just waited there, got the kill, now has Bird of the Ocean. It's an invade onto the Lancelot. This should be a free turtle. Yeah, retry use for Carl.
Ooh, a lot of pressure coming in from ONIC ID, from EXP lane, all the way to Carl TZ and his purple buff. Keyboy just keeps going at it, uses the final flash onto JP. There's the knock from the Breath of the Ocean. Lutpi gets the last hit too, and
they take orange.
Even orange.
Wow. This is really good by ONIC. So this is like a Sans, Breath of the Ocean!
Oh, Sanford might fall once more, but fortunately has the Flicker. Kyrie there too, Energy Eruption, but there's the Purify from Sanji to get out of that. Insane control from ONIC ID. Pressure too, you could definitely see that Carl TZ is not having the best time of his life.
You really have to respect the level of coordination by ONIC here. Because the way you play the Fredrin nowadays is very different to the way you play Fredrin back in the day. Breath of the Ocean canceling out a possible puncture. Sans gives out the thumbs up. And again, to get back to that point, back in the day, Fredrin was just so strong.
Yeah.
You could just invade very early in the game and you would win. Here now, the Fredrin is strong, yes, but you're not a solo hero anymore. You can't just invade alone. You need a team to surround you. And that's why ONIC here have just rotated together with the Fredrin constantly and have just punished Liquid when they were caught lacking.
I mean, look at Kyrie on the Fredrin 2 levels ahead of Carl.
This is not, like Fredrin Lance, that's not how the matchup is supposed to go.
This is something. ONIC ID have seemed to go into this match with a clear picture and idea of how they're going to deal with Team Liquid. I mean, that confident pickup on the Kadita in the first phase of the draft, that to me already seemed like something from ONIC Indonesia, and now they're showing us how it's done. Not even Sanford gets to go out of his lane first or as much. And even if he does, like, he'll be just there to provide additional support to his teammates, to Carl TZ, who's clearly being disturbed most of the time whenever he tries to attempt to go for his jungle, and Kyrie denies him of this. Oh, look at that two-man knock-up with the Breath of the Ocean. Final slash also committed onto Sanji. He couldn't even use the Feather Air Strike.
Blazing new win from Savero! And the Breath of the Ocean, ONIC ID! That's a 4-1. They've lost their utility jungler. Keyboy jumps in, looking for the stun, able to get it. That's the Breath of the Ocean again. Look, P charging in, and OHEB is forced back as ONIC go for the turtle. Even without Kai, Team Liquid were baited in to a taunting ONIC. Like, dude, Kai basically taunted them by jumping in and securing orange buff. That forced them to go in. TL were like, we're not having that. We're going to kill you. But ONIC just turned it around saying, sure, you can kill us, but you will be punished. Everyone corralled in, and it was beautiful because, oh wait, there's a battle there. Live cam view. All right, Keyboy, Sans dies too.
Wait, Carl TZ, can he get out of this? He might actually do BMI out for Savero. So Team Liquid do find some kills to catch up. But yeah, going back, that was still a very commendable decision from ONIC ID. I mean, Kyrie just stood there. You would think he would want to reserve that retribution, but maybe not. He's already way up ahead anyway. And him getting, or being able to take that away from Carl TZ, it just slows down Team Liquid a lot more, because even to this point, he's still way behind Kyrie. All members of Team Liquid are actually significantly behind ONIC ID, but the good thing for Team Liquid, I feel, is at least they're able to hold onto their objectives, onto their turrets. They're not letting ONIC ID get any of these just yet, but that might be what they could work on next, because ONIC ID at this point, now that they're ahead, they can feel a lot more confident to just group up together and find something.
And again, to go back to the point of the replay, when ONIC are fighting in that clumped up spot, you know, like a small choke points, it becomes incredibly hard for Liquid because they're gonna get CC'd constantly by Kai, by Sans. Keyboy gets unlimited dashes, and their AoE is ridiculous with Savero. Again, the Arla with the final slat, it's just too much AoE. You have to try to fight ONIC in a big spot on the map. You don't want to be in those clinch points. Lippy's just pushing on the Hilda.
Hey.
There you go, a free turret down below for ONIC ID.
That kind of reminds me of Kirk. This is kind of like how he does or plays the Hilda. But yeah, I do agree. This is also why Team Liquid has, or was forced to have the Purify on Sanji and OHEB. When things get too messy, it's almost a guaranteed way for ONIC ID to get the pick-offs, because they can just layer their crowd controls after one another. Sanji already uses the wings by wings, and they can only do so much, get some information. Every now and then, they can't really confidently go in for the contest as of this moment.
Nope. I think the one thing we can talk about Liquid is the fact that they have really good clear. Lancelot, Farsa, and Moscow. So they have a plan B here. If ONIC ID get a crazy lead, ONIC will still have to teamfight their way into a victory. Like, there's no way they can just purely siege with this kind of composition. They're gonna jump on Sanford.
Oh, look at the chain, CC. We just mentioned it, but there's a split somehow. Sanford gets to walk away, but ONIC ID, they seem to fear no one. Even Sanford looks or can be a target for ONIC ID at this point. Even if you look at the items that Savero currently has, just needs one more item to complete that Trinity build. And you could already expect the damage, his potential to shred down even the tankiest members of Team Liquid. To think that we already saw the Blazing do it too, once in this game, I believe, and it was already dealing a decent amount of damage. So Team Liquid have to be very careful about this. Sans goes in, bursts down JP, might actually finish off the kill. There's the counter predator strike coming in from Saji. Carl TZ, he doesn't land the Phantom Execution onto Zavero because he's still at the BMI. And Keyboy still finds him!
A mount down as he brings him back under target. Keyboy! Still getting the kill! And now Lutpi, it's Kyrie who tanks the turret to ensure Lutpi gets away. Keyboy for Carl and JP. Sanford walks up, Breath of the Ocean landing now with a knockup too. Plays into away from Savero!
OHEB won't be able to make it out alive. San duo, they have to walk away. And as you've seen it, that Arlot, that was, I don't know if it was just a roam Arlot anymore. It literally had decent amount of damage too. It was the one able to get that last hit onto Carl TZ, dived in, took that risk, forced the fight even under the turret for Team Liquid, but yet again, JP, he could barely move, he can't do anything with all these final slashes and Breaths of the Ocean.
Kyrie wants to go for more, for the airstrike coming down as Keyboy goes for the side, able to go for the stun now. Constantly putting it down, another vengeance on Carl, he jumps in, almost, maybe getting the kill! Oh! Saves the game for Liquid. That's a breath of fresh air.
Okay, I apologize. That was a surprise. Steal. Too much of a surprise from OHEB. I can't even recall if there was anyone who could have gave out the information to him. But it was such a well-timed spear of destruction, allowing Team Liquid to still stay in the game, although they somehow still are, no matter what you say, but it clearly has been under control for ONIC ID. Now they will attempt to take this in this mid lane turret, but there are too much members from ONIC ID trying to keep it together. And all the while this was happening, Mirko, I did not notice how well managed the bottom lane was for Team Liquid. So that was probably also something OHEB was able to do, and now he's working on the other side of the map as well.
3-item power spike, 10 minutes and 47 seconds to claim it. And this is looking good for OHEB. Looking good for Team Liquid too. They've bought a bit more time. Remember, ONIC ID, they're kind of fighting against the clock here. The composition should get outscaled. Should. I'm not sure. We'll see, because it should, right? The Farsa should have a better late game than the Kadita. Everyone, except for maybe the Claude, right? So it's a battle of prolonging the game, and OHEB literally got them a get-out-of-jail-free card with that steal.
Yeah, and Team Liquid at this point have also probably realized that they should be picking where the fights take place, because in those very narrow spots, it's clearly ONIC ID who gets the advantage, and I think we talked about this earlier too. So now that they have a bit more room to move around the map to decide on where they will be choosing to engage ONIC ID, then they can potentially be the ones to position themselves first and not get taken by surprise as much by Sans. Still is a major threat to Team Liquid. We can't deny the fact that he is, but I think that's another thing too. Like, they have to be careful on who they're letting or who they're assigning to check the brushes, the members of ONIC ID, because even JP can get bursted down, and we've seen it happen a lot of times in this game. So that's something Team Liquid definitely has to consider in the upcoming seconds or minutes of this game. But so far it seems like all they want is just to manage the map and the macro before the next fight breaks out.
Yeah, because they know OHEB. OHEB spotted in the bush. Spear of Misery baited out, and OHEB sent back to the base. So yeah, they know that OHEB is the guy that can make things happen right now. Clearing out the side lanes, appearing in fights, stealing lords. Mans can do everything, and that's why TLPH are going to have to bank on him, at least for now, to continuously hold that way for them. Because if not, then ONIC get a free forced error.
Yeah. And now it's ONIC slowly approaching the Lord. Might be the first ones to actually position and set up for this take. They know that OHEV has just cleared the lane up top. Keyboy is someone you have to pay attention to, but it's not actually any other member they try to go for. It's Sanford who they try to burst down. Sands will also get to receive the damage from the Feathered Airstrike. Ludwig trying to zone the other members, but Carl trying to fight Kyrie head on in terms of the retribution, but Kyrie actually wins it out!
Kai wins a retry, Severo wipes the back, Carl gets a kill on Kai, but it's 3, 4, 1. Lippy walking up the bush, Carl on the orange buff now as he goes in, secures the orange buff. Keyboy looking for the chase, goes in, able to get the vengeance, but that's about it, only one. Carl should be able to escape.
He has all his skills intact for him to make it out alive, but can they still save the game? Final slash trigger committed on the Sanford. There's the Breath of the Ocean. Chain CC all over again, and Savero with a free hit. There's still some bit of sustain, but it won't keep him safe. Phantom execution from Carl!
Jumps into the puncture, saves the day again. Feathered Airstrike coming down too. Mid lane base turret will fall. That's an SOD landing. OHEV gets the Spear of Misery, pins him down. Sans falling. T-Boy as well. JP's the one who gets the shutdown. OHEV didn't get a kill, but TL get 2.
Okay, so after that, Team Liquid have somehow still showed some signs of life. They're definitely fighting for this. They want to go for the turrets. 2 members. They see and feel the damage coming in from Saji and Carl TZ as well. He finds Flippy and now it's Savero. He's after!
Carl TZ! What are you made of? 7 seconds on Sans. Carl jumps in the base. We saw a comeback in game number 1. We see the GOAT shine in game number 2.
Time after time, proving why he's the greatest of all time. And this titanic matchup is forced into a game number 3 by Carl frickin' TZ.
You have to put the frickin'. It's...
Yeah, because if I said another word, I'd probably lose my job.
No, I was on you with that because of just how well he performed in this game. And to think that he's been constantly bothered in the jungle for majority of the game. He just looks for that one opportunity and opening to turn things around.
That's great. This. How could you? Like how could it be better? You cannot write this stuff. This is crazy, dude. Oh my God, Carl Tusok TZ, man.
Carl Tusok TZ. Hey, I mean, that was already such a great start for ONIC ID.
Oh my God, dude. Everyone does better from behind.
That's been the story of this day. The more you lose, the stronger you are, the higher the chances of you winning it. And yes, ONIC ID played such a great how to mess up Team Liquid game. All the crowd control, all the counter engage, and the fact that their timings were on point where Liquid just looked like they were like, man, why can't we get our flow going? Why can't we get in the zone? But then a siege, a push, and then Carl TZ happened.
The Lord Steal, that's delayed to that point too. Oh my
big
Lord.
money OHEV with a big money spear. It's one of those things that really, I get it, why our community says, sometimes I feel like, you know, our MLB is a little bit too scripted, bro. You cannot write these things. These things are better than fiction.
Dude, it's actually crazy, but that's the case, yo.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is, like, sometimes reality is weirder than fiction. We're seeing it here. Oh, dude, I'm so... I'm out of words. So speechless.
These upper bracket matches so far, they have absolutely delivered. None of them have been a sweep. None of them have been a one-sided performance just yet.
Yeah.
It's weird to think that we're literally seeing teams play better from behind, but I think, well, that's a huge development there. Because, like, teams usually just are good at playing from, you know, like an advantage. But now they actually can set up for more and more comebacks. So things are really getting competitive here in MSC 2025. I get it now. Oh,
Honestly, and yeah, I'm figuring out about our Team Liquid, but then ONIC's been fantastic all throughout the series. You can see from game 1, their game plan is so clear. They know Team Liquid's
tendencies to be overly aggressive, and they have been playing against that so well. But if you leave just one or two crucial pieces open for Liquid to turn things around, they'll be able to find a way to turn things around. Sanford shut down in this game. JP leaning hard on utility. Sanji did what he could, but it was Oheb and Carl Teasy who popped up just when you need them to.
I just gotta say, I'm pretty stupid to think that, like, oh man, the match one was so good. This might actually be better than match of the day. Oh, no. Oh my god.
We don't say that.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is amazing. It's look at this, right? Again, this is maybe you maybe you just don't want neutral objectives, chat.
Yeah.
Maybe just do your thing, farm up.
Why is it like this?
Second time of the day where a team that got significantly less neutral objectives somehow won it. And I think it speaks for how the damage profiles have shifted in our meta now, with even way more assassins available to turn things around, that little by little we're really starting to see when there are assassins in the jungle, the emphasis of them being carries gets remagnified again. Like, you get to see, like, oh yes, one really crazy assassin play can carry you to a win even though you barely get objectives.
And majority of those crazy assassin plays came from a Lancelot so far.
Dude, Lancelot is cracked, especially Carl.
So there has to be something about the Lancelot now.
They made a skin for him. I mean, come on. There's a reason why. 828 gold per minute. Of course, this would have been an absolute crawl for a Moskov. Sanford just took almost 7,500 damage per minute. He took everything. Him and his mini longs as the glue. And because of how well Savero and Sans played for ONIC in this one, really fulfilling their role incredibly well, it demanded even more performance from the carries of Liquid, which happened.
It did.
It's crazy.
I was thinking it would have been, or it clearly looked like such a hard game for Sanji, but I think he too eventually found a way to deal with everything. It was just better timings, waiting for the opportunities which clearly ONIC could no longer cancel you out or something. And I feel like it happened a lot of times since ONIC felt super confident, so they were willing to use the final slashes onto JP, onto the other members. So that was like, okay, maybe I can use my feathered airstrike now. Maybe I can allow for our teams to fight back. And so, yeah, why are you
fight back?
Because sometimes I just want to act things out, because like right now too, I'm at a loss of words for.
You don't need to explain yourself. We get it. It's completely fine. I'm pretty sure people back home are also acting it out alongside you are in this specific segment as we look at the replay that's going on.
Oh my goodness.
Oheb is the low-key MVP for being able to do that, because that bought them so much time. But you could clearly see how Liquid were starting to do some on-the-fly adjustments. They were required to, because of how well ONIC, their man marking is so good. Their skill conversation is world class.
And it's also the fact that Oheb, again, the silent MVP, definitely, Carl T stole the show, but the fact that he also followed in to kill Sans and Lutpi in the mid lane. Carl T did all he could, but he would not be able to teleport in. The SOD landing meant that Oheb could, again, get those two kills that set up for this. Here, oh, it was Keyboy and Sans, sorry, not Lutpi and Sans. Then, ONIC, I think at this point they were thinking, yo, we have such a big lead, there's no way we should even give them a turret, but they ended up giving them the game. They defended tier 1 a bit too much, like they committed onto that. And hey, you make a small mistake even when you're ahead 4 or 5k gold against CL, they'll take it, they'll punish.
Yeah, usually in scenarios like that, you want to defend a little bit closer to tier 2. Because you're waiting for them to overcommit instead. But ONIC, I feel like that was them heating up a little bit. That was a little bit of overheat in the defensive mindset of like, you know, we're in the lead. I think we can handle this. Bam, they all just stood together and got taken out. Fantastic series yet again here for the qualification phases of the Group A matches for this third day of MSC at EWC. And as we've talked about the matchup between Liquid and ONIC, let's put a little bit more focus on the Sky Kings of Indonesia, how multiple generations of them have showed up in the international stages. Of course, Generation 1, the MSC 2019 champions, the Kages were they called?
The Kages.
Yeah. Generation 2, of course, at the cusp of becoming the first team to ever complete the Golden Road. And here at MLBB, they did so, almost did so, on the way to
the M5 World Championship. They got the MSC 2023 champion. So what if in another odd-based year, coming off of a championship year, this might be the year yet again for ONIC at MSC.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. You know, as an Indonesian myself, I would love to see the boys pick up another win. But, you know, they're up against monsters too. So at this point, it really comes down to just who's better. It's no longer about those, you know, the storylines are cool, but it's not about patterns anymore. It's about who's just better at MLBB, who's better at tapping their screen in the land of dawn.
Yeah, I mean, like not all roads lead to Carl TZ, but multiple dreams have been ended by Carl TZ. But this is still qualifications. We're still in groups. We're still in knockouts. No one's getting eliminated today. So now heading into this game number 3, I think now we have to discuss about the Lancelot and the Assassin pickups and know how that is going to change the picture of the draft. Because I think as great as ONIC was around that Fredrin, I'd want to see them consider changing the tempo and just go, all right, let's just go Assassin versus Assassin again. Maybe not the Amon, although it was great, but, you know, some really crazy stuff. But before that, it's time to watch a little thing that we've prepared for you.
Recalls happening left and right. The sky splits open as the Sky Kings descend at the arena.
I want to get a revenge for ONIC ID, and I think Kyrie is doing good now because of the Lancelot meta.
Immortality, he goes for the Phantom Execution. The Thorn goes in.
Kalau yang TLPH yang gue dengar Sanji, want to revenge, semua yang satu hal yang mau gue bilang ya kita juga ready buat balas dendam Sanji.
I think Carl TC win because of the meta.
Strike and Carl TC goes in, cleans up a couple kills, gets a double.
They're both good players and mechanical players, so I think it's gonna be a intense match.
I think Carl TZ will win because he's the GOAT. Dia menang, tapi kita menang.
In stage, we're like equal. Even if he's my GOAT, but if we're competing, we're all equal.
Sobrang consistent niya, simula nang nag-Indo siya. Kahit naman dito sa Pinas, talagang kina-consider ko siya as one of the greatest, kaya ang galing niya.
Good luck, Kyrie. I will invade your jungle.
Kyrie, galingan mo sa laban natin bukas and good luck sa ating dalawa.
And last word to Kyrie, good luck to us and hopefully we give a good match and I hope we win.
Yeah, give the best. I'm waiting the God.
He will beat you.
Good luck, have fun, Carl.
As heated as this match has been, especially you know, on the stage right now with the words being exchanged, it all just comes from a place of mutual respect. They know how good each other are. They know how there are monsters on both teams that needs to be respected and played well against. So of course we're getting full intensity, some of the best MLBB we've seen in a very long time. Although we always see a lot of great MLBB, but something about this is just so special. We're heading into game number 3 now, into the draft. We've talked about the jungles, Assassins. We've talked about importance around the mid lane. Pharsa seems to be like the go-to pick right now. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams actually decide to ban it. But if one of them decide to leave it open, whoever can take it will definitely rush that Pharsa.
I agree. I think the Pharsa is of immense value. That's why I thought the Pharsa would actually be first pick, but it turns out they went for the Arlet, they went for the combo. Again, Arlet Roam, still not a big fan of it, even though Keyboy did a good job on that. Still think could have been a bit more, it could have been better with, again, the Fredgen, with the, they already have that. More damage would have, they banned it out, would have done them a bit more. But hey, it did give us game number 3 here. Oheb and Carl, we have to thank them for that. Stealing the Lord and Carl doing good things. Fanny.
So I guess it will be pretty similar. Should be the 1-1 still in one of these bans, or particularly from Team Liquid Philippines.
I think TL.
It's interesting they took out the CC here immediately too, though. So I'm guessing we'll have to look at the other heroes which haven't been as open. The game 1 had the YSS. That might be another one too. But ONIC can ban it out here. Regardless, there are still so many picks that are still open, but Hisunshin, Kalea, I'm looking at those two for Team Liquid.
You know, I'm looking at Team Liquid to maybe take a page out of Mythic Seal's book. Just rush Lancelot if it's open for Carl, man. Just pick it up.
I think the Lancelot is a very hot commodity, maybe the hottest commodity now, especially when the Arlet's banned out. You know, there's no combo. Maybe yeah, even up against the Pharsa, I'll take Lancelot over Pharsa. in that matchup, I think it's easier for the Lancelot to get to the Farsa. So yeah, you really have to shut the Lancelot down early for him to not do anything.
Will they actually go for that this time, though? I feel like we'll need a bit more time to set things up. By the way, I loved how JP said, "I'll invade your jungle, Kyrie," but it happened, or the complete opposite actually happened in game number 2.
Maybe this time around we'll get to see Team Liquid with a pick where he can invade the jungle a little bit more consistently. You have to temper that a bit when you're a Baksha, because once your shield unity's gone and you use that to get into the jungle, it's like a long, slow walk back to, okay, I need to get to my side of the river, but you know, you're taking so many hits. Let's see if it's going to change things up, because it's 2 games in a row now we've seen JP on a Baksha.
Actually.
Really?
Maybe 3 games in a row. Maybe he'll pull a Ken and pull a Ken.
Yeah, pull a Ken.
Pick same hero all 3 games.
Yeah, but you could also see how much utility the Revitalize brings to the table for the team. How much time it can buy, especially considering that they were up against a lineup that had a lot of burst and ultimates, that if you aren't able to get your target down quickly enough, a Revitalize would be great for it. Again, we're just making sure our teams and players are set up for the best possible condition. Play this game. Again, very important. Whoever wins this qualifies for the knockout stages and will be joining Mythic Seal. And then whoever loses will not get eliminated, but will have to face off against the winner of Virtus Pro versus Corinthians.
Yes.
This is literally the last qualification match for today. It's
Virtus
whoever
Pro,
loses here. Yeah, we'll go up
we'll
against whoever wins against Virtus Pro or Corinthians. But this is indeed literally the last qualification match we'll be seeing today. Those who lost earlier and those, or the team who will lose now, at least still get to stay in the tournament. But that's gonna change when we head into our last 2 matches. But going back, okay.
Juicing gets taken out. Of course, one of the strong priorities for a lot of the teams here in MSC.
Yep.
As we wait for the bans and the picks, I think it's a good time to remind our viewers how the pickings will work later on at the end of knockout. So the 2-0 teams will pick teams who have ended the group stages with a 2-1 record. So 2-0 teams pick from the pool of 2-1 teams. There is no region or group lock, and the fastest total game time win will dictate the selection priority. So when the 2-0 teams start picking which 2-1 teams they want to go up against in the first round of knockouts, that order will be decided through fastest total game time wins. Right. So Yi Sun-shin gets taken out, and Kimmy gets taken out. Okay, so it's like ONIC low-key trying to bait the Farsa rush.
Or the Lancelot.
Or the Lancelot.
Or the Lancelot.
Or the Lancelot.
Because they took out the YSS anyway.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And it's usually on Red's side, right? Like the ban on the Yi Sun-shin.
But isn't there a slight... Oh, right, the 1-1! That was often banned out because they don't want it to end up in the hands of Severo. Now ends up in the hands of Oheb. A 1-1 that has a 100% win rate in MSC so far.
Now I think for ONIC, this is a good pick by TL just because it confuses ONIC. They only have 2 picks here, right? And it's weird because if you want to go Farsa Lancelot, obvious prio, the Phoveus is still open. It could counter the Lancelot and just shut him down. But if you go Farsa and something else that's not Lancelot, that means it's a Lancelot for TL too, and maybe a Phoveus there. So that's why the only confirmed one is Farsa. Now they're really thinking about this, like what to go for. They go for the double counter on 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy counter immediately
should be Lance
picked up. So could or should be Lance here. I was worried about the Phoveus too, since I feel like
Could be both of them.
Can still go up against the 1-1 nonetheless.
Could be the Lance and Phoveus.
Or Team Liquid can pick it up here instead for themselves.
I think if it's not going to be the Phoveus now, I'd be quite surprised. But they don't go Lance. They're going to go for the slow front to back. They want to play around Oheb with the Fredrin in the jungle. And they go for the Lapu.
It's good to dive against the Farsa and Irithel, but playing for the 1-1 when there's already a Farsa Irithel is very difficult.
Yeah. And this puts a lot of pressure into what the mid lane pick for Sanji will be later on, because so far there's not a lot of hard catch right away for this Irithel. With how Team Liquid Philippines have built their lineup, it's sort of like a slow front to back that they want to do. But they're up against so much burst, and an Irithel they desperately need to catch. It's a huge gambit that might come back to bite them.
It's
And ONIC can just go Lance right now if they want to contest neutral objectives. It's still good, but they go Esmeralda first.
Why have the answers been so straight to the point?
Yeah, I mean,
like
Yab and RC, man.
Irisol to the 1-1, Lapu or Esmeralda to the Lapu-Lapu, and it's been ONIC answering these so far, like answering these picks, countering these picks. Team Liquid Philippines, it seems like they're drafting in a way that's just according to whatever plan they had in mind heading into this game. So not entirely sure if they're fully able to consider the lineup that ONIC has right now, because the way it's looking real good.
Yeah, this Esmeralda pickup, along with the picks that they already have, they're already taking out the Selena. It's sort of like ONIC trying to bait Team Liquid Philippines into considering even pairing up their lineup with a Low Yi in the mid lane. But considering they already have an Esmeralda and they take out the Karita as well, yeah, they're trying to force him, like, go Low Yi, go Low Yi. And if that does happen, that might actually be tough for Team Liquid.
Could still be a Valentina too, right? You can steal the Feather Airstrike, try to utilize it against the Irithel. The Dawn gets banned out. Kyrie can still get his hands on Haya. That was banned in game number 1 with the Lancelot, so now it's open.
Hayabusa would be really good for them, considering they'll be playing a tight formation, but it's a tight formation that has one overly aggressive diver in the Lapu-Lapu, which increases your chances of dealing more damage into the 1-1 and whatever the mid lane pick will be.
And if they do get the Hayabusa, though, you'll have to consider your pick if you're Sanji, although there's a lot of pressure on your pick. Wait. So from assassin to assassin, are we actually going
to utility?
Utility.
We're back in M4.
Because like right now for ONIC, they feel we already counter your carry. Like why should we go for more carries? We can just play for the Farsight Irithel. If you want to play for 1-1, we'll double down on our Farsight Irithel instead of putting in new picks, getting in new carries.
Okay. Gatot and Valentina, there we go. I like the Gato Gacha pickup. It actually would have slotted in very well for ONIC, but Team Liquid pull it off away. At this point, Kid Boy, he can shuffle things up. He can still go for the pickoffs.
Could actually be an Akai
There's still a
Rome too.
Kalea.
Yeah, it could be an Akai Rome. Kalea still available. You mentioned there, Brigida. Lots of flexibility here.
Unless...
Oh, they could even go Kufa, and you can't blame them for it.
You're right.
Although Sanji gets to take away or copy whichever ultimate he does go for, so...
Yeah, I think ONIC have really doubled down on the
Okay, so it is Akai Rome.
Yeah, Akai Rome, and they bring back the Amon, which fared very well in game 1. This is dangerous for the Valentina in 1-1. Brigida, what's happening to you? She's spazzing out right now.
Oh, sorry, because the Amon into the 1-1 is like...
Yes,
I
because
don't want it.
you don't have Blink on 1-1. You're forced to go Inspire. You only have dashes, and that Endless Shard, it truly will be endless, and it's it's target. It's a target skill.
That Amon pick, which delivered big for ONIC in game 1, is now the final pick that could potentially launch ONIC into the knockout stages. But Team Liquid have a lineup, and they're playing around their big money gold laner in OHEB. I'm just excited to witness this Titanic game number 3. It's Liquid and ONIC.
We're at the climax point of the match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, here at MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. The GOAT brought us to a game 3. Can he bring his team to the knockout stages, or will ONIC be able to prevail here? One last time, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the final game of the series of the match of the day, the classic fated matchup of ONIC versus TL.
It has been such a roller coaster ride for the entire series. And I bet we're all looking forward to see how it ends here and who gets to qualify following Mythic Seals in the knockouts stage. Yet again, we're surprised by the sudden Akai Rome coming in from Keyboy, but you see the idea again, you see the intention, it makes sense up against Team Liquid, who again, we've previously mentioned in the draft, clearly want to play around OHEB on this 1-1, and as you can see, he definitely has no other way to go than Inspire. So hopefully he gets to keep himself safe, because for sure the Amon in the later portions of the game is going to be a huge problem, but in as early as now, actually, I think the bigger problems are the laning matchups.
Yeah, Esmeralda just dominating the Lapu-Lapu. Lippy up against Sanford. He's got to be careful, man, because Turtle 1 will be super important for both these compositions.
Yeah.
If ONIC were able to come back with this composition in game 1, what can they do with a lead?
It's gonna be very tight for Sanford to get out or to try and get out of his lane. Because again, the first few objectives are gonna matter a lot. That's a pull yourself together for OHEB, by the way, on the 1-1. So we're seeing the need for the Inspire to be available often for him. It's clearly an escape mechanism, but also a way for him to survive. Because you amplify your life steal once you get hold of your Inspire. This is gonna be an immediate burst on the turtle for Team Liquid. So ONIC ID, maybe they feel like they don't need to do much just yet. It's a clear advantage for them lineup-wise anyway, and even wherever you look at the map.
Yep. There's no real reason to, you know, force out neutral objectives when you can't, when you're in a position where you're not strong enough. This is the thing about the Akai roam. You are very good, I think, Turtle 2 onwards. Turtle 1, pretty mid, pretty bad actually. Because without the ultimate, you're useless, straight up on the Akai. You need that ultimate, especially up against the Valentino, who can just steal it away once he gets level 4 for Turtle 1.
Yeah, I think the only thing I personally do like about the Akai in the early stages of the game 2 is the amount of damage he can actually bring out against anyone who he sees on the map. But from Team Liquid, I feel like they just are very cautious about where they position themselves at this point. It's very important for them to get through the laning stage because they're clearly playing at a disadvantage. You see how Sanford is clearly being dominated here by Ludpi even. It's great to see that he's actually keeping up in terms of EXP. He got to level 6 first even, up against Ludpi on the Esmeralda, but no action happening just yet. Sanji though really low. Okay. That was a flicker.
Explosive mid lane matchup we expected between the two final MVPs of their own region, Sans and Sanji. Keyboy able to escape. Flicker for flicker, but it will be faster for Sans. Pull yourself together. So that needs to be a point that we have to remember in the next fight.
Yeah, no heavy spins just yet from Keyboy. So that's something we're also looking forward to see in the coming matches. But again, the next hurdle is gonna spawn here down the bottom. Kyrie still taking his orange buff, and Carl TZ seems like he just wants to take it all for himself all over again. ONIC are already nearby, but Sanford and Sanji, San duo pinned down Zamero. That's gonna be first blood. They also look for Sanji on the other side of the map, and Carl TZ gets the turtle.
A disaster for ONIC. Ludpi gets away with Falling Star Moon. They lose out Turtle 2. Liquid are pushing with their lead now, 2-0. No kill on OHEB just yet, but yeah, crazy pick from Sanji. Knows that Severo doesn't have Purify. Could have been greedy on his part, but he kind of needs it too. He needs that mobility up against this kind of composition that wants to dive on him.
Yeah,
but ONIC will just play slow.
That was such a great call.
Amazing call.
He literally used the heavy spin in that spot, which denied ONIC of whatever the intentions they had of wanting to contest for that objective. And this is a pretty interesting take to, or in terms of our expectations looking at the draft, because Team Liquid, after those two objectives, even without a massive team fight breaking out just yet in this game, they've already established and secured the lead for themselves.
Ooh. JP walked up, trying to go for the taunt. Yeah. Now for Liquid, it's again just the waiting game. They know that they are very strong around team fights when it comes to neutral objectives, just because they also have the Akai ult, right? Yeah. It's not just Keyboy who has the Akai ult, and Sanji knows that that is the more important ult to take over the Feather Airstrike. And man, even without the Feather Airstrike, almost got a solo on Sans.
Our mid laners are very aggressive in this game.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like they see no one else but themselves. Brave Spider coming in from Sanford might actually get to take down Ludpi through the help of Carl TZ. Sanji too nearby if ever they needed help, but they didn't need any help anymore.
Nope, Sanford does enough damage, especially when Carl TZ is there to pin Ludpi down. Kairu's gonna walk up, Sanji sees it, runs away. clean game for TLPH. Really winning Keyboy.
Oh, that's a beautiful catch onto two members, though. Carl Tizzy goes in, energy eruption onto two, and the AOG from JP. OHEB finally finds Keyboy, endless charge. Committed up Sanji, but he dodges it. Now Sanford with a stun onto Kyrie. And 6-0 kill score for Team Liquid.
TLPH got the lead early, and they're running with it. They're running ONIC ID down. Even in the counter matchup for Severo, yes, he counters the 1-1, but what is he going to do against the CC of Team Liquid, the jump constant ones? You saw him locked down. He got out of the first CC, then the AOG from GP locked him down again. You beat the 1-1 through mobility, but what can you do when your mobility is severely halted by Team Liquid's CC? We're seeing the old Stampede of the past.
Yeah. This does remind us of the Liquid Stampede. That signature playstyle you know of the Cavalry, and it's not looking too good for Severo that you mentioned. 0-0 on the Irthel for a supposedly winning lane matchup. So it's gonna take a lot more time for him to actually rack up on those items, on those goals. He's actually 2K behind OHEB in this point of the game. So we clearly see how Team Liquid have been able to play around this lineup. That sprint was also used a couple of times, but not even the sprint was enough to keep him safe. No, oh, another heavy spin coming in from Keyboy might actually get the kill onto JP, and on the other hand, Sanji, they actually find Luffy. There's the crossbow of Tang, however, and Keyboy too.
Wait.
He will find himself taken down by OHEB.
It was actually pretty dangerous there. Kai walks back up now. TL with a massive win again. Ooh. Dude, it's almost like he sees Kai and he's like, no. Walks up, gets a stun!
It's like an automatic trigger on the Bravest Fighter. Sanji, though, dodges the airstrike, but there's a flicker from Sans!
Oh my lord.
Oh
We're
my
seeing
God.
so many battles across the board. This is a 6,000 gold lead for TL, but ONIC are somehow still fighting back, making it close sometimes. OHEB again. But he went for the crossbow. Tang was close. Oh, crossbow.
He's alone, he's alone.
Right, just in time there. But Carl's just 2-tag. He can do whatever he wants.
He doesn't
right
care.
Now. He can do gold things.
He can do gold things. He can use the energy eruption on any target he sees. And ONIC ID,
They have to scale.
they have to scale. They're a bit hesitant at this point, but it's understandable as to why.
Here we go. Amon's appearance at MSC. Amon currently posts a 71% win rate in 7 games throughout MSC history. Two of those what?
We're from Kyrie.
We're from Kai.
And
All
a
right.
100% win rate.
Well, that could be the end of the 100% win rate for Kai as TL secure the Lord. First Lord of the game over to TL. So far, all the objectives going to TL.
There's something going on between these mid laners.
Oh, we know there's something going on. They've had something going on since M4. It's been a long time rivalry between these two.
Sanji on this Valentina, he finds Sans the first time, and whenever Sans has his eyes set on Sanji, he burns the fettered airstrike. Even the flicker at times, he willingly does all that, because I do feel like Sanji too has been a very important factor in the game, in the way they're able to carry out their team fights despite that disadvantage we've been talking about in terms of the draft. Because whatever Sanji does, it's always the heavy spin that turns things around for Team Liquid. It's always that counter engage coming in from them that somehow wins them the fight, but the holy shields are about to go down.
And it will go down in the bottom lane, defending from the Lord. Now in the mid lane, TL capitalizing on that, pushing it in. ONIC doing a good job at holding the wave from hitting the holy shield. And comes back to TL again, playing things super slow. Look at the goal difference by SNB, 8.5k for TL. So really no unnecessary risks needed for TL. They can just constantly dive in. Sanford, bravest fighter.
Oh, is this gonna be a successful attempt? Actually just goes away and tries to disengage, but Carl Tizzy, he does seem like he actually wants more. And that's the thing. Team Liquid, now that they're in this position, they cannot afford to make any mistakes similar to the previous games, similar to what they've been doing in MPL Philippines Season 15. And speaking of that, they find it on to Luffy!
Huh? Where did Luffy go? Team Liquid! They snatched him. They put him in his pocket. Where did he go? Dude, that's the tankiest dude on the team, right? That's Esmeralda, right?
But Esmeralda.
Okay,
now
I guess Keyboy's tankier, but
on a 0-3.
0-3, yeah. Oh.
Okay. On a 0-3, and the matchup was against a Lapu Lapu. So this should have been an okay situation for Lut B, but the manner in which Team Liquid just carried it out through pure macro decision-making in the early stages of the game. This is really impressive from the Cavalry.
Incredibly impressive, and for Team Liquid, they also have learned from Game 1. It was a bit too scrappy despite the lead, so they toned it down. We know TL are a very aggressive team, yes. But like they said in the interview, what they really shine most with is early game aggression into macro plays, utilizing that lead to just win it out simple. So here, Team Liquid are doing exactly that. They are en route to closing this game, and the only shot that ONIC have at coming back with a 10,000 goal lead on Team Liquid really would just be on a Liquid mistake. I cannot see ONIC even forcing out big plays anymore. It's a passive roam pick on Keyboy, and not much engage on XP. Sanford!
Oh, goes for Savero, forces the heavy crossbow, but the stun lands onto Lutfi still. This time around, though, they won't be able to burst him down like a while ago. So ONIC ID will still have all 5 members for this upcoming defense.
Here we go. 11,000 gold lead building up. Liquid Stampede running wild on ONIC ID here. Sanji's feeling it, walks up the face, dashes forward, splashes ONIC with damage. And the Lord is still coming in. TL, let's see what wave, how they decide to tackle this siege. What kind of wave manipulation do they end up doing? Is it just gonna be the 3-wave? No. I think it's a hold on bot. Yeah, it's a slow push on bot as they push in mid and top first. Let's see how this works out.
Yeah, they're gonna sync up the waves, and they all have their utilities and battle spells intact. So ONIC ID will have to be very particular in how they defend this. But Kyrie, he might have put himself in a very difficult spot. Gets taken down by Sanford, and there goes the AOG from JP. There's a flicker from Keyboy. Somehow keeps himself alive, but not even the damage from Severo is enough.
Sanford, too good at video games. Gets it down, Carl.
Oh, will they still actually try to fight this? Because even right under the base, the Cavalry won't let up. And this might just be it as Team Liquid secured the win.
The Liquid Stampede is back. Liquid with a win, a reverse sweep up against their bitter rivals. First game with a comeback, second game, another comeback, but for the side of Liquid, all smiles for the Cavalry here. And ONIC will be sent down to the lower brackets to battle for a qualification to knockout stage.
Game, set, Cavalry takes the series. A titanic matchup. And yes, spicy as they are, sportsmanship at the end of the day. They know how good both of them are, and they just really want to show their best. And in the end, it was Team Liquid with their best foot forward in their last game. And it feels like a character arc for Team Liquid, indeed. Because they've learned from the mistakes of Game 1 and even the mistakes of Game number 2, despite having losing matchups in both side lanes.
Yeah.
They stuck out with good decision-making and macro.
This is a different version of playing from behind.
There was no behind at all for TL. They all the way from the start just won it out, and it was beautifully done here. It really gives us a glimpse of the M4 Echo form, right? Like the Liquid Stampede, it just stomped from the early game towards the end. And dude, Sanford on Lapu, oh my, come on, bro. Did you see that? Like Kai was walking up trying to be like, yo, what's up, man? 4v1. Nah. Sanford with the bravest fighter.
Yeah, and that was a Lapu Lapu that was struggling against an Esmeralda. But everything changed when ONIC ID decided to pull the trigger on a 5-man rotation to the middle of the map, to the objective, and then they were punished. Before we continue talking about it, we have Eterna with Carl Teasy, the young GOAT, on stage.
Thank you, casters. We're here with the young GOAT. Congratulations being the second team to secure knockouts. Carl, how does it feel right now, or is this something normal for you?
It still feels normal, but it's ONIC, so I feel really good.
You feel really good. I mean, we were hearing it, right? A lot of battle cries, a lot of shouts, even from game number 1. What was going on there?
We just made a little mistake on the game 1 and we bounced back.
Okay, so a little mistake in game number 1, bounce back. Was the Amon a surprise pick for you, or did you see that coming?
Yeah, it's a surprise pick, but it gave us a really hard time, so I might consider trying it, maybe.
Ooh, Amon pick for Carl TZ. I guess we're waiting here. Now, a lot of people have started making comparisons. Kyrie versus Carl TZ. And now the big debate is the face of MLBB. So with this win, does this make you, Carl TZ, the face of MLBB now?
I think not yet, but I want to be the face of MLBB, maybe winning MSC.
Winning MSC to complete the cabinet?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like you're on the way, already securing the knockouts. So how were you able to bounce back from game number 1 to game number 2? Because, I mean, looking at the players earlier on, I think Oheb was feeling a little bit down too.
On game 1, he made a mistake on the Lord, but his game 2 Moskov, the spear, really made us bounce back and give us energy and hype because of his steal.
Oh, is that why you guys were screaming?
Yeah. Because of his steal, that was really crucial.
Crucial steal. Is it true that he's not feeling well?
He's saying he's not breathing well, but I don't know why. Ever since we came to Riyadh. Maybe because of the weather.
Okay, get well soon, Oheb. And I bet he's really happy celebrating right now. So at this point, ONIC could possibly go 2-1. And the cool thing about MSC this year is, since you move forward, you guys get to pick who you are going up against. Is ONIC a possible pick that you might want to go for again?
It's one of the picks, but I want to fight other stronger teams.
Stronger teams? Who are we talking about here?
I think ONIC, PH, and SRG. Also RRQ.
RRQ. What about Aurora? What do you think about Aurora Turkey right now? Because they made a huge upset yesterday.
Yeah, also them. I don't want to fight them because they're so annoying to play against.
Okay. All right. They're annoying to go up against. So once again, congratulations, the young GOAT. We're going to throw it over back to our casters and good luck in the knockouts.
Thank you.
Get well soon, Oheb, and congratulations yet again for Team Liquid. Again, this wasn't an easy match for the majority of the first 5 minutes laning phase, but then continuing our conversation earlier when ONIC ID decided to go for the 5-man rotation to the center, to the objective, and they did not get that win, facilitated by some really great play by Sanji, JP, and Carl TZ especially making the most out of the taunts. Well, that's when the stampede began.
This was such a Liquid Stampede style of playing the game, and to think this was even with the lineup that they had, which again we kept emphasizing wasn't really that advantageous even on the side lanes itself. So clearly maybe we can answer the question now if it is their meta or not.
Yeah.
And it does look like it is.
Yeah, he got to shine with an assassin in the series with his Lancelot, and then even with a championship-winning Fredrin, World Championship-winning Fredrin. So, yeah, definitely their meta. One last, we have to see who the match MVP is, and it is none other than Oheb, the man who got that Lord steal at game number 2 with the Moskov that Carl TZ said definitely gave them the energy to be hyped yet again. But his 1-1 in this game number 3 was really good.
Yeah, the 1-1 was great, dude. Like, this was so hard for the 1-1. We gotta emphasize that. This was a Farsa Irithel. That should have been a 1-1 ban in itself. Like, you see Farsa Irithel, you don't want to go 1-1, but they picked it up first. So they saw the counter, and they picked it up, and they did really well because the whole team just played around it. And this is a good example of how they play, how to play with the 1-1 well. Rotate down below, constantly give him farm, shove the Irithel back, and I think Irithel went like 0-2 before the big team fights even started. So yeah.
Yeah, and with that, Team Liquid secures their slot in the knockouts alongside Mythic Seal of Myanmar. That's 2 out of 8. No more qualifications for knockouts today, but up next we are going to be seeing eliminations from Group A. That's going to be Lafel, Naisu, and Gideon taking care of you. But on behalf of Mirko and Brigida, thank you so much for joining us for the very awesome first half of day number 3 here at MSC at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you in a bit.
This land is calling.
Lancelot is stupid good. Really giving me that Bruno M6 vibes. Now, we are excited to see the two teams moving over to the knockout stage. But now, it's elimination. Welcome to MSC here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Naisu to bring you guys the two other games for today. How are you feeling, Gideon?
Honestly, I'm a little nervous here. You know, at least for the first shift of Talons, they got to see, you know, high-quality games, but now the pressure is on. These teams are backed into a corner, and they have to win to move on.
I know the three of us were glued to our screens.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
with the first match even, and then, of course, the second match. But yeah, now I feel like everybody is, because especially this is now, like you mentioned, LaFell, this is elimination time.
Can we just talk about the second one?
Or the first?
Since you say or, it's an option. Let's talk about the matchup right now. CFU going up against Ultra Legends. Now, here's the thing. CFU, at least they got a win under their belt. Ultra Legends, right now, not really looking all that great so far. But again, they had at least one day to really prepare, to see how the meta is shaping up, to see what kind of draft that they really want to bring against CFU.
I mean, I'm hoping that they're bringing something else to the table, right? As they come into our arena, I'm hoping they're feeling confident. And based on their faces, they look like, hey, we are ready to play. We are ready to play as 5 because their early game is one of their strongest points. But then when you look on the opposite end, CFU, definitely one of those teams that you have to keep your eyes out upon. Hopefully they don't overheat today.
I think, you know, going back to what we saw from Ultra Legends as we built up their story back on the first day, you know, it was great to go ahead and see what their journey, I mean, what they've been through and everything else ahead of them. But again, I think the work is going to be cut out for them because their opponents, CFU Gaming, had although they lost, like, they had a really good showing.
Really good show, yeah. I kind of feel like Ultra Legends are one of those teams that actually perform better under pressure because, again, looking at their run in MPL MENA is like, they came out of nowhere, right? And I kind of feel like maybe because of that, they were able to surprise everyone. Now, I kind of feel like here in the MSC Esports World Cup, everyone should see everyone as the best that the world has to offer. So I don't think CFU is going to take it easy going up against them.
Absolutely. When looking at their local leagues, Team Falcons were looking at Ultra Lighters like, who are these 5 randoms that got together and smashed them in the grand finals? And they continuously show that they have the mechanics, they've got some chemistry, but I think their biggest weak point is once they start transitioning into the mid to late games, they're not 100% sure how to close out these games.
I see that struggle happening with a lot of the games so far up to this point is like, how are teams not only drafting, but also the transition from their early game, if they have a lead or not. But then there's always those surprise factors too, and I feel like Ultra Legends are a team that can do that and maybe showcase it here, is where you have this like surprise effect or maybe a surprise defense where they somehow turn things around.
But that's the thing, like, do we want a surprise or do we want same old, right? Because in terms of pocket meta here in the MSC, I kind of feel like even the rank meta doesn't really apply here because the level of skill is much different. So I really wonder if Ultra Legends, is it better for them to go for a surprise that CFU just don't see coming, or just pick the really good heroes that has been proven to be super strong here at the MSC?
I think they have to follow their own profiling, right? As mentioned before, Ultra Legends really good in the earlier stages of the game, but they commit a lot to it, right? Having 5-man rotations coming in for the very first turtle even sometimes. So I think if they lean into that strategy a little bit more, really play for early to mid, then we can actually see whether or not they can close out these games. Because when you're up against a team like CFU, these guys, they have clearly shown that they can play at every stage of the game.
I can't forget game 1 of theirs, you know, against ONIC Indonesia to open up the MSC here. And I think a lot of people were really surprised at that. But again, you got to remember that these guys from CFU Gaming have a ton of experience over the years that they've played. They've showcased it in a lot of their strategy, the way they like to draft. Even I feel like they have a lot of the cases where it's like their early and mid game is really good. And they're the team that I want to see here, at least like if they're falling behind or however they approach the late game is what I'm going to be looking out for. Because, again, even with Boxy back here, I think Boxy has been a great position to bring him back into the roam. It allows, you know, this combination, especially of their mid lane trio, to work really well as we see the lineup here. And I think that's the thing is for CFU is just to make sure they have all the boxes checked from early to the late game.
I mean, right now, in the current metagame, I think the biggest pivotal points are EXP laners who can kind of set. Because Arla has been like that high priority people have been thinking of whether or not this is the hero to go to, and they've kind of supplemented that strategy with their comp. But I don't know about you, because sometimes Arlets are like, hey, we whiff that ult, it's pretty short, but we get punished really hard for it. And Wadu is kind of like in that position of like, hey, I can make it happen, assuming I hit the ability.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. Heck, I still remember Wadu on that Phobius looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get it, though. And for you guys at home, the MSC Pass is still on. It's 20% off, so make sure you guys grab it now because you guys want that MSC points. And with those points, you guys can get yourself skins, including the previous MSC Atlas skins. So make sure you guys go on there. Hey, there you go.
He's got it.
He's got it. You know what? Love this guy. Speaking of love, CFU. Love-hate relationship even for me because looking at Ultra Legends going for Ultra Legends CFU, whoever wins this one is going up against SRG, and that makes me nervous.
Yeah.
That personally makes me nervous.
Isn't that a shared sentiment then?
I mean, well, kind of depends on who you expect to go to the next stage, right? I mean, LaFell,
CFU is the favorites. I gotta say it.
But
so they might lose.
They might. Yeah. Ooh.
CFU should win, right?
I'm not sure how the curse works this time around.
Yeah, I don't know how it works with you guys here.
Don't think too much.
I'm neutral. Like I don't have a curse.
Don't overthink. Like that's what I tell myself. Don't think and just say, and regret it later.
I do think that, you know, Ultra Legends might actually have a chance here. Let's see whether or not, you know, see if you actually underestimate somebody. Cambodia has been known to kind of take all of their games seriously, no matter the power level. They've been pretty consistent at that.
I think either way, I don't know, maybe this is going to be the trend for the day. If this goes 3 games, we're doing a 3-game all day.
Hey, and another trend is that the harder you lose, the bigger that comeback is going to be. Personally, I just want to see if the Lancelot is going to get any kind of focus.
Just ban it.
I personally feel like this might be a hot take, but yeah, I don't know. Lancelot, maybe just a bit too much.
Yeah, I think he's a little too good considering the level of execution we've seen from these players are already at a pretty high standard. Now it's really coming down to the nitty-gritty. As you mentioned, 2 items already, he's able to do so much. The true damage really making tanks like, oh, I guess he can just kill my backline in 2 hits.
And in case if you guys don't know, that is our current hot take here presented by Al Habib Medical Group is that it's not Lancelot. It's Lance too much because what kind of hero lose like everything. for the past 10 minutes, and with one Thorn Rose getting basically a wipeout. Like just one skill. And here's the thing, even if you don't hit your opponents, you're hitting the minions. And if there's no minions, hey, in case you guys don't know, you can't push.
They need to buy an insurance policy of some sort, right? I think so far as we've seen the meta continue to shift, we've seen less priority on even things like Uranus. You know,
which has been weird, right? Like,
I mean, the first half of the tournament, MWI, wildcards, and even like a couple of day one games, we saw Uranus being like, oh, we need to get rid of it within the first phase. Now teams don't even touch it. Like, they prefer Esmeralda over the Uranus.
I mean, who would want to touch Uranus now when we got picks like the Lance? Like, damage is king, man.
Damage too much.
Damage is king. Lance too much.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
That was the hot take yesterday,
Dude,
right?
I bring my hot takes every single day, and it's all going over to the grand finals. Now we have started the draft here. I like this Kalia ban because that does indicate that they might want to pick a assassin in the jungler, and they don't want to get caught.
And I think that at this point, but it feels strange, right? Because I feel like for Ultra Legends, they probably want to be the ones who pick it up for themselves rather than CFU. Because we've seen Detective kind of play a little bit of everything, right? His Fredrin definitely going to be his main foundational point for the squad. And I want to see whether, Ultra Legends can actually influence the side lanes to get something going for them. Because really, it boils down to the mid trio and one of the side laners.
Yeah, I feel like what we saw from Ultra Legends, back in day one was really just not enough, because like Throwboy even himself it felt like he was forcing some of the fights. He played, I remember he specifically played the Akai as well in one of the games, and it just seemed like the overall idea of what they wanted to go ahead and execute just wasn't there. So maybe, like you mentioned, LaFell, like this time frame that they had was been a day or day and a half where they've been able to go ahead and find some adjustments for them, and being priority pick. We've seen a couple different things now. I feel like even now in day 3, some of the first picks on the blue side have been different lately.
We've seen Phoveus, we've seen Arlet, we've seen Farsa, we've seen Kimi, we've seen 1-1, we've seen Yisun Shin. It has been changing quite a lot. Heck, we saw Mythic Seal first picking that Lance a lot. So definitely, like, this is a developing pocket meta. And now looking at the bans here coming in from Ultra Legends, 2 crowd controls and 1 anti-heal. It does feel like they want to play a front-to-back kind of comp where they just don't want to get interrupted. Like, the moment they got their gears going, please no one slow us down. We want to keep on moving forward.
I think so too. But based on what we are seeing for the bans, let's try and read into what the potential first pick openers are going to be. Because Ultra Legends, consistently, we've seen them play Kimi, and as well as sometimes having the Fredrin. I would like to see them try out an assassin this time around, especially against CFU. We see the Phoveus ban as well. So CFU understanding, hey, they probably want to play, one tank, probably the Fredrin, play the Kimi alongside with the Kimi. If we don't get one of those 2 options, at least it's a pretty good game for Lance on our side.
Okay, if they actually... if they don't take the Kimi here, like if it is going to be priority,
Kimi or Arlet.
There's 1-1 available too.
There's 1-1. I just see that either going in the hands of CFU on the first pick, because even Opie likes that. So they go with the Arla instead. And this is what I was saying, and we talked about this a little bit, is just the Arlot's great. And the final slashes can be awesome, but man, do you need to be able to have the follow-up through that? Otherwise, you just put yourself sometimes in a bad position.
Yeah, and like, you look cool, but even my mom says sometimes being cool is not enough. You got to be funny as well.
Wise words.
And
wise
sometimes
words.
That's pretty good.
Sometimes he does look funny.
What if you don't have either?
Hey, better be rich.
Hey, gotta have some stats going for you, man. If not, it's start a new account. I don't know. CFU this time they're gonna go for the 1-1. Of course, expect it, but they're also gonna pair it up with the Farsa, which is kind of interesting, right? They could have positioned themselves a little bit differently because they're giving over the Fredrin as well as the Kimi over to Ultra Legends, which was expected in the first place, right?
There it is. There's the answer too. So like CFU's first couple picks, this is already great damage. Profile, spread out. You already have the Farsa. Here it is. Here's Uranus. It's coming through, man. First phase.
Somebody's going to have a stinky finger.
Either way, I kind of feel like this Farsa pickup is really to make sure that you protect your own 1-1. Because, again, that's just one of the picks that the 1-1 doesn't want to fight against. This is a good time for CFU to ban out gold laners just to make sure that this 1-1 is not going to get interrupted. Because the thing is that Ultra Legends, they have the Fredrin. And that's kind of what you want with both the Arlet as well as the Kimi. But the 1-1 kind of likes going up against the Fredrin as well, because in her eyes, it's free weakness stacks.
Absolutely. And I think, naturally positioned well against the Arlet, assuming that you can either face them off in, like, not really a 1v1 scenario, but definitely trading abilities one by one, right? You don't want to deal with both Arlet and Fredrin at the same time.
Could this? Do you guys think this is just going to be jungle Uranus?
There is a chance.
Like the flexibility of that, right? Like
Yeah.
if it is, like, because then what if that's a new thing, Fredrin Uranus? Like could you call him utility? Like
No,
he doesn't really.
I kind of feel like if he's a jungler, it's more of a zoning kind of jungler where you want to play for the turtle, but you want to play in an extended fight. You know? Grab your stacks, grab your stacks, grab your stacks, and then once everyone's there, you go for a fight. Because I kind of feel like having a Uranus inside of the jungle incentivizes fighting, but it's continuous fighting. You can't stop. It's kind of like having Alice in the jungle where you want to keep on fighting even when it doesn't really make sense.
Sounds more like a breakout of pink eye to me, but I think for the most part, for the most part, at the end of the day, it works well and synergizes. This is like an old combination of Uranus plus Farsa, right?
Yeah.
You slow down your opponent, shred their MR, Farsa gets good feathered airstrikes down. So really, it's just how do we stop this feathered airstrike? That's the key point for Ultra Legends. And I think even for the side of CFU, they understand that, right? Let's get rid of the Lapu Lapu, make sure that we have ways to ensure that our Farsa can kind of hold her ground.
Actually, now looking at it, Uranus will make it very difficult for Fredrin to survive a very long fight as well.
Yeah, that's why. So I think it's still flexible, but you can see like Ultra Legends goes and bans out a couple of the more junglers. The Cho is going to be picked up here for the roam.
Really good, really good. I like this a lot. Because with the Cho, not only do you kind of force Ultra Legends to show their entire hand without giving a free EXP, you're still, again, there's still a good amount of junglers available. Worst comes to worst, you still get the Hayabusa, and that works in your favor. Ling also kind of works decently well. Oh man, Ultra Legends are prepared for it. Moskov gets locked in. Let's see, are they going to get another support? Are they just going to sacrifice the Arlen and say, hey, you got to figure it out in the EXP?
Just hold it down, basically. I think they would, but they go with the Esmeralda, so okay, they pick up the Esmeralda. If this is going to be the Uranus in the XP lane, that's the classic matchup that we've seen in many years. So, will this last pick for CFU will actually tell us where that's going to be ending up going?
I wouldn't mind having a CC here, honestly.
Yeah.
Right, CC good against the Esme, good against the Arlet, good against the Fredrin. There's a lot of matchups here that the CC does well. Just put Uranus inside of the jungle. Because if Uranus is in EXP, what do they want? Oh, we haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah, this is, I was thinking about like where else are they going to get sources of damage unless they wanted to throw Cho into the EXP, but I think Lucas is pretty well positioned here as well. It does very well in the 1v1, whether it be Arla or even into the Esmeralda. Later in the game, he's going to start falling off, but having access to Flicker is huge to kind of rip the front line and back line into half.
Well, Gideon as well as Naisu, this is what I like about MSC this year, is the fact that we have a developing meta based on everyone's region, because I don't know what the number is, but I kind of feel like our unique hero picks are definitely up there. So good luck for you guys to cast this one, and remember, this is an elimination match.
Well, thank you, LaFell. This match is going to be really difficult to see whether or not these teams have what it takes to go far, because the way that I'm looking at it, it all boils down to can you land more ults than your opponent? That's the bottom line.
It is, man, and I can't wait to see this unfold because like LaFell said, the meta has been evolving. I think it's going to continue so as we jump into game number 1 here in this best of 3. Again, an elimination match. Will it be Ultra Legends getting the first blood or CFU Gaming?
Let's find out here. Ultra Legends going to be on the blue side, facing off against CFU on the red side. Mina versus Cambodia for our first elimination match. And immediately, Dark Lord in trouble.
Dark Lord, yeah, he's going to be fine. He did have to pop the Purify, though, too. Actually, on both sides across the map, a lot of early aggression. I guess this is what we can expect from both sides, but yeah, they're going to have to check that in. And also, I don't know, I guess I've asked this so much over in the Philippines on desk, but how do you feel about the Lucas in the jungle?
I don't feel too great about it, I'm not gonna lie. Mainly because you don't, the only reason why you want to have Lucas is so that when you are contesting neutral objectives, the CC immunity is always such a powerful tool, and he's great at creating space forcefully. There's nothing you can do to really stop that, which is great for OP's side, but now, Rice Cream, is he gonna be okay?
I think a one hit on this actually pops the flicker, so good thing he does. No first blood drawn just yet.
Gonna have to play this slow. Again, CFU committing a lot of battle spells very early on. They need to find some sort of trade back because once level 4 starts rolling through for the side of CFU, Ultra Legends, I think they are the ones who have to take the first step back, right? Because Rice Cream, he doesn't have the flicker, so there's no guarantee that they can cancel out the feather airstrike. So he should be fine here.
And he's gonna be fine then. That's what I like to see with the gold laners, man, right now, is a lot of that kind of 1v1 action, because they know that for the majority, you're not going to be joining the fights, unless, of course, you're a Moskov, which we've seen that quite a bit. You know, one Spear Destruction towards these objectives will get you there. So, meanwhile, the teams will go ahead and set up for the 4v4 on this. The level 4s are available. Boxy doesn't have the kick yet, but the Fettered Airstrike will come down. Boxy takes a little bit of hits. Wadu trying to zone them out, but it's already going to be the first blood for Rise Crim. Throwboy does fall, but Detective will get the turtle. And it looks like we're going to take a quick little break here, but looking at it, they trade kills across the board and then an objective for CFU.
A little awkward to call the pause in that fight, but we'll see, because this might just be the first time we might actually use our rewind system. Finally, it's been years and we've been asking for it from Wonton since forever. If it does come down to it, we'll leave our marshals to handle that. But in the meantime, yeah, coming to those level 4s, I'm surprised that Ultra Legends were fighting for position, right? Yeah. It really comes down to, can we take control over that river brush connecting into the mid lane? And it's such a powerful position because now Pharsa either has to play on the far end by Tri-Brush to get access to her Feathered Airstrike without getting disrupted, or has to walk through Purple Side. Either or from Purple Side is a very volatile position when Flicker's available for that Arlet. At the end of the day, Lucas still at level 4. I'm expecting him to be the one to secure this upcoming turtle, but again, big assumptions here.
So, depending if we jump back into this game or not at the current time, like, he did secure it, I believe. He was able to secure the turtle, but that's the thing. You have such an advantage around the Feathered Airstrike early on, and I think they play that well. And it would have been maybe a little bit different if Boxy was actually level 4 and he had a kick available, but him and Wadu did a good job at just zoning out Ultra Legends.
Oh, whoa.
I hear sounds. Okay, we're back into it. So Rise Crim will go down. It's a double for Detective.
Okay.
So jumping back in, yeah, he got 2 kills and he did get the turtle.
Oh yeah, so we're not pulling it back this time round. It looks like a little unfortunate for Ultra Legends. I'm not sure who called the technical pause in the first place. Regardless, CFU will get this initial push onto Pharaoh's side as Box CCCCC is going to be on this top side. CFU at this point of time, pretty good, because now that Detective with 2 kills underneath his belt, first items are going to be a little accelerated for him. And with that first item, I'm not sure what he's going to go for, right? Is he going to go, you know, build a Fury Hammer into the War Axe, or go straight off with the War Axe, knowing that he has to tank a lot more damage coming into these fights?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while. You know, it's been a while since we've seen Lucas specifically in the jungle, at least over in the Philippines region. For, you know, he was up there in the beginning. Wadu, though, Consecrate going to get Final Slash out of the Feathered Airstrike here and takes the brunt of damage as Quanok picks up a kill. Good response. Boxy thinking about it, but won't actually commit. But with Detective here, they want to put pressure on this orange buff. He knows he's got a lead and a level advantage too. Gonna go for Throwboy. There's the kick. Not the angle they're looking for, though. Now Dark Lord gonna join this fight. Boxy is in trouble, though. Gonna get Final Slash. Rise Crim, whoa! Detective goes down. They find Boxy as well, and it's a big pickup for Ultra Legends.
Oh, that was such a huge whiff from the Beast Bomb. Maybe if that connected, they could have done something else. Opie was about to get the Feathered Airstrike back online, too. Really unfortunate. CFU Gaming have the right ideas, but they're forgetting about priority. Look at this fight actually occur, because we do see the initial movements from the side of Dark Lord, and that makes all the difference in these types of fights, right? He's holding on to his he already used his Falling Star Moon early on, but more importantly, it's that Final Slash that turns it around, and you can see that Rise Crim is getting even more value from it on the laning phase for this Moskov.
Right on cue there, Gideon. As soon as you mention the Final Slash, you get a nice little look at Rise Crim finding Sing up top. And now this second turtle of the game is going to be up. Little traction pulse thrown out there. It's still going to be controlled by CFU for the most part, but they're going to have to fight for this one. Boxy once again trying to zone them out. There's the Feathered Airstrike. Wadu gets the turtle secured though, but they're in trouble as Boxy's going to fall. And there you go, Appraiser's Wrath to come down. Throwboy's out of the picture, but Wadu still on the hunt. It's a big trade here. 1 for 2 right now, but CFU, they get the objective.
He's a little hungry boy. They're, again, Ultra Legends, they are currently up with the lead, and they want a little bit more.
I guess they do. Opie in trouble, but Wadu trying to cut them off. A Dark Lord, he's burning.
What?
Wadu. What's going on?
I think he was thinking like, all right, I can take a bit of damage. I still have
this.
Flicker. I got this. And then Quinnock hits his passive stacks, and it's like, fight me. Fight me. Try me again. Do it one more time.
Hey, man. Maybe, you know, maybe Wadu forgot, but you're not going to cover much ground as Uranus. So Boxy has to kick his way out to live this exchange in the mid lane, but hey, Ultra Legends, they've done a phenomenal job at kind of correcting the course here in the early game.
All right, I got to call Zipper on this one. Pull up the item list real quick, because we need to see how far Wadu is from getting a Radiant Armor, and at the very least, oh, he goes for Dom Ice first.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh,
okay.
he's in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Because again, this Dom Ice is not going to help him much. He's just getting punted around.
Okay, he's going to go ahead and use that Consecrate. He still survives. Somehow, someway, Detective's going to join the fight, jumping on in, looking for the Blast Wolf. Land it though, but the Feathered Airstrike will pick up the kill anyway. Detective still working on Rise Crim, and there's the kick also from Boxy. Rise Crim is still running away, but finally the Detective will pick up a kill. Can Throwboy get here in trouble as Spear's gonna be coming down to join the fight? Pharaoh will go anyway. It's a whole-on brawl in this bottom lane. As Opie's still alive, Pharaoh and Throwboy working on Wadu. Wadu is tanky enough, but gets taunted back, and there it is. They pick up another kill, and it looks like they're gonna go for this turret as well, as Opie is just forced off. He's gonna drop down the Feathered Airstrike, but I think Ultra Legends is gonna be happy with that fight overall.
Are they happy? I'm not even 100% sure about it, right? They do end up losing in Tier 1 topside. They will secure this turtle. At the end of the day, is this really helping with their current game plan of scaling up fast? Quinnock is actually in a very good position. Rice Crim, yes, he's great, but Dark Lord in particular, he's got to be really careful, right? I think the pressure is starting to get to him. Those Falling Star Moons, they matter.
Oh, that final slash is going to get him kicked into the turret. They're going to fight it anyway. The Traction Pulse and the Star Moon comes down. They finally get the turret. Spirit Destruction just lobbed on through. But it's an objective, ultimately, which Ultra Legends gets, and that's what they needed.
Yeah, because majority of the lead is going over to Dark Lord, but he's not the main carry for the squad, right? A lot of it really boils down to whether or not this Moskov can start scaling now rather than later. Wan has been a non-factor for a majority of these fights, only being eliminated once, and you can tell the gold lead isn't that far away between both of the gold laners, right? It's only the 100 to 200 difference so far, and Opie is comfortably scaling, right? He's already gotten his second item ready to go, and right now we really need to see Wadu start building into the Blade Armor as well as the Radiant Armor. He needs it so bad so he can start peeling Quinnock without fearing him.
Good eruption there, but still not enough. Feathered Airstrike dropped down in mid lane. They'll get blasted to bits. Crossbow tank popped off as well. Wadu holding the front from Throwboy. They find Dark Lord, and they're going to be able to find Throwboy as well.
Ooh.
But Appraiser's Wrath will not have enough damage to pick up anybody from CFU.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pharaoh a little bit late to the fight here. CFU Gaming was able to recuperate and regroup a lot faster despite the initial damage being thrown out from Ultra Legends. Boxy is playing a strong game. Let's look at this replay one more time, right? Because we see Boxy start off by taking down Ice Cream to ensure that Opie is going to be fine. The Feathered Airstrike got max value onto Rice Cream as well as Quinnock, which is the big issue, right? Ultra Legends must understand, if we are going to initiate these fights, it's very ult dependent.
This is tough too, you know, ult dependent or not and everything else. Ultra Legends, now they're starting to get picked apart. And it feels like, you know, they're going to have to kind of hone back in. And this is what I was mentioning back when we were opening up the segment here was, you know, they kind of need to hopefully refine their mid to late game transition. And so far we have to see that happen because the Lord is up now. Ultra Legends is fighting for space. They're trying to fight for, you know, the fact that this tier 1's almost going to fall here. And CFU knows to punish this. They might initiate this fight. They're going to drop down a Feathered Airstrike. Again, the flicker forward. Spirit Destruction to follow through. Pharaoh joined the fight. He's going to go ahead and help out, but the crossbow tank popped off on Dark Lord. He tanks up a ton of the hits, and now they're still going to be going as Quinnock's gone. A big blast once again. They have to retreat under the tier 2. They're just going to fight it out anyway. Throwboy keeps them in check. Now Opie looking for his own opening. It doesn't have the Feathered Strike just yet, but they'll force him off. The Lord is for the taking for CFU.
Really nice play coming in from CFU side. They initiated this fight understanding that if they can push them in between their tier 1s and tier 2s and nobody is there to actually clear the wave for their mid-tier 1, that's such a powerful position. Once Quinnock goes, they know they've got the green light. Once the final slash Rice Cream comes out, then they can do whatever they want. That gives them the passport that they're looking for to disrespect Ultra Legends battle lines. Now, Wadu in a phenomenal position. I've seen both of his item pickups, the Blade Armor as well as the Radiant Armor. He is in a phenomenal position and Quinnock cannot deal with that. He greeted out for this guy Piercer, but until he has a Divine Glaive, he's not going to be able to cut through.
And like you mentioned, you know, that's what Wadu really needed. He needed to be able to go ahead and be that kind of just front line for the most part. And Aboxy's been doing a great job too on this Cho, as difficult that it is to sometimes find those angles. He's gonna go ahead and get traction pulsed in onto the turret. He could be in trouble. Tries to get away, but the turret's still gonna be worked on. They find it finally, but there's the crossbow of Tang as the airtime is there. Still under the turret. Zing not able to pick up Throwboy though. So they traded out the 1-for-1. But the objective's secured. Shields are going to be popping up here, and they still have to deal with the Lord.
These conversions from CFU are so very, very good. I got to give it a Rice Cream. He has an eye to punish his opponents. He's very similar to Boxy. However, he can't get into his own head. They need to sacrifice these outer tier turrets. Inhibitors are by far the most important at this point after your mid-tier 1. Therefore, CFU Gaming, as you see them attack, they're not attacking head-on. They're attacking in these side angles. Look at this!
Traction pulse once again. Energy eruption going to be able to find Sing. It gets out though. And the final slash will whiff it. So nothing to convert there for Ultra Legends.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's final slash versus feathered airstrike. Both of these effing ultimates. It's just, they're really, really pivotal for these squads. Now, Quinnock, he finally gets the Holy Crystal ready, set, and to go. And Dark Lord is actually doing a decent amount of damage throughout these fights. I saw his item build earlier, right? Enchanted Talisman Oracle, he's got the Sustain. But then, does he have the right items to actually get in front of Detective? Is he strong enough to deal with Sing as well? No, he really has to go in and out compared to Wadu, who literally will T-pose on his opponents.
Yeah, I think even at this point, they're just forcing these fights. Look at this. Rise Crim pops the conceal, goes in with the final slash. He's able to find 2 though, but Pharaoh is out of the picture. Not the timing that they were looking for. Even with that final slash, this has been the constant struggle that we've seen from the Arlots that are picked up so far through MSC. Now the base turrets are set here. CFU's gonna work on the mid turret. Detective takes quite a bit of damage. Now Wadu has to jump on out of the base. The final slash again will find Sing. A good pickup and a response from Ultra Legends. Do they want more? They stop OP from the feathered airstrike a little bit longer. Throwboy will jump on forward, but that might be all they get.
Marksman for marksman on either side. Seeing you gotta be careful, right? Because it's really hard to react to the final slash. Even though you have an inbuilt Purify, you're still going to get disposition unless you got really fast fingers. Even if you're dispositioned for half that second, that's more than enough for Ultra Legends to really jump upon you, because their whole lineup, every single person, has CC.
Oh, again, the fight breaking out. Traction pulse on the feathered airstrike already expended. Boxy, though, trying to jump into the fray. He flickers out defensively, and now it's Detective. Lord's going to be ignored. They go in the fight. Anyway, Detective is gone, and the fight still going on as Wadu going to be the next target. Pharaoh does want to overcommit Zing just around the corner alongside Boxy. They're going to go for Dark Lord here. Can they actually get this kill? Looks like they're going to be able to secure it. Dark Lord just trying to buy it time. The shields are not enough as another kill goes in the hands of CFU.
And what did I tell you, right? Dark Lord cannot deal with the raw damage coming out from the side of CFU in comparison to Wadu, who literally is T-posing in the middle of these fights. It's starting to get a little frustrating, but we do see that Ultra Legends manages to find an initial punish, right? Keep in mind, Lucas, his big mechanic, I can only pop my ult when I have enough energy, when I have enough of those stacks on me, right? Which is the little bar you see underneath him because he doesn't have mana. Cool. I definitely need more of those type of heroes in this game. But for the most part, Detective, again, I think that CFU game could have just let Ultra Legends take first position.
Oh, final slash again. Forcing the fight, a Spear Destruction. Pharaoh's going to join the fight, but Rice Crypt could be in trouble. Detective now going for Pharaoh. He pops the Wind of Nature, though. He's still going, but he has enough damage to pick it up as Quinnock is gone. But Throwboy came in, got the Lord, but they're losing the fight. 4 down for Ultra Legends. Going to be making it 5 here. It's going to be a wipeout as they go through, as Dark Lord doesn't have enough. And CFU Gaming might have lost the Lord, but they're going to get the wipeout they needed. The mid turret goes down, and they have the push with the minions. They'll take first blood in this best of 3.
Really great target prioritization coming in from CFU. You could see the forward thinking in a lot of their plays. The itemization was good, and even so, Ultra Legends, they just fell in between the smokes and the mirrors, and they couldn't tell how they needed to play it out.
I kind of feel like, to describe this game, it's close but also very scrappy. And I kind of feel like it's a very hard game for either marksmen to really shine, because every single time they're in the fight, someone's targeting them, and they're, more often than not, they're the first to actually go down in the fight. And it's hard to make a team fight look good when your marksman is the first one to go.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, they were trying to overthink this, right? It's like, oh, we got to worry about the final slash. Oh, we got to worry about feathered airstrike. And then all of a sudden, I think CFU came to the realization of like, actually, we don't really care about the final slash. I think if we can get Zing into that back line, we can make this work because OP, every single time, even if he just lands 1 or 2 shots of the feathered airstrike on Quinnock or Pharaoh, they're basically down to like 1/3 of their health.
Yeah, and it worked out too because, you know, we mentioned it back in the early to mid-game where like Zing, aside from getting that ganked once, like he just had a pretty good time just farming up, and then he goes in and uses that advantage of I have my items, I can get the positioning I want to. Especially, I think a big part of it is, as you mentioned, Gideon, once Wadu got those defensive items, the Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor, he was enough to go ahead and zone out a lot of this. And then Detective, like you mentioned too, was a lot of the timing when he has that ultimate available and he can actually put pressure on the right targets, and a lot of times it was Pharaoh. He was able to pop out the Wind of Nature. He was able to get a lot of the battle spells out, and that just worked out really well for the fighting plan of CFU Gaming.
And I gotta say, like, looking at the draft, there's no real counter for Zing on his 1-1, right? No one, like, the longest range that you have is honestly the Kimi. And even Kimi, you can't really finish off the 1-1 all that. Like, you can't do every single time. In comparison to CFU having this Farsa, the moment you see the Moskov, just open up your feathered airstrike, you don't even need a full combo. Just hit him once, and he's out of the fight.
That's the thing. Ultra Legends, honestly, when in terms of the diversity of the styles of CC that they have, really, it's Rice Cream who's the one who can reach forward while everybody else kind of locks you down in space, right? Nobody really has that ability. And even from the opposite side, Boxy, these kicks are all based on, oh, you make the first mistake, I'm going to make sure that you're going to remember it for the rest of your life.
You always feel like Boxy, he had a couple kicks that were like off angle, but also most of the time he was able to just go ahead and start things up enough to, and that's just kind of the mentality I feel like Cho players have to be in. It's like, okay, I'm going to go, if I get the kick, that's the best case scenario. But if I start the fight up, then at least I force this fight and hopefully the team can follow through.
Yeah, definitely. As an experienced Cho player, there's many ways to play your Cho. Like, number one, you just go in just to threaten them a bit, just like you said. Maybe force out a few skills. Maybe they panic and use a Flicker or Purify, and then that's more than enough. Looking at the draft here as well, I really feel like for Pharaoh, maybe just because even yesterday we talked about this, the Moskov is very hit or miss. And it's mostly miss unless we talk bad about it, and then suddenly it's a hit.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, it follows like a strange set of music theory,
Unless
right?
you're stealing objectives.
Stealing objectives, yeah. But that's the thing, right? All marksmen are a little bit more like item dependent. I would say the exception being Wan, because again, 2 items is pretty good for her, 3 items is already great. But then we look at the emblems, right? And I'm still questioning why Quinnock decided to go for, hey, Quantum Charge is the way to go. I need the extra bit of heal, extra bit of movement speed, when really, I think it would have been better for him to just go for the weakness finder, because again, he's working in tandem with Throwboy, and Throwboy needs that extra 1 or 2 seconds to kind of like get that reset from the energy eruption to start the combo again.
Same with Rescue as well. I really feel like Ultra Legends, they have a rough idea on what to do going up against CFU. It's just not complete just yet, because we see like patterns like, okay, good moves, okay, good team fight. There are moments, but again, just that missing piece. I really feel like if Pharaoh had a better time in this game, it could have been them winning this one.
Oh yeah, it totally could have, right? And let's talk about the items here. This is where I have a bit of a bone to pick with Dark Lord. As much as I didn't like the fact that he was missing some pretty pivotal falling star moons, his build is very traditional in terms of the rank setting, right? He goes for the Enchanted Talisman, the Dom Eyes, into the Oracle. I would have liked to see a bit of a switch up here. In terms of the anti-heal, I get why he has to take the Dom Eyes this early on, but I think that the Oracle could have been switched out for a Athena Shield, or maybe even slowly built up eventually to a Blade Armor to deal with Zing for the most part, right? Just absorb a bit of the damage and eventually you can get the Winter Crown later, or just go for the Winter Crown early, right? Because everybody on the side of Ultra Legends were really worried about it when she was up in the air, throwing his, in that crossbow of Tang, and then chaining it together with everybody else, especially on the squishier targets.
I would say Winter Crown, but I kind of feel like Zing didn't do too much to warrant that Winter Crown. But yeah, I kind of feel like there are moments where the Winter Crown could really help out the fight.
I mean, looking at just the overall damage and everything else, it was kind of like, yeah, Zing didn't really show up till like later on. But then, I think Gideon mentioned it already. It's like that was why it worked so well with OP, because if you just land 1 feathered airstrike, you're going to bring people's health bars down enough where then you have that good synergy between the crossbow of Tang, where it's like now it's a lot easier to go ahead and get that off, get those resets in and everything else. And, yeah, you know, Dark Lord, as you're supposed to be, you know, alongside Throwboy, it's like, ooh, you're not tanky enough to go ahead and take that damage, for example.
Yeah. Sorry, I just saw Pharaoh did less damage than Rice Cream.
Yeah.
So that's Dark Lord at least did 84,000 damage. Now that's very impressive, and especially considering OP is the highest damage coming in from CFU, 85,000. So honestly, Dark Lord did a lot in that game. It's just that, like you said, maybe some different item options just to make sure that he can stay in the fight longer.
Yeah.
And maybe we could have seen a different kind of result here.
Yeah, again, it's not about going in and out of the fight. That's something that Ultra Legends don't really want to do. If they take space, they want to hold that space for as long as possible. In terms of macro, they could have shifted their attention down towards Moscow's side of the map, and I think that's what they really needed to do. Like, sacrifice a couple of these objectives. It really doesn't mean much to you at the end of the day. Work on your economy, and eventually you could look to outscale CFU, because that was the main idea for Ultra Legends.
Now, this is a rare sight. Seeing the mid laner as the carry, sure. But mid laner as the rich guy.
Oh, yeah.
We definitely don't see this every day. The mid laner is the rich guy, is the carry. I mean, why do an Boxy's best wingman? Like, it still makes sense, but my God, let's talk about OP, man. Like, he got a lot of gold in this game.
That's why I say, you know, it's interesting when, or as much as we've seen, like, for example, the Farces not go through so much, or still these mid laners that are so proactive, and I feel like OP is that guy. I mean, when we saw their journey videos back on day one, you know, he was the spokesperson for that, and it was, you can see it in his gameplay, and I mean, the most apparent to me so far was even on his Kimmy. It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So now that he gets his hands on the Farsa here, and, you know, running with the emblem set that he did, he had the lethal ignition. Like, he had so many opportunities to work with space. A lot of times it was him just joining these fights, walking up, and he was very active on the feathered airstrike.
I mean, just look at these off angles, right? It kind of forces Ultra Legends to kind of pick and choose which side of the battlefront that he must address straight away. And I think, well, let's not forget about OP's gold, right? He's getting a lot of this gold because, again, Zing, not farming as hard, you know, getting caught off every once in a while. And then there's Detective with the Biju bomb vest ready to just jump at their opponents, because that's the thing. The only time we see Detective end up dying, it's either he makes a silly mistake like, oh, I'm 1 HP, I'll walk back into the fight, or I don't have my ult, maybe I'll just try and create some space and then realize I don't create as much space without the ult form.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, OP has basically played every single role. Maybe some of the other roles' habits bleed into the mid. Is like, I need to farm, right?
Yeah.
Right, and like minions are good, right? I need items, I need to carry, right? Like, I really feel like it does help them out a lot, understanding how each role thinks, making it so that it's easier for him to actually capitalize on everyone.
Yeah.
I think looking at the positioning here, too, in these highlights, it's just like, you know, he does a really good job at just finding the right place to set up for the most time, and dropping down the feathered airstrike, and even dropping down the stuns. Like, it was good enough for OP, and that really shows just his experience again as a player.
Yeah, I think at this point, Ultra Legends, they just, if they are going to try and bring this 5v5 against CFU, they need to make sure that CFU Gaming is questioning their macro. Do I have to split them, or do I have to stick together? That's the main thing that we need to see from Ultra Legends.
I mean, right now I want to bring it back to everyone coming here, coming to the MSC, into the EWC. Everyone has their own stories, has their own struggles. And I kind of feel like for Ultra Legends, I want to see, like, how did they get here? So let's actually check out the road to EWC for Ultra Legends.
The most dangerous thing about going against us is that we play like a team and we depend on each other. It feels great to be in AWC. We had a difficult journey to be here, and we will do our best. Of course, it's a great honor because it's my first team win and I won it and qualified to this AWC.
Oh, Troll with the Tsunami Slam! Oh. Pharaoh to secure the Lord, and Pharaoh with the kill as well. Dark Lord will get Cuffin. Look at them. They're blitzing this. They're rushing into the back.
My toughest moment is when we was playing in lower bracket finals and the electricity went off. So we had to go in the car and play in wild data. We had a hard group and we won.
But look at Rice Cream, he has the shortcut, they will jump in and just brawl at you. Pero gets the kill towards Stroll, and that's the Sky Piercer popped as well. Dark Lord getting Sanji, it's Sanos screaming in pain. Agony is in their eyes as Falcons, they will get their wings clipped.
It is very motivating to represent Egypt and MENA here in WC, and we will make them proud.
Talk about a story. Not just did they win against Falcons, but they had to do it in a car. Like, if you look at their story, it is absolutely amazing. But speaking of which, for you guys at home, I hope you guys are playing MLBB after this game, because we still got to see who makes it through, because the All-Stars are still here, but it's only up until the 5th of August. So just a little bit after MSC. So make sure you guys play now and actually complete all those tasks, because there's a chance for you guys to get a Popol and Koopa skin. Make sure you guys do it quickly, because, hey, when this is over, no more chances. And now let's talk about this game again. What does Ultra Legends really need to do in terms of the draft or the gameplay for them to get a win against CFU?
I think a lot of it comes down to, can they make CFU question their decisions, right? They need to start posing multiple different problems rather than having to go head first every single time and say, if we win the 5v fight, it's a simple answer, but sure. But when you see CFU kind of doubt, and especially when they overheat, because they are prone to overheating each individual player, that's where you see more and more mistakes start to show, and that's when Ultra Legends can capitalize.
I think for them, it seems like that this isn't good. The main thing that's not going to change is that they just like to fight. I think both these teams like to be a little scrappy, like to go ahead and for the fights. And so maybe as they go in for the second game draft here in just a bit, they build a lineup that is going to give them the best chances to win those scrappy fights. Because again, I think even the itemization we already talked about in the breakdown, they need to be able to itemize for winning those early game fights, mid game fights, so that they have a better chance in the late game.
So if I look back at my nuggets of knowledge, lose enough where your opponents are confident, but don't lose too much where you're 10,000 goal behind.
That's good knowledge.
Like between 1,200 up until 2,300. I feel like that's the sweet spot where your opponent is like, I can 1v5, and you're like, I can punish you.
You know what's crazy though?
Yeah.
We've seen like turnarounds after 10K deficits and 0 objectives. Is there a nugget of knowledge for that? Or?
Yeah, kills are more important.
I mean,
especially when it comes to the late game. Because this one, I kind of feel like for most professional players, they know. But in case you guys are playing rank at home, I would say 16, 17, 18 minutes, those are the times when kills are more important. Because for you to get objectives, you want to make sure no one is defending them. So kill them first. Yeah, there you go.
I'm following.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a good strat, right? And also the consideration of death timers, especially in the later stages of the game, has been such a pivotal moment, right? Sometimes you don't even want to like, oh, we guarantee the pick. Let's delay it a little bit just to make sure that it's closer to our Lord timer so that they can push out and he won't be able to defend as effectively. I mean, a lot of this really starts boiling down to whether you understand how the meta is going to go. Because again, I think a lot of teams' biggest mistakes is, hey, they look at a tier 2 as like, this tier 2 so juicy, so important. They're willing to die for it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, you get a Lord, you basically get all tier 2s for free.
Exactly, yeah.
It's econ turrets.
I just feel like a lot of the teams right now, even in the matches today, they're willing to fight under tier 2, tier 3, tier 3s even into the base with the Holy Shield still up, and that seems to be a game plan for a lot of teams right now.
I kind of feel like macro is definitely good. That's the preferred way to approach a game, but I kind of feel like everyone is getting a good understanding of how to move around the map, where it comes to a point where who has a better fighting comp. Because I feel like if we go back all the way even before MSC even started, we see a lot of teams having very interesting drafts where you can play the side lanes, but then eventually you come to a point where you have to fight. You have no other options. I'm remembering a game where I remember like a Fanny, a Moskov. I believe it was against, who was it again?
Fanny and the Moskov on the same team?
Yeah.
Was this yesterday? Yeah. Was it DFYG?
No, it was another team. But either ways, I will refresh my own memory. But the game looked pretty good. And even we said, hey, they could go all the way. But macro ain't enough. You need strength in the fight.
Here's the thing. I think right now the meta really punishes you when you're trying to play like these big split pushes, but mainly because there's a lot of like mechanics that kind of prevent that. Oh, you got a really good split push. Oh no, there's the holy shield that kind of defeats the entire
It was
purpose
Aurora,
of
by the
it.
way. Now I remember. It was Aurora.
Aurora?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's fair. That's a really good point as well.
Yeah.
But that still comes to the initial problem of like, oh, I'm gonna proxy a wave, and then I walk up into the river, I get the extra torrent movement speed, and I get to be part of the neutral fights, and then walk back without losing anything at all.
I feel like there's just been a really, like, I am also a fan of the meta right now. I mean, we think back of last year, MSC's meta was very staple. Like, it was a very solid just game plan every single time. And now I feel like there's a lot of breathing room for different things to happen. You know, you still have your standard picks as we get into this draft here, but also you have these more, kind of unorthodox strategies that seem to be working for specific teams out there.
Yeah, especially looking at mid. I kind of feel like mid has been stale for quite a while, but now we're seeing a little bit more. The Kadita, for example, is looking pretty good. Like, maybe if you look at win rate, it's not super high, but if you look at the game itself, she does her job.
I think ONIC definitely is a big proprietor of trying to change certain bad win rates around for a lot of these heroes, whether it be Zetian, the Kadita. It makes sense. But so far, I don't know. I'm on the opposite side about what this meta offers for the mid lane. I feel like it's pretty narrow because you want to play traditional front-to-backs, and it's really punishing because you need to not only coordinate, but the level of execution is just so high for Kaditas to be able to get some real profit. You will get one person, but you're never going to get two, never going to get three. In comparison to if you play Zetian, if you play things like Farsa, just tap, 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 you've gotten three people down to at least a third of their health.
Yeah, I'm always... you know, I would always love to see some of the lanes, for example, like the mid lane, like the gold lane, to have some of these more options. And I know there's teams so far through MSC, speaking of Team Flash, you know, like that, like to bring some of these, some of these picks out to the gold lane even. But again, in the mid lane, I'd like to see, you know, more of the other heroes pop up. Maybe we do as we get through the group stages here and then into the knockouts. But so far, this stuff like Kadita today was great to see. And, you know, the fact that Farce is still open, I'm wondering if that's even priority.
Phoveus as well.
Phoveus as well. Kimmy is still up as well. You have a lot of these options that both the teams can go for. And that's why this first priority pick for Ultra Legends is actually going to be pretty pivotal here, I feel like.
How confident is Ultra Legends in playing Cho?
They
Never
go for
mind. I don't need an answer to that one because, again, they have the Farsa on their side because the big trade-off at this point is whether or not I want to give you Kimmy and kind of like eat it for the early game, right? That's the major issue 90% of the time. And the only way to kind of divert that pressure is if you have a duo, or at least your roamer in this case, that can utilize Concussive Blast so you can clear the waves extra fast so you don't have to interact with her.
I mean, at least at this point, they have more range, able to actually go for the gold layer, which is definitely a big problem in the previous matchup, especially considering that they don't use an assassin inside of jungle. I want to see if they want to go... definitely CFU favorite here, personally for me.
I think it's everybody's favorite.
I feel like Judge and Lancelot, pretty good opener.
Yeah. You go with the Lancelot. Yeah, interesting.
So it should be Phoveus here.
Yeah, he's got the 59% win rate right now, so that's definitely something that Ultra Legends wants to go ahead and build the rest of this lineup out dealing with, because there's only so much you can do against the fact that Lancelot can just Thorn Rose. He has all the mobility in the world, especially with the Phantom Execution and the punctures and everything else. So, but then you add that layer of protection because the Jushin does that so well. We've seen some of the teams that do pick this up do great at peeling for their junglers or their gold laners, and that's something you're going to have to deal with if you're Ultra Legends. They take the Uranus, and then they go with the Granger.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is already Ultra Legends having this mindset of winning every lane, right? Because I kind of feel like Farsa, yes, might have some trouble against the Kimi, but overall is able to control the lanes very, very well, especially with the Wings by Wings. Able to go gold or EXP, just make sure they win it out. And now having the Granger as well as the Uranus, it really feels like, let's just win off raw mechanics. Let's win off the lanes, and then we're going to be looking good. And now CFU picking up that CC, so can fight back against this Uranus.
I guess, unless they flex the Uranus once more, which I think in this particular case is not the worst thing in the world, mainly because your matchup against CC is already pretty terrible, but more so until Lancelot gets 2 items, he kind of does nothing to you, right? You kind of just absorb pretty much thing. We don't see a large amount of burst damage coming out from CFU's side. They have the Jushin, and I think that Ultra Legends right now need to kind of skew the draft to make sure that their mid duo is able to not only move first, but in doing so, kind of opens up the option saying, if you get Irithel, for an example, if we let Irithel through, if there's a worse matchup for this Granger, we can actually double down and kind of buffer your lane while keeping the others a little safer.
Yeah, I like the focus too on. I mean, damage-wise, I feel like Ultra Legends has that covered. Just with those picks alone, the Uranus, if it goes in the jungle, then maybe that's going to be best for them against the Lancelot. That might be their game plan, but I feel like still Ultra Legends waiting for the last couple picks here from CFU to balance out. But then again, what do they put in the roam to make sure that they're able to go ahead and peel out as well? Because some of the roam picks are obviously being banned out. They're taking out a lot of the utility that we're used to seeing. So again, what's left there for utility roam for Ultra Legends to make this work?
Honestly, that's a very good question, because worried that there's no crowd control here. And if you let Lance just do whatever he wants, like you said, Naisu, he has all the mobility in the world, and I don't know if it's because of the relationship with Odette and having to run away from her.
Her swan song. She
doesn't
like
it hurts.
She's singing again.
It's like, oh, you know what? Puncture all the way. Hey, if I was Lancelot, I'm like, hey, you do you. Let me just go buy milk for a bit.
You do you.
Some say penetration is key. Hey, look, I think that at least for Badang on this side of the map is able to kind of, it's more of a denial than anything else, right? When you look at the Ultra Legends side, they would like to have the extra bit of disruption because, oh, you can dash all you want, but if you happen to cross my fist, then we can knock you out of position and maybe even get a free cancel if it knocks them out of the way to not get another stack, so his puncture doesn't go entirely through. Hayabusa gets locked in for Ultra Legends, so they're telling, hey, I'm sorry, Dark Lord, if you're going to play Uranus, you're just going to have to eat it. Just deal with the GG. That's all you, dude.
Okay, there's the answer. It's a Hilda roam.
So no crowd control.
No crowd.
No crowd control gang here.
So what are we going with? Damage.
Yeah.
That's
killing them is the biggest CC.
Hey.
Death is the best CC.
Because they're not on the map.
They're not on the map.
So they're technically crowd controlled to death.
They're not even in the game.
That's a good way to look at it.
I guess that's the hot take. Killing them is the best CC.
Hey, man, Ultra Legends with the Beaver comp, man, because damn. They got to try their hardest here. I don't know, LaFell, do you like this comp?
Here's the thing. What I'm actually looking out for is that every single team, when they see a Lancelot, they pick up the Hilda. Has it worked? No. But hey, one day we'll see it work. But now I got to throw it over to you guys. And just to remind everyone here, CFU already has game number 1. One more win. They survive, not going through just yet, but they survive. But the same can't be said for Ultra Legends.
Well, that's a good point. Thanks, LaFell. Once again, great reminder here for all of the fans who are just tuning in. Ultra Legends facing off against CFU Gaming, currently at match point. If Ultra Legends, now is the time to clutch up, to pull it to a Game 3 as we head on into the Land of Dawn here at the Mid-Season Cup 2025 at the Esports World Cup live in Riyadh. As you can see, Throwboy, the jungler for the side of Ultra Legends, starting off on his orange buff, while Detective from CFU on the red side starting on his purple. So, mirrored sides of the map.
You know, Gideon, I feel like Ultra Legends went with the perfect life advice that's thrown out there all the time. Just put all your eggs in one basket, right? You know, they just went full damage. Boxy is going to feel that damage as he has to go ahead and flicker out already. So that might be the game plan. Ultra Legends overloads on one thing. You go, you get the damage off. You have great profiles early game, especially if Throwboy can somehow, some way get an early snowball rolling. I feel like that's going to put Ultra Legends in a really good position, especially when these objectives come up.
I totally agree here, right? Because right now, Ultra Legends are just making sure that they're bypassing and kind of cheating the early levels by saying, Dark Lord, he's going to struggle at level 1. So let's quickly get him to level 2, and once he's out of that level 2, now he can out-sustain Wadu. Wadu can build up as many stacks as he wants. Dark Lord can say, whatever, as long as I'm taking damage, I can sustain in this lane. Now, I think they need to start shifting all of their attention down to the bottom side, right?
Oh, OP, gonna get Shadow killed, and there it is, first blood go into the hands of Throwboy. This is exactly what we were just talking about.
Yep. I mean, the snowball has already started for Throwboy. Hopefully it converts down to Pharaoh somehow, because again, he's going to be one of the few ways that he can hurt CFU Gaming without putting his team at risk.
Yeah, this is going to be the first turtle of the game that comes up. Throwboy will have to face this off against Detective. Now, this is a little bit tricky, especially up against a Lancelot, so he's going to rely on Rise Crim. Rise Crim jumps on in, gets Detective actually quite low. He'll still get the turtle. Turtle secured for CFU, but can they survive the fight? Throwboy picks a kill. Detective follows. They're all quite low here. CFU's trying to run back to the turret as OP falls next. A massive pickup already for Ultra Legends.
No!
Wadu, what are you doing here? And Zing jumps in, flickers out, it gives him another kill, and make it another. As Ultra Legends just gets everything.
Zing was looking to correct his mistakes from the previous game. It's like, sorry guys, I extended the last game a little bit longer than I should have, but this time it's gonna be different. I swear to you. But as we saw this fight progress, they're just a little too tanky. The base damages from the side of Ultra Legends, like Dark Lord, there is no killing him at this point. You clearly do not have the burst damage to do it. Detective needs 2 items. Wadu needs War Axe. Oppi, probably never going to kill Dark Lord unless he's got he's fully stacked on his Sky Piercer. But
he's 3-0-2 now.
He's 3-0-2. He's kind of strong. He's going to be a big problem. I mean, he's going to definitely dominate the top side of the map.
Yeah. That's basically your lane now, if you're Dark Lord. And hold on, another play in. They're not giving him a chance to breathe. Opie will fall, make it 8 kills now in total for Ultra Legends. Hey, I think they are following the game plan. Just throw damage at CFU.
Yeah, and right now the walls are crumbling down for CFU. This snowball lead is actually really good. 3 minutes into the game, 3.7. That's one of the higher leads we've seen so far for this squad. And now they're transversing it down to the bottom side.
Sing, I don't know if you're going to escape this. You don't have a flicker. He does get out of dodge. So now Rise Crim going to be in a bad position. Gets zoned out completely from the rest of the squad. He falls, so 1 kill now for CFU Gaming, and that was something they really need. I mean, Ultra Legends, they can afford that. It's Throwboy now here on the top side. It's going to go ahead and go for Wadu. Doesn't commit, though, so still, Turtle's now up here.
I think that Ultra Legends got to be careful, right? They can't start diverting their attention. If they want a clean conversion for Pharaoh, they need to make sure they're working as 4.
Okay, Turtle for the taking. Detective's going to work on it. He takes quite a few feathered airstrikes, but he will get the turtle. Can him and Opie get away? And it's just too much damage as Detective falls. And now Opie just throwing Dark Lord around. He's going to go ahead and use that flare. But Quanok could be in trouble. Wings by wings out. Throwboy joining the fight. Going to pop the shadow kill. Will be able to find Wadu. Now fighting under the tier 1. They have enough damage to just overload it. Dark Lord will go ahead and flicker on out, but the purple buff is what they want as Ultra Legends looks to take more from CFU.
Nicely played for the side of Ultra Legends. Oh.
Okay, Sing is going to go ahead and just get a couple shots at Throwboy, but that's about it. Boxy did go down in that whole exchange, so this was all for the fight here. And another Opie, they are just falling apart. 5 minutes in.
Run them down. That's how Ultra Legends should be playing this game, right? We don't care about these turtles. Turtles give you a little bit of EXP, maybe a shield if you're not in a fight, but who cares when you've got the base damage just to fight them underneath turret?
Goodbye again. They're just sitting ducks at this point, mega sitting sharks as they pick up 2 more kills for Ultra Legends. 14-1. 5.5 minutes in.
Proxy the waves, get ahead, continuously force CFU Gaming back into a corner, and this game will be yours. Ultra Legends can't afford to make a mistake now.
Oh, again. Oh, Dark Lord, is he still going to survive this? Okay, the turret's pretty strong. He gets taken out. Again, they had a great lead. Hopefully not too many of those, because those can compound up to give CFU a chance back into this game. But right now, Ultra Legends is in such a good position with this 5K lead ahead, and they're just continuing to try to take everything from CFU.
Ooh, Detective going for Purple Retry this time around. Wants to attack the max health and steal some, knowing that a majority of the members from the side of Ultra Legends actually have some pretty high max health. Now, Quanok going to get pushed back.
Oh, he pops a feather airstrike. He sees Detective, and he's like, nope. I'm going to go ahead and stop that, but Throwboy, does he get the call? He goes in with a shadow kill, and the damage is too much. Overloads him. They pick up 1. Conceal on the run. They're trying to disengage out of here. Opie in trouble. Detective's going to jump in to try to distract them. He goes in. He does survive, allowing CFU to get back, but they might want more. Quanok Is he going to actually go for this? Again, CFU not in a good position to really do too much.
This is a death march coming in from Ultra Legends. Nothing to lose, everything to gain, and CFU are feeling the wrath. Every single time they walk into their jungle, they're seeing 3 to 4 people. Oh, good flicker from Pharaoh.
Good flicker. He's still going to be alive again. Oh, Detective will go ahead and pick up the kill anyway. They desperately needed one. Pharaoh out of the picture. Quantum could be in trouble. Opie, they flicker forward. They're able to find Rise Crim. This is a chance for CFU to turn things around. Dark Lord, quite tanky, but he goes down anyway. 3 picked up for CFU.
What is this hero? What is this Lancelot? 1 HP, jumps into 2, chunks out Quinnock down to 1% of his HP, walks away, and I mean, I get it. Dark Lord doesn't have a lot of damage, but the Ionic stacks is ridiculous. Like, look at Detective, right? Keep your eyes on him. Jukes him, goes down to Quinnock, gets put down to 1 HP. Guess what? I'm gonna put you down to 1 HP, and had that puncture connected, he would have killed him.
Lance too much, as LaFell said. It's just, what is going on? I don't know. I guess he's just going to be highly contested, either that or eventually in the knockouts we see him on the ban list, but
wait,
man.
The total gold for his team is 22,000. Zipper, pull up the item list. We need to see where he's at currently. I think he only has the War Axe, right? Yeah, just the War Axe. Dude, what is this hero?
What hero can do this? Zing could be in trouble. Gets out with a flicker. They're going to drop down the Feathered Airstrike. Zing has all the space to work with. And now Detective and Opie trying to make it the way to the fight. He's got the Thorn Rose. Quannock will try to get away. Throwboy joining the fight as well. Goes in, looking for a pickup as he goes for Opie. Doesn't have the shadow kill. Now he's going to be able to pop it. Picks up Boxy. Looking for more. They still want to go. Wadu's quite low, but Detective will finally get taken out. Now Zing left to his own as he falls, and CFU is falling apart in the jungle. Wadu's going to go ahead and jump away. Does he escape this? Feathered Airstrike, drop down, one more hit. He's burning though. He'll get it anyway. Quannock picks up a kill.
Thank God he took Lethal Ignition. Oh my goodness. If he didn't have Lethal Ignition and then with the last 2, that would have hurt his soul. Quannock's confidence would be tank. Oh boy. At least for Ultra Legends, let's look at the replay one more time, right? Because this fight, really interesting, right? They managed to get so much off this from the side of CFU, and the late addition of Throwboy coming into this. And keep your eyes on Throwboy, right? Look at how long he holds on to his quad shadows. I got genuinely worried for him because he goes out of the fight, goes in, and then uses his ult. So he's got no more shadows to jump through. This is his most vulnerable time, and the damage that came out from Quinnock, just because they were standing too close together, is what caused CFU Gaming to drop it and not clean up the mess.
Yeah, I was almost expecting him to pop it earlier. You know, they're taking the Lord right now, so that's just going to be a Lord over in the hands of Ultra Legends. They have fought hard for this, and a lot of these the fights are still scrappy, even here in Game 2. But they want to hold on to their lives here. Again, they're facing that elimination. It's match point for CFU. They've come out in Game 2 swinging. They got a phenomenal start. Now they have this Lord in their favor, and they can go ahead and start to knock on these turrets of CFU, hopefully in the base. But CFU has shown us that even this lineup, even down this much gold, there's somehow, some way still potential. I don't want to say it's all just the Lancelot, but it seems to be the case. And maybe you can have an answer for that. Now Throwboy jumps on in. They force him off the tier 2. Feathered Airstrike's already down, so they'll clear this out. They might not lose this turret just yet. They keep it up. So, but still, they got to deal with this Lord. So eventually, they'll get to the base turrets of CFU.
They got Holy Defense, right? The Holy Defense should be more than enough. If they want, they can probably like hold on to the Lord just outside of it, but it's not worth it considering Quinnock's damage.
Oh, again, the charge is in. They're going to force it anyway. Pharaoh quite low. There's a spear. Does he fall? Zing follows through. He flickers forward till he'll fight Pharaoh. They're going to be forced to fight anyway. Zing's still alive, but Dark Lord's going to jump in. Waits for that as Zing goes down. Now Detective. Does he join this fight and force it a little bit longer? Throwboy just went to the mid lane. He's going to be fine. Goes for the orange buff. Will take it. Dark Lord still tanking so much of this. And I think that's all CFU gets. They lost 2, but it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Okay. Zing, he's forgiven now. He's forgiven, right? He takes the shadow from the SOD, is able to make the play. Although there was a bit of an overcommitment with the flicker on top of it all, but it's savable. It's salvageable, right? Looking at the items, Detective now, he's already up. He's close to the endless battle.
You can't escape the shadow kill. Opie, he'll survive, but man, Throwboy 9-0-8 now. I feel like he's just having one of his best games so far that we've seen him.
Yeah, he's having the time of his life, some may say. And for now, that time is starting to run out here because as CFU Gaming, if they're able to defend another Lord push, the feathered airstrike onto Zing, so good.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and go for this middle base turret. Throwboy is a threat enough. They'll get forced off of it. A little bit of health left on that base turret in the mid lane for CFU, but man, look at this damage that we see here. It's just, obviously, it's all blue, and CFU has so much room to cover if they want to catch up here.
They need Sing to scale, and they need that Trinity build already. Probably is getting close to completion at this point, but they also need the Winds of Nature. Yep, the Trinity is already complete. Oh, and oh my goodness, where did Opie go? Had no time to flicker or even use his ult.
It feels like there's a lot of these moments where CFU, you're like, what are you doing there? What's happening with some of the positioning and decision making that's going on? And maybe they're just kind of scrambling at this point, being this pressured, because I just feel like the pressure in terms of the map and trying to get the resources and everything else is just kind of getting to them a little bit here.
Yeah, CFU Gaming is very, some would say emotional. I would say that they are momentum based, right? If they're feeling good and they have that push, that initial first blood, the whole team is riled up. That's when you see CFU Gaming coming up with some insane plays of their own. But right now, Ultra Legends have all of that momentum, grinding CFU Gaming down to a stop. And you can see that Throwboy is now starting to get a little disrespectful, right? Yeah. The siege from Ultra Legends is just so much better in comparison to CFU. As long as Connacht is able to at least hurt Sing, I don't think they have anybody else who can clear waves as effectively, right? Detective will need to commit and put his body on the line, which Ultra Legends will tax.
This was the game plan all along here from Ultra Legends, right from the draft. Overload the damage profile, and they've done just that. They're going to kind of take this mid turret as Lord charges on in. Zing already so low, has to flicker out. He's going to go heal back up, but Boxy jumps in. Now the front of it all. Zing jumps in, pops the Wind of Nature. Doesn't find Pharaoh, but he's going to go ahead and take Quanok down. He's left alone. The team can't get to him as they deal with the Lord. And now CFU in trouble. A shadow kill going to be popped off. Again with a feather airstrike. Detective will go in for the last-ditch effort, but it's not enough. Still with a few members left. Can they end it here? But Opie and Wadu and Boxy might be enough to keep CFU in this game. It was messy, it was scrappy, but they'll stay in it.
CFU Gaming, they have to start talking to each other. Something is going wrong here. Sing jumps into the middle of the fight. Does CFU Gaming hold one person at the Lord and then create a pathway to allow their boy Sing to actually walk away safely? Or they could double down and try and commit to the fight. Because again, Pharaoh, he wasn't expecting to see Sing be that confident. As soon as the Winds of Nature was purchased, he's like, let's 1v1 right now.
Hey, keep them guessing, you know? Like, that's if you want the best way to win, just keep them on their toes.
Oh, man.
No one else would do this, but I will.
I don't know, but they're running out of balance here, running out of toes to keep them afloat. And Ultra Legends, it's a 6.2k, but at least they defended against this Lord, which is what we were looking for in the first place. Now, CFU Gaming, at this point, the extra gold is only to start switching out items, but look at the damage taken, right? Dark Lord is basically unkillable in a lot of these scenarios. And sometimes Dark Lord is dealing enough damage to hurt Sing before the fight even starts.
Yeah, it's... I guess the way to make this work for CFU is continue to buy yourself time. Like, you know, you got some of the defensive items at least for Sing, the Wind of Nature at least, and, you know, for the rest of the team to kind of catch up there, especially these objectives. I just don't think you see them in a world of contesting them, and it might be better for them to just go ahead and be in the base and try to make that happen. I would also say if it wasn't so, the way this game has gone, it's like, well, you could put Sing in a side lane and push it out, but I don't think that's the plan. I think they just want to go ahead and fight it out. It seems like that's been the decision, but I got to agree with you here too, Gideon. I think they just need to make better decisions on the team fighting strategies that they go into these fights as we see them actually come close to this Lord here.
Which is so weird because when we saw
Boxy's going to jump in anyway. Their Sing goes in. They pop the Wind of Nature from Pharah. Pharaoh's still alive though. They decide to go opposite directions, and Throwboy might just look to end the game. He's going to jump for the kill anyway. Sing pops the Wind of Nature. It's him and Boxy, but Pharah comes in with a kill, and they'll just clean on up. They went for the Hail Mary play, but it's not going to work anyway. Throwboy cleans it up. They'll go in, take the base, and Ultra Legends makes it happen. We're going to a Game 3.
Ultra Legends got so disrespectful at the very end. They knew they had checkmate at that point. They knew they had crushed the battle lines. They've dug out those trenches, walked through the minefield, and now they're going straight for that base. They could have ended the game at any time, but instead, they decided to dance on the corpses a little bit.
I gotta say, like, in that game, I had a lot of questions, but it's all the same questions. What are you doing?
What do you do?
What do you doing? Oh, dude, I gotta say, Zing on that Moskov played like a Thomas. he went 1v5. He won it all. And here's the thing. I like that my hot takes or my nugget of wisdom is looking good, because I think yesterday I was like, damage is kind of good. Damage is king.
Yeah.
And I didn't thought that it would have all 5 damage dealers, because I kind of feel like of all the roamers, I would put Hilda as a damage dealer. She kind of does a lot, you know, from her first kill all the way to her ult. And here's the thing, CFU Gaming, I kind of feel like you don't need to be an analyst to say they were not coordinated. Like, what was Zing doing? What was Detective doing? What is everyone doing?
I almost felt like it was all like, each of them was like, I got this. And like another time it's like, no, I got this.
No, trust me, guys.
Okay, I failed twice, but hey, 3 times the charge.
Yeah, no, there were a lot of weird moments coming in from CFU Gaming, I have to admit. But, I mean, some of the plus points coming in from Ultra Legends is that their composition, surprisingly enough, and I'm surprised I didn't even see it in the first place, they're really good at continuous diving, right?
Yeah.
They got on the Dragon Bus. They're like, okay, we're gonna dive the mid lane first. They found that initial attack on towards OP thanks to Throwboy, and then immediately what do? Hey, let's go invade. Oh, you're off of your orange buff. Perfect. Let's dive tier 1 on top side too.
That's a good example of not just having a good draft, but understanding your win condition. Because imagine they got the same draft, but they don't fight. What if they try to play the macro game, right? I like that no matter how quirky your draft is, as long as you play it as intended, hey, it's gotta be looking pretty good.
Yeah, I like it because we all called it in the draft before we even jumped into the game. It's like, yeah, you're gonna put everything into damage, and you're gonna look to get this snowball going, and Ultra Legends did that exactly. So props to them for making it work, because there was a very tiny window where I was even like, oh man, like, yeah, it's still a Lancelot. Like, he's still somehow doing crazy things with, what did he have? Just a War Axe, right?
Just a War Axe.
Just a War Axe. And it's like, yeah, if that gets too out of hand, then you're going to have trouble. But Ultra Legends does a really good job at starting strong and then continuing to put the pressure everywhere they need it to be. Also a sprinkle in of, you know, what's happening? What's going on?
What's going on?
Like, so that just ended up working really well for the lineup and the strategy for Ultra Legends.
I gotta say, I only see like 32 kills in ranked games. Yeah. We don't see this kind of score line that much. I don't know if this is like the highest kill count in MSC so far, but either way, that's pretty high. 32 kills.
Think about the difference between when we see, you know, some games that are like, you know, 6, like there's still some games that are like 4 to 6 minutes in. Maybe there's like 2, 3, 4 kills. I didn't expect this. Like, this was a battle right here for game 2.
I've got the meme already. Ultra Legends versus CFU scoreline on one side, on the top. On the bottom, RRQ versus Area 77. Like, it's just the lowest kill count game you will ever see. That is the scale to work with here. It is kind of ridiculous, right? You would imagine with the 32K lead, especially in a professional play, that this is the time where it's like, we're stopping you so hard, but the conversions, I have to admit, were a little weak, right? They didn't take enough economical damage. They are just preventing their opponents from getting further into the game, which allowed CFU, again, some pretty good base defenses of their own, but the numbers do not lie. Dark Lord, again, with Dark Lord and as well as Rice Cream kind of, you know, trading the aggro between turrets, it became ridiculous. Like, you are not safe underneath their turret. They just had too much health to cut through.
I gotta say, it does look like Ultra Legends is kind of like someone's asking, like, when do we fight? And the answer is, yeah. When do you fight? Yeah.
Just go, you know, and I feel like that's good. I don't know, I feel like maybe this is the best strategy for Ultra Legends, maybe moving forward. But then again, it's like, how often can that work? Look at this. Look at across the board the numbers here.
Dude, 22 most assists, 10,000 damage taken per minute, 48,000 damage dealt per minute, 926 Gold Permanent Rich guy like almost 1,000.
You know what's really funny about this?
What's funny?
If Ultra Legends get eliminated, at least Throwboy will have some of the best jungle stats of the group stage ever. Because even when we're talking about some of the best junglers around the world, nobody has hit 926 so far within EWC's very own MSC.
And then comes to the question, why'd you use the Fredrin? Like, if this is what you guys got, why did he use an Akai before? Why?
I guess out of respect.
Respect.
That's why this one, it's all about disrespect. This is about desecrating graves.
So lose enough that your opponent is confident. And that's why you slap it.
Yeah, keep them on their toes.
Keep them on their toes. Let them not know what's going on, right? The
Don't let them know
element
your
of
next
surprise.
move. Yeah, because, I mean, you see how they play. For the first time, we're seeing that Ultra Legends literally do not care what your game plan is anymore, right? You got to react to us because we will always make that very first move. And admittedly, you know, Ultra Legends definitely, you know, put their foot too hard on the gas and may have broken the floor sometimes, but generally with the lead that they have, it's almost impossible to make too many mistakes. Like when you're seeing Throwboy, every time he presses his ult, he's almost guaranteed to kill every time.
Gideon Nice, I kind of feel like if we have a tier list, right, for heroes, I kind of feel like Moskov, he doesn't fit in the tier list. You just got to put a few faces there. It's like, only them.
Yeah. It's weird because
it's so hard to utilize.
We're so used to seeing Moskov be picked up so much, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like he's just in this weird position where it's like, especially when you play it like this,
Yeah.
you're very aggressive. You know, you're going to put yourself in a bad positioning. And then really, I feel like the only thing we've really seen from Moskov so far through MSC is like amazing objective steals. Like that's the most memorable. And now, yes, some heroes, you know, a whole lot of heroes are not going to be able to do that. So maybe that's one of the factors. It's like, all right, let's just pick them up so we at least have this option, and we can put side lane pressure on that too. But yeah, Moskov just doesn't seem to be doing too well so far for MSC.
I can hold on our opinions for now about Moskov and everything because we have seen decent plays, not crazy plays, but I think the main issue here.
From who?
Oh, from who?
Yeah.
Oh, but Innocent, they did an okay job. You know?
Couple of faces.
Yeah, a couple of faces. Now, here's the question, boys. What if?
What if?
Game number 3?
Yeah.
10 damage dealers. Hear me out. He's like, hey, you know what? Damage is kind of good. What if we do that too?
Like early damage, or are we talking about like late game damage?
I'm talking about Kadita roam, Selena roam, that kind of thing.
The Eudoras, the...
Maybe that's stretching it, but you know what? Make the unique hero pool even bigger. But yeah, I kind of feel like in this pocket meta, at least 3 damage dealers. I kind of feel like having 2 is too little.
I want to say yes so bad.
Then just say yes. Then just say yes.
You need sustainable heroes. Like, I'm not talking about like tank heroes. I'm talking about like those that can go in the fight. Oh no, I'm down to 1 HP. 5 seconds later, I'm back to full HP sort of scenarios. You know what I'm talking about?
What?
Just get Guardian helmets.
You know what? You're right.
He's
just
smart. He's smart.
Just pick a, you know,
it's like
pick a damage dealer and go Guardian helm.
Dude, it's like he's good at his job or something. It's crazy.
It's almost like anti-heal got nerfed to the ground.
That's true.
Actually, it's just 10%, but oh my goodness, 10% is so huge.
So big, gigantic, humongous, some may say.
Yeah.
Some do say that, actually. But yeah, going into this game, because I kind of feel like Ultra Legends, finally, they're playing their style.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I kind of feel like this is the trouble with a lot of teams going into international, getting into their head, like, we got to play like the Philippines. We got to play like Indonesia. We got to play like SRG. Like, no, you just got to play what you know is good. Why use the Akai and Fredrin when your Hayabusa is one of the best that we've seen so far?
Probably because of scrims. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, true.
Scrims usually give you either a false negative or a false positive sometimes in terms of your read on what the quote-unquote pocket meta is supposed to be. But at least for Ultra Legends, now that they've been pushed into this corner, they're like, oh, whatever. We don't care about the scrim results at this point. Let's just fight.
We might get eliminated, so you know.
I was going to say, maybe part of this strategy and why they're playing their game is because, like, this is the game they had to play when they were playing in cars.
Yeah,
They had to, like, we only have so much time. We need to end this fast.
yeah. Maybe just don't take it too seriously. Like, the moment you get yourself into the moment, you're like, guys, this is just another game. Imagine us in a car, imagine us in a living room. And I kind of feel like talking to a lot of pro players, some people feel comfortable playing on stage.
Yeah.
Some people don't.
I think this is like the Coach Yeb philosophy of it all, right? The Yeb effect. Some may even call it why ONIC is kind of looking to try and get back into that form. Because again, it's all about good vibes, good times. It also translates into the game.
Yeah, I feel like they were having fun. You know, that game too, like you could, I know maybe our viewers can hear it, but they were having fun.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. If you guys want to win games, you got to be vibing. You got to have good times. So pick your party wisely. Now, CFU, first pick, Ultra Legends is going to be the second pick here. Still banning out the Kalia, and now CFU is going to ban out that Matilda. Now I feel like maybe they're taking the first pick because the Farsa looks pretty good.
Farsa is looking kind of juicy this time around. I mean, both sides have played a really mean Farsa, so I wouldn't be too surprised if it becomes a priority pick, and CFU was like, nope.
Okay, so they could have taken it first, but then they banned it out. So what is, like, Arlet, Phoveus?
I think
Kimmy?
Ban out the Arlet.
I kind of feel like maybe ban out the Kimmy, because I kind of feel like the Jushin is a problem, but Kimmy is mad annoying.
Yeah, I think unless CFU decides to pick it up priority. I don't know, man. It's so hard to say like first picks for blue side because we've seen so many different ones, which I'm not going to complain because it's a nice position to be in where it's like we don't know right away which first pick is going to be. And I think these bans are very respective to what we've seen so far through the series. So CFU, they take out the Uranus. They don't want to deal with this anymore. I feel like it's also
respectable ban.
It's basically at this point it's just a respect ban from them.
Yeah, maybe they just think Uranus is a little stinky, so they're like, ugh, gross, ugh, keep my hands clean all the time, right? And Ultra Legends, considering that they've already banned out the Kalia, they also get rid of the 1-1. Kimmy is now a pretty high priority. I think if Ultra Legends, if anything, let's keep this really, really scrappy, right? Ban out the Fredrin, maybe even ban out the Boxia on their side. I would say that banning out specifically the Fredrin might actually do them more good, but it looks like they want to get rid of the innate problem, which is the high damage in Kimmy. Now they can still open up the options, right? If you take Boxia, if CFU do take Boxia this time around, then Fredrin goes into the hands of Ultra Legends, and that kind of sucks. Yeah, because Yishin Shin is still available.
Yeah, now I wonder if they want the Phoveus or the Arlet or just wait. And pick something more prior. I mean, like, we saw Kyrie use the Amon to deal with the Yi and Shin, but I kind of feel like that's a Kyrie thing. I don't think everyone else can use the same way.
I was going to say, they even had that specific statistic for it that, you know, he did have 100% win rate on the Amon net. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we see other teams pick that up. They're going to go for the Jushin instead, plus the Arlot. So they'll have that final slash to work with again. And again, a big part of that, making that work, is just allowing yourselves to have a follow-up of damage that they can have. And I think the Jushin really helps that because you can even beacon into it, and then, you know, of course, you can throw everyone around here. So I think I don't know, man. I think Ultra Legends, do they still want to go to Moscow, though?
Here's the thing. You know what I don't like about Arlet? Is that usually when we see the Arlet, it's going to be a utility jungler.
Yes.
That's the reason why I don't like the Arlet.
Yeah, I mean,
not now. All right.
Now. Interesting. I wasn't expecting Lancelot to kind of be part of this lineup, but I think that even for CFU side, they were like trying to make a hard prediction on it, right? Let's go for the Boxia, even though the Kimmy is already out, even though the Kalia is already out as well. Their only option is Fredrin unless they know Lancelot. And now that we do see Lancelot, it kind of compromises CFU's comp, right? Because where does this Boxia want to do at this point? You've already shown them marksmans. You can't even flex the Yishin Shin at this point. Boxia has to go roam or must play in the EXP, most likely the roam.
So, I think, and this has been the case, I feel like, for the series so far, is having one of the heroes that you could flex, but again, that you're up against the Lancelot. What have we collectively decided that is the answer to the Lancelot? Just because you... Huh?
Mincetar.
Have we collectively decided that?
Cho. I probably should have started with the other two first, but I thought, yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad.
On the way other side of the line there.
Hey, you got to look at both sides, you know? You got to look at both sides. Keep it interesting here. And, I mean, when you're looking at Ultra Legends, I think they understand that I don't think that CFU is going to do it, right? With the Boxia lock-in, it makes it so safe for us.
I kind of feel like the other thing that CFU has to watch out for is the possibility of flexing this Arlet over to Rome, and then a possibility of Ultra Legends picking up something like a CC, because I kind of feel like CC is still pretty good for them. Ultra Legends, if they ban out the Phoveus, I would say it kind of forces this Boxia to maybe go to the EXP. Yeah, so they ban out the Fovea, so they're trying to make sure that this Boxia is in Rome.
Yeah,
because other than that, it's like what, Lapu Lapu?
Yeah, Lapu Lapu, which we saw earlier today as well. I think CFU, they go and ban another gold laner. So this might just force, a Moskov again over in the hands for Ultra Legends, unless we see something different. They're going to hold that for the last pick, though. So a glue comes through, though.
Why? Why for R4? They could have held that a lot longer. I mean, CFU have a couple of options now, right? They can either be like, okay, we can go straight into CC, we can double down with like CC and a Farmist to like absolutely annihilate this glue. Is it going to be enough considering that there's Arla on the other side? That's the scary part, right? Because if they even consider or even think about playing that Farmist, you're almost guaranteeing that Arla is going to get a final slash of 3 to 4 people.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the glue is mostly because they're thinking that CFU will not have enough damage or forcing out that Theramis, etc., whatever other picks that they have in mind. They pick up the Eve as well as the Hilda. So again, it looks like, doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, every single team. There you go, we can hear them. Yep. You fight against the Lancelot with a Hilda, and now another new pick, another unique pick is that Melissa, which I guess can protect you from the Hilda as well as the Boxia. So maybe just want to make sure that you're okay with that. I mean, like, you're still vulnerable to other things like Sheen, Eve, and etc. But hey, you know what? Why question it? Because maybe this is the surprise.
This could be the surprise. And honestly, there is a little bit of logic behind the madness here. I'm just worried about the laning phase, right? Because if you make a mistake in the laning phase, especially when you're up against that Granger, you get zoned out from the wave, it's over for you.
So don't make a mistake, right? Simple as that. So now this is going to be the final game of this matchup. Winner survives, loser goes home. I'm going to give it over to you guys.
All right, Ultra Legends, this is their moment here. They could turn this all around, really subvert the expectations, and really crush the dreams of many Cambodian fans out there here at the Mid-Season Cup 2025. Riyadh is excited to see how this is going to play out as CFU on the blue side facing off against Ultra Legends now on the red side.
Oh man, coming down to this. Interesting too, because we didn't have the little split screen. You know, we're actually seeing a lot of the action that happens earlier on, and this has always been the case for a lot of the games so far through the group stages is early first bloods. And again, with teams like this, for CFU Gaming and Ultra Legends, they like to be a little scrappy. They like to go for these early kills to get that build up first. Now they're going to fight for it. Again, quite low here for Detective and Boxy, but Throwboy won't overcommit just yet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a big fight for the mid lane, right? Both Oppi and as well as Konok are going to be consistently trading against each other. It's a little more favorite for Oppi because the Void Blasts are good. Oh, wait, hold on.
They're going to force a fight anyway. A Flicker Burn and another. Dark Lord actually survives. I really expected at least someone to die there.
Yeah, why did Boxy go for the Flicker straight away? I think he triggered the Concussive Blast a little early, which is why he wanted to get max value onto people. It's not a bad idea, but I think he should have just walked up and waited until the last second because he can guarantee flickers from his opponent.
Yeah, interesting. Detective's going to jump in. He already knows his angle is there. Sing lining that up. Now Detective going to be in trouble, so goodbye as well. The 1-for-1 as both junglers go down.
Really nicely played by Detective there. He saw Throwboy use everything, right? He already used Puncture on nothing, the air, so he goes on to cooldown. He saw the Thorn Rose. He also saw the Phantom Execution, so he can guarantee that this Turtle Bow is going to connect. Now, this laning phase, which I've been a little worried about so far, seeing slight advantage, of course, but not enough to guarantee the win. Pharaoh has been playing a strong laning phase.
Yeah, interesting too that we get to see this Melissa in action because I'm really wondering how it's going to work when these fights break out later on. But so far, you know, not too much in the gold lane. You see some rotating here happening for Zing. They're getting the call for this objective and they want to go ahead and secure it. So that might be mirrored down. We might see a whole-on team fight, but still, Boxy going to be in trouble. Now level 4, they're going to go ahead and drop down the real-world manipulation as he falls. And they're going to go ahead and disengage anyway. A Mountain Shocker drops down. They'll pick up Dark Lord as he is gone. And they still force off Ultra Legends off the objective. And both gold laners just were like, you know what? We'll just go back to the gold lane. will go ahead and farm up as the face-off for this turtle breaks out.
Nah, they didn't want to deal with this at all. Now that the level 4s start to come through, Zing should have an advantage in lane, but Throwboy, he's in a lot of trouble. He can't deal with these frontline tanks, right? And that's how you want to utilize it. Wadu as well as Boxy are doing a very good job at not only maintaining their lanes, but applying pressure onto Throwboy. He is not allowed to walk around for free.
Okay, so again, an objective picked up. They're going to go in at Final Slash here. Already used the fight for the orange buff. Throwboy wants to secure it, but won't. It's just taken away. Boxy did his job. He was a distraction enough.
Oh, Boxy could have traded 1-for-1 against Throwboy had he just been a little patient with his ult, right? Throwboy, he played it well, which means that Boxy ended up using his ult against the buff. That's gonna hurt his soul a little bit. But hey, he can still recover from it. It's 2-2, and the 1.2k lead is still in the hands of CFU Gaming. They currently control the tempo because, again, the lanes, especially the side lanes, are handled very, very well, as Quinnock and his Quinnock on top of Rice Cream is going to be getting closer to Throwboy. They need to help him out.
Again, Boxy jumping on in. Wadu trying to join the fight. Quinnock's already gone. Fighting for the purple buff. Throwboy doesn't have much space to work with. He's in trouble. Final Slash going to be used just to take him out of that bush. But Ultra Legends, they're losing quite a bit early on here.
Where was Rice Cream in that fight? He needs to be around Throwboy. He needs to be around Quinnock. Those are the only two that he should care about. Dark Lord and as well as Pharaoh are holding out in the lane completely fine. They need to mirror the movements. The man-to-man defense must be shown from CFU Gaming. Because right now, CFU, Boxy, is able to kind of control the tempo just by his existence alone. They read into the scenario. Maybe they could be on bottom side unless Ultra Legends are able to open up the map. The lack of information is costing them.
Yeah, so I guess when we think about Ultra Legends here, and you know they're not too far behind, but it's like as long as Pharaoh can go ahead and farm up, maybe this Melissa will play a big part in these later team fights. Because right now it just seems like it's back to what we saw in Game 1, where it's like kind of wondering like where is the synergy here, where's that communication from Ultra Legends, and I feel like they're just trying to make this lineup work right now and trying to secure Throwboy his buffs, because it's been a struggle, and CFU Gaming has done a great job at putting pressure where they need to. As this next turtle is going to be up, they have control of it. Once again, a Mountain Shocker going to go ahead and knock down and find the members of Ultra Legends. They'll go anyway, but Turtle's going to be secured by Detective. They force him onto the tier 2 turret. Boxy will jump on in, gets out of dodge though, and still, as no one goes down, objective secured for CFU.
Hey yo, Boxy is still a pretty nasty hero. That's literally Boxia plus Hilda taking on 4 people at once.
Oof.
4 people at once.
4 people at once. Right now, they're still going to be going for more. Rise Crimp, they get the flicker out. Oh! Zing comes in with a cleanup, though. A great shot there with the Death Sonata, so good timing from CFU.
Hey, a God-given headshot right there. Zing, not gonna miss it, right? He needs to be very proactive, must understand where his battle lines are, because his tanks are shredding. Like, they're not even peeling, they're absolutely shredding Ultra Legends, and that chafed skin exposes the sweet meat underneath that Zing must take advantage of. I mean, at this point, now that he's eventually going to build up, I'm pretty sure he already has a Sky Piercer at this point, or should at least be completing the Sky Piercer. Those stacks are going to be very vital, because Ultra Legends, as the game goes by, Dark Lord is going to be an ever looming problem for them. And unfortunately for Grangers, they really struggle to deal with glues until they get a Malefic Roar. And that's still pretty far down the line.
It seems like they're working really well with this 4K lead, though. Final Slash going to find Opie. This might be a moment as Dark Lord picks up a kill. Now Pharaoh going to be in trouble. Zing joining the fight, but he's off on the angle. Pharaoh runs on back. They're going to force it anyway. They bring Wadu back, but Boxy is going to put pressure on the backside. Tries to go in between the turrets and will be spotted on out. So Opie's the only one that goes down. At least Ultra Legends able to find something.
Man, nicely played by Ultra Legends, and more importantly, really good on blocking the shots coming out from Zing. They cannot afford for him to get further into this game. He already has a 1.7k lead, being the majority shareholder in terms of the gold lead. Detective, he doesn't mind. He's currently 2 levels up onto Throwboy. In terms of denying resources, CFU Gaming are really good at transitioning and converging on these types of leads by taking away the smaller camps from the side of Ultra Legends, forcing Ultra Legends to kind of stick closer together. And I mean, look at this, right? When they do, they saw the registry come out. That's going to be a free turtle for the side of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, so they'll be 3 for 3. Now putting pressure here in the mid lane. RWM already dropped by, and there's another body for Zing. He's able to find another. Mountain Shocker dropped down, and they're forced off of the turret as CFU gets double objectives here. Turtle as well, and then the turret now Throwboy should be able to get out an off-camera kill too as Quanok falls. Now Throwboy gets back to base, but right now, man, CFU is just taking what they want.
They're taking everything from the Legends. Oh, no plus ultra this time around. CFU Gaming playing like sharks in the water, and they can smell the blood for sure. They're taking everything off of the map. No bit of gold is left wasted for the side of CFU Gaming. And these Cambodians, right? Detective already at level 12. Sing already at level 11. They need to just play around the RWM. Because again, Ultra Legends, they don't have any answer to the RWM other than Pharaoh. And even then, Pharaoh doesn't have enough items.
Yeah, and if he's caught in it too, it's like, you know, you can still technically get damage even if they go away. So trying to hold on what they can. Throwboy trying to clear out this lane so they don't lose too much of the turret here in the tier 2. They're desperately trying to hold on. But again, they can't really do much. Quanok gonna be in trouble. Opie gets taken down, so at least they find something again, but they have so much ground to cover here. You know, how many more times can they do that?
No, they should stop doing that, right? Why was OP using his RWM when literally none of his teammates are nearby? They know that they've cleared up the top side, therefore by process of elimination, I wonder if they're on the bottom side of the map.
Conceal's gonna be used. Rice Crim, the next target. He's overloaded. Can't even use the final slash. And now Ultra Legends in a tight spot. Detective goes in, but he backs off. Boxy as well, I guess. It's just CFU being like, you know what? We won't get more.
I don't understand why Detective didn't traceless into that, right? He could have killed Throwboy. He definitely could have forced Pharaoh to use his ult, but even with the two crits from his range, he should have been able to kill Pharaoh in 2 hits, no problem. So, I don't know. Kind of weird there. A little bit weird, but either way, it's a safe play from Detective, right? If you're not chasing for these kills, you might end up giving away your lead. Because keep in mind, he is 3 levels ahead of Throwboy, and the Lord is coming up. So the safe option is now, might just be the final nail that CFU Gaming could ensure to get an inhibitor turret early on in the game.
Does Ultra Legends want to actually contest this despite being down so much here? 7,000 gold behind. You can see Throwboy is just going to be on that bottom side. Maybe puts pressure, but as soon as he's spotted, actually, you know what? CFU's just going to go for this anyway. They blitz the Lord. They see Throwboys down there. I'm not sure if they're able to force an interaction. A final slash will bring Wadu towards the turret, but they're going to be forced to fight anyway. They jump on in between everything, and they just fall apart. Double for Zing, and it's 4 down, and Throwboy just has to watch his team get dismantled by CFU Gaming. The shield's going to go ahead and pop as well, but they got even more. The Lord and the kills.
They can almost guarantee an inhibitor take. Look at this fight, right? This is what we want OP to do. Drop the RWM when your team is nearby. With the Traceless, Detective, and the Mountain Chalker, most importantly, he can guarantee positions, but the extra movement speed can allow him to sneak around into that back line. The anchors of Ultra Legends, if they get caught in the RWM, it's a guaranteed win for the side of CFU as they hit checkmate angle, 10.3k.
This is going to be a tough one. Even though this is only that first Lord, they still have a couple Holy Defenses online. This will take so much work for Ultra Legends to go ahead and stay in this game, because it seems like CFU is just willing to go ahead and force these fights. I would be surprised if Rice Crim actually goes for a final slash and forces it. They should just hold on, clear these out, see if they can buy themselves some more time.
I'm waiting for the RWM, and here it comes.
There it is, concealed. There's the final slash. It's going to be on Wadu. RWM already dropped down. They force it in anyway. Dark Lord jumps in, separating from the fight here. As the Lord is still up, they're forced to go heal back up. Ultra Legends is still alive, but Dark Lord bought so much time. He'll flicker on towards the turret. As the Lord was cleared, Ultra Legends managed to stay true. No one falling. Quanok jumps on in. I think they'll follow through with this. They have to watch out for these shots coming out from Sing, though. But they stay in the game. They held on. They're looking for more. They find Boxy. At least 1 on the board now for Ultra Legends as they pick up a kill.
What are we doing here? CFU Gaming, I get that you got disrespected and you are not going to take that lying down, but you cannot be throwing away these freebies over to Ultra Legends out of pity. This is tournament lives on the line. And if Ultra Legends are able to scale, then this game ain't going to be looking so easy despite the 11k gold lead. Luckily, it was just Boxy, right? And nobody else, because their entire crux of the composition from CFU Gaming is on the RWM. You RWM, make sure you hit the anchors, you rush on in, turtle boat in, whatever you need. You can even start off with the Mountain Shocker to guarantee information to make this combination work. So just chill.
Mountain Shocker going to be dropped down. Detective at half health. RWM forcing
them to back off again. Zing goes in, picks up one with a Destinado. Are they going to be looking for more? Wadu inside the base. A conceal is used as well. They got the waves pushing in mid and top. And without Throwboy, can Ultra Legends stay in this again? Turn Lives up for grabs here. CFU ready to fight. They're going to force Rice Cream on the defensive. They're held back, but Zing goes in forward anyway as Quanok has to go back to heal up. They got to clear out the minions. Quanok, there's the final slash from Rice Cream, but he's gone. And now CFU, the shark bite is too much to handle as Ultra Legends has to bow out of MSC.
And that's the momentum we were looking for. Once the sharks smell blood in the water, they're going to be knocking you right out of the surface. Nicely played by the Cambodian squad as they take this game 2-1.
Yeah, congratulations to CFU. They survived this onslaught. But yeah, like you guys said, unfortunately, this is it for Ultra Legends. And I gotta say, in that game still, a lot of questionable plays, but still, when Zing has a hero that he can just focuses on his own positioning and just staying back, definitely looks much different compared to something like a Moskov. In this game, CFU Gaming looks much more comfortable.
Oh yeah, so much more comfortable, right? You saw that flicker at the very end. You saw the way that he played the laning phase. And more importantly, I feel like it was kind of... I'm not sure whether the weird moves were because Zing was like, hey, give me something. Give me some information. Boxy, walk up. Die for me if necessary. Opie, drop down the RWL. I will make it work. Because it just feels that he has a certain aura around him when he has that comfort pick.
Yeah, it was pretty apparent. I feel like CFU, even with the lead that they had, there was still some, decision-making where it's like, yeah, what's going on here? And I feel like Ultra Legends, if they would have somehow, some way not to been so far behind with this kind of lineup, maybe they would have managed to stay in the game a little bit longer. But ultimately, it was the same story for CFU, where it's like, we have this kind of lead. Let's go ahead and take some of these risks. Let's make some of these fights happen and, be a little proactive on the RWMs and everything else. And maybe this also was just one of those games where it's like, Zing's like, I might have made some mistakes the previous game. Let me come into this game and have a redemption arc of my own. And I feel like he did just that in Game 3.
Yeah, here's the thing. I feel like there's a lot for us to talk about, but now we got to go over to the interview with Eterna.
Thank you so much, boys. That was such a roller coaster of a match. Congratulations, Boxy, for that win. How are we feeling at this current moment right now?
Good. Feeling good. Like it more. So he said he's feeling really good because this is one more step getting closer to the playoff.
Oh, that was a very long translation there. Something fishy is going on. But I heard that there was a little fun fact that was going on, that apparently the more that Detective, Wadu, and OP eat, you guys perform a lot better. So what did you guys eat for breakfast earlier on?
ចឹងគាត់សួរថាដោយសារតែ OP មួយ Detective ញ៉ាំអីគេព្រឹកហ្នឹងបានគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អជាងហ្នឹងធ្វើបានល្អជាងមុនចឹងព្រឹកមិញគាត់ញ៉ាំអីគេគាត់ញ៉ាំបាយ Oh, he said they eat rice.
Oh, they ate rice. With what? What did you eat rice with?
ញ៉ាំបាយមួយគេញ៉ាំមួយប្រហុកឆ្ងាញ់ He said that they eat something good.
Oh, they ate something good with rice. Okay, keeping it secret. Okay, some secret recipe there going on. Boxy, you've been, you're a veteran. You're so shy. Is this, why?
He said, no, he doesn't.
Oh, he's not shy. Okay. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Here, so next up, you guys are going to be facing SRG. What do you think about their performance so far? Because everyone feels like SRG's performance has been a little bit shaky.
ចឹងគាត់សួរថាយល់យ៉ាងណាដែរចំពោះ performance របស់ SRG ដែលសារតែប្រកួតក្រោយគឺយើងនឹងជួប SRG ហើយ SRG ឥឡូវហ្នឹងគឺមានអារម្មណ៍ថាគាត់លេងអត់សូវល្អដូចកាលមុនណាយ៉ាគាត់ឥឡូវលេងអត់សូវដូចកាលមុនអញ្ចឹងតែពេលគាត់អាចនឹងពេលចាញ់ហើយគាត់នឹងអាចនឹងខំប្រឹងបន្ថែមអញ្ចឹងវាពួកយើងខំប្រឹងដូចគ្នាបង So he said that SRG does look a bit shaky, but after the loss, I think he think that SRG will learn the lesson, and also we also would like to strengthen the strength as well.
Okay. Because flashbacks to MSC 2024, see you soon, lost to SRG. You were in that lineup. And then the next time that your region met up with SRG was back at M6, and it was under CFU, but you weren't there, but they also lost. So what's your confidence level up against SRG?
អញ្ចឹងគាត់សួរថាកាលមុនពេលដែល CFU Gaming ចាញ់ SRG នៅ M6 អត់បានលេងទេអញ្ចឹងលើកនេះបានលេងជាមួយនឹង CFU Gaming តើទំនុកចិត្តមានប៉ុណ្ណាដែរពេលមុនជួប SRG
ក្នុងចិត្ត100%បងលើកមុនគាត់សំណាងបង
So that he said that this time it's 100% confidence and last time they were just lucky.
Oh, they were lucky as in SRG were lucky.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, banking on that. Very spicy. So with that being said, what is your message for SRG? Because it will be in another elimination match.
Okay អញ្ចឹងមានអីផ្ដាំផ្ញើទៅ SRG ដោយសារតែប្រកួតក្រោយគឺបើសិនជាឈ្នះឡើងទៅ play off ចាញ់គឺយើងធ្លាក់
មានតែ good luck បង
So only good luck to SRG.
Just good luck, nothing else. Come on, Boxy, give us something. You said it was just luck earlier on, nothing else?
Good luck in airport.
Oh, good luck in airport.
Okay. I'll get you next time, Boxy. I'll get you next time. But once again, congratulations for moving forward here at the MSC group stages. Hopefully we'll get to see you in the knockouts as we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
You know what? Shout out to Eterna.
Yeah.
Right? I kind of feel like she handled that very well. Because, hey, Boxy ain't shy.
He ain't shy.
He ain't shy.
And he ate.
He ain't.
He ate. What did he ate?
He ate like rice and etc.
And something good.
Yeah.
I can only assume it's camel. I don't know. What else? I'm pretty sure they're not eating sand. So that's the only possible meat that I can think of that is special.
I mean, for me, I just ate omelets, yogurt, fruits.
Did you have it with rice?
Did you have rice?
Yes, I did. I did.
Are you shy? All right.
Great words. Great words.
I don't know, man. Cameras make me nervous. But now, speaking of nervousness, let's look at the match MVP for this one to see who really deserves it. Boxy got into it, but it's Zing. Notably on that Granger.
Redemption.
No deaths.
No deaths. He's coming out with some pretty high GPMs at least, right?
Hey, is that the highest?
That's the highest GPM we've seen. 1,011.
Oh my goodness.
He was locked in.
Holy shield.
He's just like, guys, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry for the past couple of games. Why don't we ask him what he ate?
Rice.
Probably
split in half with Hopi or something. I don't know. That's probably why it only happened like in the latter half of the game. It's like finally it digested.
Or just be like, I legit don't know what this is, but damn, it's good, right? And then for you guys at home, again, there's a lot of teams left here. Some teams are gonna get eliminated, but hey, make sure you guys grab that support chest. It's only 20 diamonds, and it is a way for you guys to show support to your teams, and more importantly, for you guys to get some goodies for yourself. Make sure you guys support us as much as you can, and after this, it is going to be another elimination match. Now, we're gonna see if today is just gonna be full of 2-1s. We're going for a short break, but after this, it is gonna be the final series of the day.
Counting up coins for a silver can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
games here at MSC are clearly value for money because we've been having 2-1s the entire day. We gotta see if Corinthians going up against Virtus Pro will have the same story. Welcome back to MSC here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Naisu. And I gotta say, throughout MSC, not just today, we've been having a lot of games.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of games, but it's a lot of fun as well because we're seeing the length and breadth of a lot of these teams. At least they get to show a bit of their personality, you know, especially since it is an elimination match.
Can't wait to see the personality here with our two teams today. Hopefully we get to just have a full day of 3 games.
Hey, you know what? High chance it could happen. Now for you guys at home, make sure that you guys actually grab that MSC pass because again, it's 20% off. And this is your chance to actually get some skins that you guys missed out on, like the Atlas as well as the Jawhead skin. So make sure you guys grab it very, very quickly because it will expire soon. So make sure you guys grab that. And now going back to this matchup, Virtus Pro, amazing performance going up against SRG before, where even for me, I was like, yo, what's going on? They won the wild cards, and dude, different beast. During wildcards, they're like, okay, a bit messy here and there, but here, looking much more composed, looking much more clean.
I think they've been getting some pretty quality scrims overall, right? Because that's the only thing that we can really say. Because from wildcards, they definitely had some clear weaknesses coming into the tournament overall. Yes, they are a cut above from everybody else during the wildcards, but coming into the group stages, especially with their performance against SRG, that's the only thing that we can pinpoint on to why they've improved in such a short period of time.
Yeah, we're just going to dive in a little bit more on Virtus Pro here. Like, I kind of feel like looking at the players, looking at the lineup, I really feel like they have a very good grasp of the meta, and they've been practicing a lot ever since wildcards.
Yeah, they do. I feel like still, even when we look at that, and I know when we were watching them through wildcards and then eventually through their first days here, it was like they showed some impressive things, but maybe at the same time, again, they only had a very short time, I think, boot camping in the Philippines before they ended up going and competing here in Riyadh. And the thing is like, there's clear signs where it's like, they're looking for that perfect synergy to find that communication, find that strategy that works for them. And sometimes it's like, certain players are going for those plays, and it's like, man, well, maybe that should have not happened that way. And I'm wondering again, because a lot can change for teams once they get their initial games here during the group stages. They're able to adjust, they're able to approach a game differently, and learn a lot from, again, certain opponents that they play against.
I think the matter of the fact is, does Virtus Pro have that level of polish, which is something that they were missing against SRG, which is why they inevitably failed, right? Because Endoru, he's doing great work in the jungle, but sometimes I think that he's reaching too far, and now it's starting to compromise the rest of the teammates of Virtus Pro who back him up no matter what, almost blindly to a degree.
When you're talking about polish, now I want to talk about Corinthians because there's a lot that needs polishing, because looking at their games, especially if you deep dive into it, there's too many solo plays, like not just targeting one person, but I even remember Hesu going up on the CC, using the current call onto one person just before the turtle spawns. Kind of feel like would have been better utilized during the turtle fight, maybe, you know, making sure that 2 people are hit by the current call and then disrupt them into that fight. So I kind of feel like for Corinthians, I think they have a good understanding of macro and micro. It's just that they got to play as a team.
Well, I feel like they have a template idea of how the game usually goes, right? And I think they've gotten away with so much in their own region that it's kind of blinding the fact that we're at the internationals. These small utilizations of their resources will be punished, especially if you don't have them during pivotal moments.
Yeah, and I think when we look at this too, again, like, you know, specific players here have more experience than others, and of course, you know, we have our imports as well, and there was some comparisons with Endoru and Flick, of course, and their decisions on how they've approached their journey up to this point. And I think it's the same thing, even for Corinthians. It's like, even with all that experience, just like we mentioned for a lot of the teams here, it really comes down to just not getting stuck in tunnel visioning of like, it seems like there's some cases where some of these positions or players, they're so stuck on making things happen individually that, again, it comes down to making those plays as a team. And this honestly could be another scrappy game between the two.
Honestly, it definitely could be. We're going to deep dive on more analysis on this game. But we also want to say thank you to you guys, because this has been a decade of success where we are being nominated for 3 different things in the Esports Awards. So make sure you guys go to esportsawards.com/vote, where we are nominated for game of the decade.
No way.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes way.
An M5 World Championship as the live event of the decade.
That's crazy.
Thank you very much. And finally as well, Moonton as publisher of the decade.
Who could have seen that coming?
Us. But yeah, thank you very much to all of you guys because, hey, a decade is a long time.
It's a long time.
It is a long time.
It's older than a few people.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I hope they get into
Namely
Mobile
9
Legends.
years old and below.
Yeah, anybody? 9 years old and 11 months to be really particular. Oh boy. Now we're getting into the draft here, and I do want to see how Corinthians want to kind of shake things up, right? Because I think that was like a real. It was a pretty big pain point for me watching them get away with how much they did in the draft and still honestly making it as scrappy as they did. This time around, we're going to have VP at least on the blue side up against the Corinthians on the red.
Yeah, now Corinthians really becomes the question, what do they want to let go here? And I think this is good for the meta when we really don't know what is going to be first pick, but it does look like for both teams, they're taking their time, maybe utilizing this time to really understand what the opponents are really looking out for. Because VP banning out the Baxia and then Corinthians banning out the Yi Sun Shin, I wonder because this is the, how do I say this? This is one of the good things of being second pick. You can hide your draft just by banning out the normal meta, right? You're not really showing what you are afraid against. But now we got to look at a fun fact here by Luis, also known as the Brazilian GOAT. Luis has the most MPL titles in their region, bagging 6 so far. He also has appeared in 8 straight grand finals over there.
He is a legacy player for Latam. He definitely is a pillar when it comes down to, well, I mean, obviously we have our own. We start thinking about their own supports. Luis is the guy who's like, hey, I can take on the world. But international-wise, we've seen them struggle a lot. And it's a good point that you're bringing up the draft as well. Because, again, I'm seeing not a lot of bans into some picks here. And honestly, it feels strange that VP is the one looking to ban out the CC.
Yeah, it does, especially with what we were just talking about. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I'm going to have to agree with you, Lafal. Like, I enjoy where we are right now with the current shaping of the meta. It's still continuously forming. The Kimmy is banned out too. So depending on what Corinthians decide to ban out, you know, you have so many options left open. Also, we've seen teams really go for that R-Lot. Like, I'm wondering, again, if maybe it's Corinthians that wants to actually utilize that, pick it up, play a little more aggressively if they want. But even so, like the Farsa, for example, which we've seen just do really well so far in a lot of the matches today alone, can be something that teams consider here. So this last ban is actually going to leave a lot of things open regardless of what it is. So they take out the R-Lot, so there's going to be no contestation there. I'm just thinking VP. Do they just go for the Phoveus? Do they just take the Farsa? Those are two really good options.
Just want to throw it out there as well. Not sure if it's going to be first pick, but Kalia is open as well.
Oh, yeah.
So this is going to be something that both teams have to consider when they're picking up their junglers. And looks like they're picking up the Kalia.
Yeah, no surprises here. VP definitely, I think it's an extremely strong start, but I think right now the Corinthians are kind of forced in a position where they have to take the Farsa, right? It's just one of the easiest combinations that you can do. Feathered air, Tsunami Slam, Feathered Airstrike. It's just so good, so good. But what do they pair it up with, right? I think that's the real question. Do they want to get the Fredrin? Because right now, based on what we're seeing in the bans, right, without the Kimmy, without having to worry about the CC2, if Lancelot shows up, then you can pick up Phoveus as the counter pick, unless Blue Side decides to pick both of them at the same time.
Good things, too. I think if it's taken here in the first phase, there it is. The Lancelot and the Jushin are picked up.
Interesting.
Maybe, yeah, maybe you just... There's a good chance you see the Fredrin picked up here. Yeah, Phoveus, maybe Phoveus Fredrin?
I mean, I don't know. Phoveus Farsa seems pretty good because Kalia and Farsa are a good combination, like rice and good things.
Yeah.
that is a good combination.
It's funny because in Malaysia it's like rice and how do you say ketchup? Soy sauce? Yeah, like that's one of the combinations for Malaysia. But now, yep, the Phoveus does go through, but instead of the Farsa, they're going for the Granger.
Why is there the neglect of Farsa here, right?
Maybe they want a Selena.
I suppose, I mean, sure, yeah, but it just means that the Corinthians are going to take Purifies anyway. I see no reason not to actually go for it, but sure, why not? At least Super Igorka, he is very comfortable on the Granger, so I'm all for it for the time being. We'll see what the second half is going to be, but first, let's see whether the Corinthians want to kind of change things up, because I feel like it's very clear what they want to ban out in that second phase, and they're also, they also go for the counter pick to the Kalia with the Gatot. So now they've got Disengage. Can they find appeal?
Yeah, I think either way, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, the first phase is so different from match to match. It's really nice to see here, because now you're going to have VP going in, focusing on the gold lane, most likely, because the 1-1 was already taken out. You know, you picked up the Granger first, so you could actually, you know, force in some of those picks in the gold lane a little bit more here if you really wanted to. But also, I would say, just in general, there's still some quality pickups, and Corinthians are the ones to go ahead and take out the Farsa, because I really was expecting that to be picked up in the first phase as well. So mid lane, I'm thinking for VP, if you want to go ahead and close in on, I don't know if it is actually going to be a Selena, but it does.
What about
give
a Kadita?
A Kadita is good for burst damage. It could work really well with the Kalea too for just pick off potential. And again, that might be some of the plan here, is to really just have an answer for the Lancelot, because we have seen as crazy as Lancelot can be, you can put enough pressure on him that you kind of shut him down from doing too much, like in the early game.
Yeah, but the thing is, because VP already has the Kalia as well as the Phoveus, we're not going to be seeing any Hildas to really oppress the Lancelot. Now, the reason why I even bring up the Kadita, because I kind of feel like some teams, they're having this idea where, again, something like a Lancelot, something like a Gato Kacha, you're more about how do I survive as a mid laner, because there's not a lot of mid laners that can, you know, survive. Like the one that I'm thinking of is something like a Kadita, something like a Valentina. And now I actually like the opening draft coming in from both, because it's very balanced. We see crowd control, we see frontline, we see damage, we see burst damage. So both are actually starting off very, very good. And now Corinthians banning out the Farsa as well as the Joy, VP banning out the Moskov as well as the Uranus. I still think there's still a lot of options. Even something like a Harif maybe eventually can come out.
I suppose, but I think one of the few interesting picks that we saw from VP coming out for the wildcards was the Lunox, right? And I think that's something that they're holding in their back pocket. We'll see what the Corinthians decide on first. The Harith is going to get locked in. A decent amount of damage profile. Pretty diverse overall for the Corinthians. And now, here's where it's going to get interesting, right? Are they going to go for the Lunox? And if they do, are they going to pair it up with a Hayabusa? Because I think that's the only assassin right now that can truly punish both Harith alongside with the Zhu Xin, especially seeing how the meta is shaping up in the group stages.
That's a good question here. And they're going to have to answer a couple of things too, but also just, I think, you know, if your VP is able to hold on and then build into that, wow, okay, the magic resistance is going to really help
0% win rate, by the way.
Huh?
0% win rate.
0% win rate. The Fanny hasn't done too well. So this is this just confidence? I mean, I have seen a couple games where Andoriu's played it.
Yeah.
And there's a Selena, by the way, that you called earlier on.
Yep. Nuggets of wisdom.
Interesting. All right. So right now, VP, they've concluded their composition, but with the Fanny alongside with the Selena, on top of having the Kalia, it really punishes opponents for taking the Purify, right? You're going to get out of the initial CC, but if you get hit early by an arrow, then it gives opportunities for this Kalia to take advantage of you. If you're low, the cleanup squad is expected to be this Fanny, and they don't have much of an answer for it from the side of the Corinthians. This has been set up very nicely by Real Solo, and they go for the Edith at the very end, so a very standardized comp from the Corinthians.
Yep, some CC as well as a way to handle the Phoveus. Not gonna lie, another pick that I was thinking of that could actually work might actually be the Terizla, but we haven't seen any so far. But hey, Unique Heroes has to rack up here. Virtus Pro going up against Corinthians. Again, this is an elimination match. I think for both teams, they have very solid drafts. So it really is about execution, which I kind of feel like for Virtus Pro, definitely a little bit more difficult. Now I'm going to throw it over to Naisu as well as Gideon to cast the final series of the day.
Thanks, LaFell. All right, our final best of 3 to conclude things off for the day. Potentially 3 matches here if we're going. I mean, we want 3. We want to see it go all the way, especially from 2 squads who want to put their names on the line to brand themselves potentially the best team in the world. As we head on into the land of Dawn, once we're done with this series, only one team gets to move on. The other gets eliminated here. Live in Saudi Arabia, we go into a tech pause. Just real quick, just a short one. It gives us some time to actually talk about the comps a little bit.
Yeah, the comps, but also just to throw it out there too, in case you guys missed it, the team that wins this will be playing against ONIC. That's who they're gonna have to meet. So like, you know, you focus. I'm a firm believer in what a lot of the players have mentioned. You know, they're told, you know, just focus on one game at a time, one match at a time. But I'm sure they're also like, hey, darn it, we have ONIC ahead of us after this.
We won, but did we? Oh, I'm on. Okay, well, we're going in.
Hey, thanks, LaFell. Always love hearing your input on this. Let's jump right into it, right? Because now it's going to be the fast leash. Whenever you see this Selena on your composition, if they're not throwing traps for your jungler, what are you utilizing these traps for? It's going to be a fast clear for Andoryu on the side of Virtus Pro playing on the blue side, and it's going to be Flick from the side of Corinthians playing on red. They're going to have opposing side starts, but with a quick clear coming in from the side of Andoryu, I'm curious to see where the first gank is going to happen. I would imagine it's the mid lane, but considering that Luis, smartly enough, deciding on, I'm not going to take the flicker. Instead, I want the extra sustain from the Revitalize to maybe protect my teammates from Andoryu.
Yeah, a whole lot of tenacities here, too, for Corinthians.
Oh, my God.
You know, Luis, he's got to be tanky enough to deal with this, and Revitalize is really going to help them, too, but also, again, mid lane is still to be seeing some action here, but that's the main thing. It's a Fanny in the hands of Andoryu. He has, you know, being a Filipino player himself, like Fannies usually are pretty impressive over there, but I think still the same to be said. Like Flick, he's done pretty good things on his assassin jungler so far through his journey, but the main thing is what team is actually able to go ahead and stall out that scaling ability for both of these heroes. Now the big thing for the Fanny is, like, I feel like the shutdown is far more punishing for a Fanny, especially all the talk we've done about the Lancelot, how literally you can still be a threat with literally a War Axe.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because a lot of it just boils down to whether or not you can actually hurt the Fanny by stealing away her purple buff. Right now, it's a little tough for the Corinthians in the early stages of the game. You would expect that, at least for Frost and Louise, once they hit level 4 and onwards, then it becomes an easier time. But this is on the assumption that they were on opposite sides of the map, right? This Harith, he doesn't mind. Oh, hold on.
Okay. Kudo already has to pop the flicker, so this is just control for the turtle. They'll get that. Knowing, too, that purple buff was up, and Andoryu just went to go for that. So they're going to trade it. So it is a first turtle in the hands of Corinthians. Again, economically, it's not too much, you know, pretty much even still across the board. And each team, now that they get the level 4s available, they're going to put the gas to the pedal here. They're going to find the knockup on the Earth Shatter. They'll find Andoryu first blood already. Still going to be going for more. Looking for Bober. Bober solo. It's a double for Flick. Does he get it? No, he doesn't get the triple, but that's 3 kills. Still for more. Bad all by himself. Is he going to be able to get anybody? No, he doesn't. Corinthians gets a ton off of that.
Oh, man, he should have punched Hesu instead. Oh, wait, the cleanup?
Andoryu, he gets tossed in the air.
Oh, no!
Pops the Primal Wrath. Andoryu, he's got to get out. That would have been terrible if he went down there.
That would have been awful, really. I wasn't expecting Hesu to get his ult back up that quickly, but it just came just in time. Hey, that's what happens, right? You shouldn't be pouring gas on your pedals if you want this car to burn down. And Virtus Pro, they're the composition that needs the snowball, right? So they have to be a little sharper on the execution.
Man, you just like, and you're the lineup that has to snowball. Like in this situation, when you go through a fight like that, you put yourself in even a worse position now, where, you know, you've got to find scraps where you can, and maybe that's where you plan to having a Selena, for example, and being able to do things with the Kaleo, which we usually see once that Tsunami Slam is available. So maybe it's going to be them just kind of finding these moments where they can, but Corinthians with a nice little lead. The fact, too, that Flick had a double kill off of that earlier on puts him in a great position against Andoryu right now. and expect them to just go ahead and even get this next objective unless VP is able to find something before that.
And right now you can see that the mid duo, right, they're not working together anymore. That both supports are opting to leave that lane. Super Igorka needs to make sure that he doesn't accidentally lose his flicker, because in this matchup, if Ubatizi is able to land his Salmon Force right on top of Super Igorka. Oh no.
That's a nice Abyssal Arrow. It's going to be able to find Hesu. He still has the Primal Wrath. There's a Tsunami Slam, though. He's going to force the fight anyway, ignoring the turtle. They're separated from each other, and Doru quite low. Has to get out the flick. Will pick up Pluto and the turtle off of it. Again, as Hesu will also find one. And that's a couple kills in the hands of Corinthians and the second turtle. So they continue to win these fights.
This is not looking good at all for Virtus Pro. This is really starting to hurt them. If they had a Farsa instead of putting Bobber on the Selena, this would be a different case, because at least they'll be able to apply the damage consistently. But now it's so volatile, right? The rotations, they keep on applying damage to Hesu, thinking that he is the weak link, but playing on this Edith is so safe, right? Especially in the early games. That Primal Wrath, they have to respect it.
Yeah, it's really, and then it's crazy because it's like you have that extra layer of, okay, I'm really low, let me pop the Primal Wrath. But then even with the Warcry ammo, it's like you do considerable damage too. So then you're like double checked if you're VP. So again, they're gonna have to really consider these fights that they take. Because even if the arrow lands, it's like you're still in a precarious situation where it's like, if we follow up on this, are we actually gonna be able to convert a kill if it lands on anybody else? And when you think on it, who else is the arrows most likely going to land on? Hesu is eating those arrows, and he's putting himself, or it's going to be Luis when he's there for those fights. So VP really has to play around those considerations.
Yeah, I think the worst part about this is that there's no way to get immediate profit, right? Everything has some form of setup, and more importantly, it's not instantaneous. Even if somebody gets hit by the arrow or somebody gets caught by the Tsunami Slam, there is moments in the animation where if you want the big profits, Bobber on Selena needs to kind of dash through them to get the full value of the damage. And Pluto, there is the timing of the Tsunami Slam for holding them over the air, all of which Luis can just use the AOG.
Okay, they're going to force a fight anyway. Pluto quite low. He'll actually go down from Hesu, picking up a kill again. And that's what I was saying, man, that you got to respect the damage that comes through. And they don't. They're forced off this. There's some cutting happening here on the bottom side. That's what Andori's forced to do. Third turtle's up. Flick's going to go ahead and join up, force him off of that turret. But now with the objective up, we're going to see Corinthians take the tier 1 up top and make their way for the turtle.
Flick, he's starting to get a little low on his mana here. He's got to be careful, right? Especially if a fight breaks out, in a big fight, in a matter of fact. Despite having the purple buff, things could get a little dicey.
Hesu gonna go in again. It goes in with the onward Earth Shatter, forces him away from the fight. So Flick's gonna go for Phantom Execution into the Thorn Arrows. Will find Pluto. 3 for 3 for the Turtles. Virtus Pro can't find anything right now, Gideon. Hesu a little bit too late on that, but still, they're completely in control of this game.
Yeah, Corinthians are playing a stronger game. Their composition allows them to kind of do whatever they want at this point. And especially with a 3.9k lead, right? Flick has been able to secure a majority of his team's overall kills. And you can tell that it's starting to develop into a compounding lead. And despite that, surprisingly, Hesu is the one who's coming up with a large chunk of the sharehold when it comes down to their gold lead in the first place. 1.6k against Badcourt, who really needs his first couple of items.
It's crazy because he's been everywhere. He's been in all these fights too. And, you know, again, you kind of forget about the Edith sometimes. When we get through the drafts, it's kind of like, man, a lot of teams don't like to pick it right now, but when it does, it usually performs pretty well. And so this has been a great start for Corinthians, especially with Hesu, you know, still sitting deathless. Hasn't gone down at all and is pumping out enough damage even with that gold lead that he has. So, and Doru's in that position where we see a lot of Fannies or just assassin junglers in general get to, where they're forced to push across the opposite side of the map, see what they can get, kind of play catch up, because if they don't, then they're just going to be drastically behind against the opposing jungler. So, and Dorio's really just in that position. When you pick up a Fanny, you're almost thinking, man, are we going to see all these crazy cables and kills convert? But in this case, no, because you don't want to fall too far behind, and you're already, as a team, quite behind.
Yeah, and I think the worst part about it is that Andoriu recognizes that his item build reflects it. He got a Fury Hammer, but he decided to complete the War Axe first. He's even... Ooh, he stole it. Okay. Flick would probably be a little upset. He's like, okay, sure, no problem, but we can still go into the opposite side. Let's try and deny this Fanny that purple buff, because that's something that the Corinthians haven't done just yet, despite having a pretty outstanding lead 9 minutes into the game, right? They need to start pressing in and really start to wrap their hands around the neck of Virtus Pro, because right now, Virtus Pro, with the way that they're playing, they're looking closer to DFYG yesterday.
Yeah. And this could be a good position. Jesus not going to land that one that he was looking for. So he's going to get punished. Tsunami slam, but the AOG in the backside. You're going to force the fight into the jungle. And Dorio cabling forward. They want to get space for this Lord take. They might have just done that as Corinthians. Stays together. They get the Lord. Does VP back off here? An arrow's going to land on Hestu, but Luis waiting patiently. Pop the Revitalize. They're going to punish it anyway. It's bad cop that goes down. They chose to fight, but they get punished.
What is happening? What is happening right now? Virtus Pro, this is very uncharacteristic of them. Backcon decides to take that. Why? There's no backup.
Oh, Dorio's going to jump in, but does he have enough damage to even get anybody? It does go for Frost, but Frost is going to be fine. Backs off. That one hit on the turret is going to be there, and Dorio has to get back to base. And now they have to worry about this Lord pushing in. Yeah, I mean, what is going to happen here? What's going on for VP?
I don't know. I really don't know. Again, this composition is kind of weird for the side of Virtus Pro. They needed to execute hard, but they keep on fighting during neutral objectives when they didn't have to, right? Second turtle, I mean, why? First turtle, I totally understand. Give that up. Look for a side lane advantage. But then second turtle, they fight. Then even third turtle, they fight, even though they were already down by 3,000 gold, and they engage on Hesu of all people. So, I don't know. It doesn't feel like they're playing within their own skin, and Corinthians are taking full advantage of that, right? The weaknesses, he should be fine, right? Yeah, he's totally okay. And Doryu can only do so much at this point. Unless he had a snowball lead, maybe this could have been a different case, but I think that the Corinthians are trying to keep it as tight as possible. Nobody walks out, nobody is by themselves, everybody is grouped together. Is there a punish here? No, no engagement.
I keep seeing VP, like, it seems like they want to just go for a pickoff, even though they're down like this. It's like they want to fight, but I just don't think they're in that window yet. They have to buy themselves plenty of time, and maybe that's what Dorio has to hope for. Eventually, too, Super Igorka will be items. You know, he'll have the items he needs. He'll be itemization. And because when we look at this, you know, he's still got some catching up to do. Yeah, he picked up his Sky Piercer earlier on. He's got the Maleficent and the Hunter Strike. But he's just not able to capitalize on these setups that are going on here. Now, if they can drag the game out and maybe even contest this next Lord that comes up and convert a kill or two, because they don't have any yet, then that would be the best case scenario for them. But right now, the way the Corinthians have been playing is they have everything under control. Aside from earlier where we saw Hesu like flicker in and he just kind of whiffed that a little bit, you know, he's obviously going to want to correct that. But still, even if that happens, it's like you have nice enough lead that you can almost, and you're an Edith, by the way, so it's like you can afford those kind of overextensions in a way.
Yeah, and Corinthians, I mean, really good itemization coming in from Flick's side, right? He realizes fairly quickly, I just need the raw burst damage more than anything else. Like, Bad Code is going to get in my face, same goes for Pluto, but the anti-heal is coming from another side of the map, and even if I do decide to, oh my god.
Oh, they got him! Hey, you can't escape that one, I guess.
Oh man, Hesu, he still has it, right? He's got the mechanics. That's why he's an absolute beast when he made his transition over to MPL Latam. He knows how to track down cables.
That was a great communication on to catch Dorio. You know, you don't see that too often, but that's also why the Edith works great here. So now, off of that, they're just going to get themselves this Lord, and they'll get ready for Corinthians to push towards the base of VP. And you're still finding it. I mean, we did mention the Fanny has struggled as it's picked up, sitting on that 0% win rate, and it's not looking good here in game one.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. I think we're pretty close to a checkmate angle as Corinthians Esports has basically won every single interaction against Virtus Pro. No ground. Oh, that's getting kind of low, but never mind. He's got the immortality already. He's just that far ahead.
Yeah. So that won't be popped. He still has the prime wrath. He's playing on the line, though, basically, you know, even with an immortality. So they get the tier 2. Zone Force dropped down, and Lord still makes its way. So I think the main goal here for them, even with this lead, almost 10,000 gold, is just to take these tier 2s out and get ready to try to make a play into this. But surprisingly enough, VP will keep them out of the jungle.
I mean, we see that Upatizi is able to find the purple buff from Virtus Pro. However, Endori was able to sneak through everybody and actually go to the Corinthian side of the map to take his own, to take a purple buff of his own. So it's not like he's falling behind in any means necessary. It's just really difficult because he can't be the first person.
Oh, he gets unbreakable. Okay, he's fine that one. If Hesu was around, maybe not.
Maybe not. I'm pretty sure he's got the tough boots as well, but the gold lead is clear.
They want to fight. Tsunami Slam on Flick. Thorn Rose, he gets out with it. He actually gets a kill with it, but finally Andoru comes in to join the fight. Are they going to be looking for more? The beacon already dropped. They have to go back to base. Bober is there. They're going to drop down. The rest of the team, they're going to go for it anyway. Andoru's jumping in, cabling on through. Gets a couple members low here, and Abyssal Arrow will land. They decide to fight anyway. This is a great chance for them to turn it around. And Doru goes in, picks up one. Hesu falls. This is a ton of gold going in the hands of VP. And now Luis is next. Super Gorka picks up a double kill. What a fight for VP.
Beautifully played by Virtus Pro. Definitely a very scary moment for Andoria because he was thinking, should I commit to get... Wait, hold on. Does he want He finds it as well.
He just Beybladed all over.
He just let it rip. It all started with Flick dying, right? The first kill forced Virtus Pro, ends up being Flick, and that is such a huge shutdown for Virtus Pro, but they snowballed this out of control. The big problem is that Corinthians, unfortunately for them, oh my goodness, are they actually going to commit? No.
They want this turret so bad. They're staying here. Tsunami Slam on Flick. He'll defensively use that Phantom Execution, but man, talk about a turn around for Virtus Pro. Off of all of that, they diminished the 10K gold lead that Corinthians had. They got a couple tier 2s and a base turret. That is what you do if you want to turn a game around.
Oh yeah, I mean the shutdowns, two mega shutdowns, one on Hesu, one on Flick, really kind of skews the favor into Virtus Pro. But on top of that, as you mentioned, the Econ turrets on the sides, all the outers are gone as well. So this big gold sweep, a 10K gold sweep for Virtus Pro, worked out only because Corinthians decided we're going to disengage. But we're still in a really tight space, so Endoryu got a ridiculous amount of free damage on the correct targets. Upatizi wasn't expecting him to re-engage in the fight. He was expecting Endoryu to actually recall and then come in through traditional paths.
It was a great, I mean, that fight alone was one of those moments where it's like, that is the communication we needed to see from Virtus Pro, because they made that call and now they have this control over the next Lord here. And Andorio, all by himself, he's going to deal with some damage. Can he actually go 1v2? Oh, Flick will kill Andorio. So now VP's forced to get off of the Lord here. I'm not sure what the game plan there was from Andorio.
But why? I think he knew that Flick was going to use the Phantom Execution, just not sure when.
Tsunami Slam again. They're just going to go fight it out. Dominant Force already dropped down. They're forcing him back. Bulbro picks up Hesu, but still Flick dodges the arrow. He's just going to go for the Lord, and Upa will secure it. But still fighting Pluto. He's taking the brunt of the damage. It's a double for Upatizi as Corinthians find themselves back into this game.
Oh my goodness. If we can have a slow-mo of that Lord take. Oh no.
He's going to get the mortality. Bad caught. Going to be gone. And under the base turret, Flick jumps on in. They want to just go ahead and march this in. The wave is pushing up top. And Dorio, he's going to go ahead and clear out this mid. That wave is in the base here, so Corinthians, they'll have to go ahead and wait to push in with the Lord.
And Dorio, he was looking for Flick, doesn't see his own purple buff, quickly goes into enemy territory to check their purple buff, doesn't see anything else. All right, I got to back away. Nothing they could do. But man, I would like to see how close it was. The margins, because Bobber jumping in on that fight, sacrificing his life, trying to steal away the Lord, and it end up going over to Upa, really goes to show how close these margins are.
See if VP can defend against this to stay in the game as Corinthians, after losing a 10K gold deficit or gold lead, now they're marching into the base already, dealing with it as Pluto's going to be gone, and Doru swinging on around, but the Lord is still healthy as Corinthians decide to fight out, but they're so low anyway. Super Gorka still going to be alive, and Doru, Flick is gone. The fight is breaking out. The Lord finally goes down. Can they end it here? They're going to lock onto the base, and they will, as Corinthians slowly but surely will win game one.
Oh man, the Corinthians real happy about that, finally getting a game of their own, loud as ever as they continue to represent Latam here at MSC.
I gotta say, I think I've said this before, but I have a lot of questions. But it's mostly just one. It's like, what was going on? Because I gotta say, Corinthians, they had a very, I would say, perfect game, right? The entire time, they were perfect. Only like one mistake, and then Virtus Pro, like you said, Naisu, from 10K to nothing. Like, I don't know, personally for me, looking at MSC, I really feel like for all of the players here, they gotta start training their bodies, because I really feel like they have this natural talent to play basketball, because they make amazing throws.
It seems like that, because how many times do you see where you lose a 10K gold lead, you end up getting back into it, and then you win the game? I mean, most of the 10K gold leads that we see are just absolute blunders, and then the opposing team that diminished that ends up winning. So, you know, it's good that Corinthians finished this, but I think it was still pretty close.
Let me just say, Corinthians, their inhibitor was destroyed first before Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
That's how insane that turnaround is.
Yeah, that turnaround. Actually, the fight was so long, right? I think in Corinthians' perspective, they're like, we're going into this fight. The waves are actually, it looks like it's in our favor. Let's actually extend this a little bit longer. And by the time the entire wipeout, they look at their waves and then realize, oh, wait, it's actually pushing back into us. And thus why so much of the structures were taken away by Virtus Pro. But let's just look at the post game, right? Because this was a near perfect game for the Corinthians. And I just have to criticize what was going on for VP's draft. They could have gotten really safe combinations. Why go for something so extremely mechanical?
I mean, I understand picking the Granger over the Farsa when you look at KDA 4-0-3. Super Gorka actually played very, very well in this game. It's just that everything else, because Fanny was one of the most feared hero in MLBB.
Yeah.
But now in MSC, 3 times pick, 0% win rate.
Still zero. I was almost thinking this was the one, man. I was almost thinking, you know, because like I said, there was just that one moment. It really just came down to that. It's like Endoru didn't really, like, in the grand scheme of that game, he didn't do too much, except that one team fight where, you know, again, you're defaulted to just pushing the side lanes and doing that. But then it's like Gideon said, you go with a pretty risky draft, and you probably didn't have to do that, because if it does get shut down early on, that's where you see a lot of the struggle happen here. And that's what we saw, albeit besides that one team fight in the choke point of the jungle. And even then, it's like he was, at the last fight there before the Lord, he was going, what, 1v2 for a while. And then he ends up going down.
And this is something that we touched on earlier before the game even started, where some teams, they really go for the draft that plays the macro. But I kind of feel like at one point, you have to fight. You have to go for this team fight around the lures and the other things. And again, I agree with Gideon. There are opportunities for them to make the draft even easier. But they just got to go for this full-on, muscle-heavy, mechanical, blah, blah, blah. And just, it didn't work out.
They tried to be a Terminator, right? I think it was clear that Bobber was trying his best to try and get information. And the information, it's not like it was bad. It was actually really, really good. A lot of the decisions that we saw from VP was based off of the information being developed by Bobber's network of traps across the map. And the problem is the target prioritization for me in the early game, right? Because everybody's got a certain amount of damage, very limited in their damage options, but they kept applying it to Hesu, which to me was the biggest blunder, right? They should have pivoted, they should immediately look to punish Upa, get his Purify out, and then just keep attacking him while that window is open.
Yeah, it was just, again, it's almost a perfect game for Corinthians from what we saw. They were super locked in from the start until nearly the finish there. They lost it a little bit, but again, when you have that kind of lead, I think we've seen this with a lot of teams where it's like they take those chances to go ahead and try to set things up. They get a little risky in their play here, but nonetheless, like I said, they got the victory, they got that locked in. But still, I think the biggest thing, if we do want to get to a Game 3, Virtus Pro has to go with a more rounded draft that I think will highlight the way that they want to play.
Because look at Super Gokar. He did the most amount of damage, even though majority of the game, it was Corinthians. And we got to say, Granger, most of the time, is a very simple hero. Yes, I understand there's a very high ceiling when you're looking at amazing Granger players against, like, casual Granger players. But I kind of feel like, keep it simple, you know? Like, we've seen people try the Moskov, one of the hardest heroes in the game, didn't work out. Fanny, one of the hardest heroes in the game, didn't work out. Selena, one of the hardest heroes in the game, didn't work out. Yes, there's different, like, you know, you got your Sanjis that it makes it look amazing, but sometimes Just keep it simple. Like, even for me when I play a Farsa, I don't even aim anymore. I just press it and then I just get a kill. I'm like, hey, you're not good for me.
Yeah,
That's all
just
you have to do.
Yeah, the auto aim is pretty much good enough most of the time. It finds the right targets, especially if we got the right settings. I don't know. I definitely think that there were hopeful moments coming in for the side of VP. And again, these are very like niche moments where it's more on the plays coming in from the Corinthians than anything else, right? Because Hesu, he was pretty sharp on it, but they have to be really worried about these narrow corridors, right? The play area. If the play area is within the lane, that's totally fine for the Corinthians. If it's around the Lord Pit and things like that, that's so much space to play. But if they all gather together, the value from this Fanny skyrockets. A Bobber basically gets a firing range if he's at the end of the line.
Yeah, again, I like to say, like, a lot of the games that we've seen so far throughout MSC has been, yeah, it's execution, but the drafts, as interesting as they have been, you know, some work better than others, and maybe that's where the meta is going. You know, it's more of this kind of perfect balance between the macro and the micro, because we've seen that so far, and teams even with leads as big as 8 to 10,000 gold could still lose a game and have it turned upside down on its head here, and a lot of that just has to do, I feel like, with where we currently are meta-wise.
Yeah. Oh, man, that last moment. I just noticed that Flick didn't have his retribution. So honestly, what Bobber did, jumping in to try and steal that Lord, was actually a viable option. But unfortunately, Upa, that empowered auto attack, just too much damage. He was already max itemed.
Yeah, but I can't imagine that we're in this point where I remember casting international tournaments where 2,000 gold lead feels like 1,000. And now we're in a meta where 8,000, 10,000 is super comebackable. Like, I don't know if that's just the general meta or this just proves how this is literally the best that the world has to offer, that even with a 10,000 gold lead, these teams knows how to come back. And I kind of feel like that shows the amount of strength that all of the teams have today. Because again, this is an elimination match, and VP found a way from 10K all the way down to nothing. Like, personally for me, I'm quite impressed that that kind of feat doesn't happen just once or twice. Almost every single series we have that.
I think it's about consistency, but I also think it's about being able to like carefully assess the map and say, hey, this is what we can and cannot do. And I think that Virtus Pro has definitely learned from a couple of their mistakes during the wild card, playing from behind. I think this is one of their better games at not only holding the lead against their opponents, but converting it very, very quickly when the opportunity presented itself.
Yeah, I think now that I'm thinking about it, it's like draft-wise, if they want to get to Game 3, I feel like the Kalea obviously starts composition really well. Again, maybe just have a better mid. I think that that would be my biggest change. I don't want to harp on the Fanny too much, but just maybe go for a better mid.
Just take that Farsa. Like,
take the Farsa.
Why didn't you take the Farsa in first phase? Like, it was so free. It was so free.
Because if I think about it, there's other options as well that is not the Selena. Something like even the Valentina, even though the Valentina doesn't have a lot of ults. I mean, you didn't see the Edith, but the Valentina could have taken the Edith ult and also helped a lot. Another one is Eve, but notably it is going to be a little bit difficult going up against the Lancelot. Again, this is why I'm saying the players, they're really thinking about, as a mid laner, how do I survive? And that's why during the draft, I was thinking of Selena, because I play mid as well, and sometimes this is a problem. I want to deal the damage, but I know going up against this Lancelot, I can't use a mage. I need something with a lot of mobility. That's where we're starting to see the Kadidas, the Selenas popping up.
I think that at this point, like, they made an executive decision, right? Real Solo looked at the rest of the players as like, so Bobber, how would you like to not play the game, right? Just play, give us information, and Superior Gorka, you did good. You did good in scrims. I'm gonna give you the Granger this time round. Let's jump into the draft, right? And let's see whether the priority changes. I really, really hope they give Bobber one of his signatures. Put him back on the Kimmy, put him back on the Farsa, something that he's able to kind of contribute to the team, not just with information, because he's really mechanically good at the things that he touches. His Selena mechanically weren't making too many mistakes, and honestly, had he stolen that Lord, it would have been a completely different story for VP.
I agree. And now looking at VP, they are going to be first pick. Corinthians will be second pick, batting out that Yisin Shin, and then VP batting out that Baxia. I kind of feel like Lance is kind of good second pick, because we've seen first pick is definitely a viable option, as Mythic Seal has shown. But I kind of feel like this is something that VP has to think of, because Flick on that Lancelot, because I even remember the play when the Fanny Endorio tries to run away, even though, yes, Hesu did catch him, but the entire time, Flick hit all the punctures to chase for that Fanny.
Look at the adjustments coming in for the side of VP. I think they're looking to actually pick up Lancelot within that first scenario. If they get rid of the clear, I'm assuming that at least for the Corinthians, they might even consider getting rid of the 1-1. Really narrow down the pool.
Yeah, I think you have to. And if the decision is to take the Lancelot for the hands of Andorio, then maybe that also just gives them a better time to go ahead and not be completely forced in a situation where it's like, all right, if all fails, then I'll just push across the map, because like we've been seeing and saying throughout the MSC group stages already, Lancelot's going to be valuable pretty much throughout the entire game, even if he has to deal with the gap a little bit, but that usually doesn't happen for him. So they could prioritize that if it's going to be first pick. You see the 1-1 is banned out as well. So that could be something that VP wants to go to. Even though, I was going to say the Kimmy, but that they're the ones to ban it out. So still up in the air is, like we mentioned, the Lancelots, the Farsas, that could be prioritized here.
It's a good adjustment, right? Because they see, oh, the 1-1 ban coming up for the side of the Corinthians. It feels like they want to try and adjust and make a Fredrin jungle of their own. So VP says, oh, what goes really well against the Fredrin jungle? Let's get rid of the Kimmy instead, because then now we can play off of the pressure. Farsa still at wide here, but if we are thinking about this Kalia ban, and hopefully we're on the right track about that Lancelot, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. But Arlot actually, okay. So maybe the Corinthians want to take Farsa for themselves, assuming that VP takes Lancelot first pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Like, looks like the first pick is Jushin.
They go Jushin instead.
So Lance Farsa seems pretty good.
I think so.
Or Lance Phovius. Either way, or Farsa. Either way, there's a lot of good options coming in for Corinthians. I mean, like, to be fair, we've seen a lot of Jushin first pick. Has been looking good, but you definitely need a jungler with a lot of damage. So I'm thinking take away the Lancelot and force them on a Hayabusa, which, to be fair, does look good.
Jushin first pick reminds me of last year.
Yeah.
Last MSC. I just had a little moment in my brain where I was like, whoa. You know, I'm back in the casting box. Where it's like,
and during that time was Jushin's debut?
Yeah, it was her debut. Yeah, she had that amazing debut video.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, I love that video.
Yeah, some people loved it a lot more than others.
There's Corinthians' response, though. They take the Lancelot and then they go with the Granger this time.
Interesting. All right. Joy, alongside with the Phovius on their side, this could be a CC for the Corinthians if they really wanted to. And honestly, it's not too bad because the curtain call is going to be locked. If you can get Joy plus another core, that's already huge for the side of the Corinthians coming into team fights.
And this is just unfortunate because you want that Farsa. But there's a Joy. And the Joy is pretty good going up against the Farsa. So this does ask Corinthians what do they want. Because again, like you said, CC is an amazing option at this point going up against the Phovius as well as the Joy. Even Kacha would still be okay countering that Joy in case the Joy doesn't see the Unbreakable and then just getting caught.
That's true.
There it is.
There it is.
I think another option they could have gone for is maybe the Badang, just to kind of keep it a little more flexible here. But let's see. Now we go into the second phase, right? We have both junglers already kind of locked in at this point, and the only real difference is that there's an exposed EXP laner for the side of VP. For the side of Corinthians, they've already exposed what their support is probably going to look like. Unless we see Hesu throw it over into the EXP, which I don't think is going to be the case. But now we see the Moskov bans, and they want to make sure that Upatizi has an easier time because in game number 1, we saw VP high priority of making sure that Superior Gorka was going to have a semi-decent time, or at least play a matchup that he's comfortable with.
What if he just ends up picking the Harith? It's just a Harith Granger matchup because you see the Moskov here. They might force that just because maybe Upatizi's also favorable for playing that matchup if that's the case. So if they do go for another gold lane ban, we'll see if they do that. For VP though, they want to go ahead and focus down some of these XP lane picks. That's also just respect right there, especially with the game that Hesu just had. And then we'll see if they actually go for one more here because still quite a few options that you could throw in the XP lane. Would they actually go for a Esmeralda if Corinthians wanted to?
I mean, it's an option for sure. And by the way, I do agree, banning out the Hive would be pretty good here because I kind of feel like in this current meta, before this Granger dominates against the Hive, but now Hive doesn't have to be too stingy about his you can actually have a better matchup going up against the Granger.
I don't mind it. But I don't think there's a better ban out there because it feels pretty good if Corinthians like, oh, I'll give you the Harith, but then your entire damage profile is generally heavy towards the magic side of things, and
which is okay.
Which is okay, but then there is an assumption here that whether or not do you have enough shred to make it work, and then itemizing becomes very easy, especially since Uranus still on the table for either side. And I think that this is probably the angle, unless we see Real Solo say, hey, I don't know about this Uranus, especially when you're playing up against the Fulvius, you're going to get sandbagged. You have to accept that fact.
Well, he bans it out.
Nice.
So he doesn't want to deal with it. Uranus is taken out. So now we get to see if they go with the XP lane option or they hold that for later. They still need the mid lane too. Farsa is still open. Not sure if they want to just take that and make it work because still that they need some. I feel like they still need something that works with your burst damage, especially in the mid lane, especially with the fact that you have a Lancelot there, and it gives time and space for a Granger to move. I always think that's one of the better things to have is once you have that Feathered Airstrike, it kind of gives a little bit of almost a safe space for Granger or any of the gold laners to position through. So it's either that or for me, it's also like the Eve, for example. But Corinthians, they just go with the Selena.
Something to consider as well is that Hilda, because we've seen a lot of teams using the Hilda to make sure that this Lancelot doesn't have free reign. VP has that option because even with a Hilda, they still have OKCC with the Jushin.
I think Hilda comes into the roam position. They look to try and win out the 2v2, but it really doesn't matter with Concussive Blast, Gatot, and especially with the power of his wave clear, they won't interact as much as they would hope for. I think that's a big issue here, right? Badang gets locked in for the side of VP. I'm all for it. This way, the Joy doesn't have to worry about getting disrupted in the middle of its combinations, unless Corinthians has got a super pick. What?
Is this debut? Or
Yeah.
This is, right?
I mean, you don't even have stats for it. That's how you know it's debut.
Okay, that's
right?
how we know.
So, yeah, I'm actually liking it because I said that they got to simple it down, and hey, Clint's pretty simple.
Why not go for Irithel?
Why not? That's a little too complicated.
Hey, that's very complicated, bro.
Oh,
we go
no.
to
You attack while you're moving, bro.
It's like, oh, you could press one button compared to pressing 3 different buttons in the same cycle, plus weaving auto attacks in.
Granger's moving too much, I'm gonna bowl him.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Ranger's coming out. Personally, for me, I actually do like the Clint.
I do too. I'm always a fan when he comes up. Not just because we always naturally just end up doing some kind of a attempt to a Western accent, but you know, I like.
Hey, no accents.
Hey, no cowboy hats here just yet.
Anyways, I'm going to throw it over to you guys because it looks like you guys have a lot of thoughts on this.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of thoughts on it. Don't get me wrong. I love this. And once again, thank you, LaFell. I like Clint as a hero. Do I think it's necessarily good in this particular position, right? Because what does this mean for the squad? It means that they're very reliant on Endoryu to snowball, and he has to play towards the strong side of the map. In this case, that strong side is going to be the gold side. As we get into the Land of Dawn, with match point on the line, elimination so close for BP. Can Corinthians seal the deal here, right? They see that Clint. They know that BP is going to be moving towards that side of the map. How do they manage? Do they attack the opposite side? My guess is that they mirror their opponents because the base damages, and more importantly, if Frost is able to hurt Bobber, wait, no purifies for the side of Virtus Pro.
That's a little dangerous.
I mean, there's still glue on the other side, right? So it's like, oh no, he wants to jump on top of me. If I don't want to get displaced, I have to flicker.
Yeah, you know, and that's what I like to call the athletic flicker, because that's what they're going to have to rely on over here. But right now, Super Igorka is doing a good job of just going and holding down the lane against UpaTZ. Taking a look at the emblems here. So he went with the Quantum Charge. He also has the Mystery Shop, so he wants to go ahead and build up. What does a Clint even build up here now? It's been a while since I've seen one.
I mean, there's a lot of different variations of Clint builds that you could go for. Generally, you want to have an endless battle at some point of time. Some even like to go, depending if you want like extra burst damage early. Wait, hold on, Pluto, are you okay? No, he's going to be totally fine. Some even go for Blade, make sure they go for Heptases, right? To get that initial punch once you hit level 4.
Yeah, a little burst doesn't bother anybody right now, but he's holding the lane. Louis going to charge the Unbreakable. Won't connect, though. So taking a couple shots, but still going to be relatively fine. Also, a little sidestep on the arrow. So, you know, Super Igorka, he's like, and I feel like this is Wild West up here, basically, at this point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Corinthians are trying to force the Matrix on top of him, but
Jesus, now in some trouble. Oh.
Jesus, pretty tanky though. He's gonna be fine. Takes up a lot of it. Turtle at half health. Flick's gonna go ahead and jump in, and they go for it. Bober hits the turtle, and now the fight still gonna be breaking out. Infernal Pursuit there, and they find Flick as he falls as well. The trade though, the 1-for-1, but the objective goes to VP.
Just quick shouts of energy, excitement, and more life being breathed coming in from the side of Virtus Pro, right? They get a winning scenario on their side. They get the neutral objective, and now with 1-to-1, they need to make sure that they can unlock Super Gorka out of this lane as soon as possible, right? The initial invade on some of the side camps, and no.
Good arrow, but Bober's there to help him out. They're gonna force the fight. Super Gorka has a couple shots lined up. Will force Upatizi back, and Pluto still actually alive. Now Flick trying to run away, has the Flantern right above the head. An arrow gonna be able to land, and now Frost jumping back in on Andoryu. Can Andoryu escape? He does. I'm so surprised no one went down in that whole fight.
Yeah, same. I can't believe everybody kind of walked away with just like a sliver of HP. It's a bit of a mistake, a little bit of a mistake, I'm not gonna lie, from, no, Flick,
that is danger.
He's so greedy. He's dead.
No, wait, no, he gets, wow, I'm surprised. Flick decided to stay that low. A great play and initiation. Can they actually go ahead and take this buff and maybe more for Virtus Pro? They go for the purple, now jumping back in. That's what they wanted. They'll back off. That's really bad for Flick.
Yeah, pretty awful for Flick. Very nice for Virtus Pro, because now they're in a very powerful position of their own. Having that level up, they know exactly where he's going to be, and it gives them more incentive to start sending their troops up to that top side of the map. Super Gorka, he's doing fine against Upatizi. He even has a level lead on Upatizi because of these neutral objectives, and that's exactly the game plan that Virtus Pro is going for.
Find themselves with a little bit of a lead to work with. This Turtle's coming up, but it's Corinthians that still wants to fight for this positioning to have that advantage. Luis will take some damage, have to pop the Revitalize, and an arrow's gonna land. Not sure how much more he can take. Infernal Pursuit from Badcott goes in with the Dark Wave. Still looking for Luis, but here comes Jesus. Superior Gorka on the other side of the Turtle Pit, and they're forced back. A couple battle spells were used, but now they just face each other off. They're gonna go for a little bit of a reset here.
They're gonna try for the reset. Some decent ultimates are out. No Phantom Execution. Good arrow from Frost. But Luis, he still has the game changer. He still has the AOG, and he's about to come into within range of that turtle.
Yeah, he's trying to make his way here. Fight already breaking out. Abyssal Arrow's going to be able to find the mark, and they get Badcott. There's the jump in, and Dora will get the turtle. Now they're trying to disengage from this as they lost a 2 in the fight. So Corinthians will be able to find something, but still objective. That turtle goes in the hands of VP. Purple buff will go over to Andoryu.
All right, slow and steady, Corinthians. They're trying to fight back. Oh, a good arrow again. Now forcing Bomber to all very early on, but this does mean that Upa is finally unlocked. Wait, hold on, the mid lane. Oh my God, the solo kill. Flick, he's dead again.
Man, Flick needs some help here. He's also just gonna lose the purple buff, and Doryu out for punishment. Jumps in under the tier 1, does some damage here. Upatizi there to help him out, pops the beats, but now Luis gonna go ahead and keep Andoryu at bay. I think if Luis didn't make it in time, that was looking like Andoryu wanted to go under the turret.
Oh, he did. He was thinking about that, but he just didn't expect Upa to show up. He was thinking maybe they wanted Upa to immediately run down to the bottom side, but I think at this point, pretty decent moves. They trade 1-for-1 in terms of their targets on the top side of the map, but this could be a potential dive again. The waves are going to get cleared out. At least for Upa's side, he is able to secure himself at the Sky Piercer. With that in hand, it's going to be very dangerous for Virtus Pro to make a mistake in front of him. Luis has been playing a strong game, but he needs to protect his boy.
Okay, pops the beats. Upa firing off back. Luis jumps in with the Unbreakable. Not gonna be able to find the top, but here comes Pluto, goes in, finds Upa, flickers forward, pops a Revitalize from Luis, but not enough to heal him, and Pluto gets away with a sliver of health. A good play from Virtus Pro there.
One auto would have been it. One auto onto Pluto would have been more than enough. Regardless, this is still a winning scenario for Virtus Pro, right? They finally shut down Upatizi's farm, allowing Super Gorka to not only catch up, but most likely break open this bottom tier 1. He's got range, he's got damage as well. Keep in mind, anybody who's walking up is paying the brass tacks with their HP every single time they fall into his sights.
Yeah, it does a whole lot of damage, especially at this point. Turtle's up, third one of the game. Flick finally getting a purple buff. It's been taken from him for the past couple minutes. A Malefic Gun early for Super Igorka, so he's going to have some of that extra range now to work with here. It's going to be great for him as he's looking to work with this space. Has two flickers forward, forcing the fight. There's the response. Upatizi's in trouble, and Doru picks up the kill off of it. And now Luis in trouble as well. They're split up AOG defensively, but Badcott doesn't care. Jumps on in, a dark wave to follow. Flick has to go back to base, but Bulbert goes down from Hesu. Hesu still running away as Super Igorka is hunting him down. Meanwhile, up here in the mid lane, they're still fighting it out. Pluto backs off, and now the turtle could be for the taking.
Virtus Pro, despite losing a couple of members, they're still trading 2 for 1 each and every time. This last turtle will fall into the hands of Virtus Pro as we see that Flick is now on the top side to try and set up a split of his own. At this point, I'm surprised that Super Igorka, considering how far ahead his team is, he recognizes that that gold lead is not his. It's mainly coming in from Andoryu's side. Taking the Malefic Gun is really safe on his approach, because now anybody who walks in, again, must pay that brass tax, has extended. We just need to see Super Igorka start getting the Endless Battles, right? We need him to have some real items, and finally we see it. Endless Battle already complete. His next item, we're not entirely sure. It could be a Blade of Despair for all intents and purposes, but we'll see what the final build is going to be, because that's just a Legion Sword already complete.
Yeah, he's going to go, I think he's going big damn here, because eventually he is going to be looking for those fights, looking for that damage, and he's already got it, I mean, for the most part. So Corinthians really kind of struggling in some of these skirmishes. They're dealing a whole lot here with Badcott and Pluto just being a nuisance to them. And yeah, they hold on to that tier 1 in the mid and bottom, but they're still going to have to deal with the objective that comes up, because I just feel like they really haven't been able to have a good team fight. Like, they've been split up in a lot of the fights that they've had, and then they're just kind of grasping for positioning. And Upatizi as well, he only has the dash plus, you know, the flicker for the most part. And Virtus Pro has a lot of options to go ahead and hunt down Upatizi if they have to.
They do. And here's the big thing, right? Because this is where we see the difference of mid laners. Oh man, Flick is getting chunked out, and Doryu is just so far ahead. 3 levels ahead. They've been giving him a whole ton of farm.
And meanwhile in the mid lane, while they deal with Andoryu, he's still up there too. 1v2ing, almost gets Flick. Now the mid lane turret gonna fall. So this is just how confident Andoryu and the rest of Virtus Pro are with the lead they have.
I'm pretty sure he has a concentrated energy, which is why he's so confident into going underneath the turret and walking back out. Let's double check it here. Oh no, he doesn't. Wow, he only just has the Holy Crystal, right? So again, he's getting a decent amount of spell vamp regardless. Either or, we need to see how this is going to play out even further, because the information from Frost is not good enough. He is not getting those deep set traps in enemy territory. He hasn't been taking those types of risks. He is opening up the map, and honestly, a little more accurate than Bobber when it comes down to hitting those arrows. But for now, with the power spike to Super Igorka, it should be pretty free for them.
Oh, so quick. Hesu gonna get dragged and then into the wall. Fist crack, fist break. Hesu falls. Not sure what the idea was there. You know, he was trying to give him maybe information like, hey, the Lord's being taken. But so he falls, and now Virtus Pro in a great position to go ahead and start marching towards the base of Corinthians here. They've got such a good lead. And this is maybe now the time when we get to see Super Igorka pop off. You know, he's been waiting the whole game, just picked up the BOD. So they're gonna go and work on these holy shields, get these popped before that Lord marches forward.
Yep. And he should. Really, he's going to be a tower monster. He's going to be able to munch down on it pretty easily. Let's look at the damage dealt, right? Because Super Igorka is trying to keep up damage with Upatizi. Again, Upatizi has significantly longer ranges thanks to his skill shots. But here comes the Conceal. Pluto!
Pluto looking for it. The Conceal was used. They're just going to force him off the tier 2. So the Lord finally make its way here down to the bottom side. Corinthians will have to go ahead and deal with this. The charge through. Not sure if they're still going to force the fight. Oh, they jump in anyway. Pluto not able to find that connection that he was looking for, but ultimately they get the base turret. I think they're going to be happy with that off of this. Now ballooning the lead up 8,000 gold here. They'll get the last tier 2 up the top. Another shield's going to pop in the mid. But Corinthians will go ahead and clear things out.
Honestly, really great response to the Conceal from the side of Corinthians. Luis immediately got in front of Pluto, but now with no holy shieldings whatsoever, the wave clear is okay for the side of the Corinthians, but it's going to come to a point where really nobody can do it effectively, right? Once we have Lord empowered minions, Upatizi, he's going to eventually get his full build, and he won't be able to deal with the wave single-handedly. Same goes for Flick, and that's the big issue, right? Virtus Pro have a much better composition at sieging their targets, especially if Super Gorka can get within range of the turret. And that's when Corinthians are forced to make a decision. Either I give up this turret or I must look for an engagement. I need to escalate things.
Yeah, and that's why we see, too, because of things getting escalated out of control, you're going to have to get some defensive here for Corinthians. And that's the thing. Rose Gold picked up for Upatizi. He's dealing with so much pressure. And Doru alone is pressure enough for Upatizi a lot of times, because it's just he's able to go to the back line really quickly. But then even so, like I'm waiting to see if Luis gets some more of that magic resist. I know he's on the way to it, but you know, him alone and Hesu, they seem to be, they're supposed to be super tanky, right? But they seem to just lose their health so quickly because there was a Radiant Armor for Hesu, but now you got to worry about the physical damage here from Super Igorka. You can already see it. Pressure going to be here. He might get caught out. Flickers on out. So Hesu, once again, dealing with the pressure. Unbreakable going to be used, but the beats are popped. And Doru, is he going to be in trouble?
Wow.
But Desanata, Frost won't be able to land that arrow, and now has to flicker out himself. The fight around this side of the jungle again, and now the Lord is up here.
That was a stat check by Endoru. Literally, 3 people on top of him. You can see that the most farmed up hero from the side of Corinthians Esports is Upatizi, basically doing nothing to Endoru. He gets the walk away for free, comes back to the fight, and more importantly, on top of the Lord, he's full health, right? It's like that fight didn't even happen.
I don't think you want to be here, Corinthians, because you don't have battle spells. 2 flickers are down. No revitalize. They might be playing a little bit too close to the line here. Conceal's going to be used. Even at half health, they want to jump in, but they're zoned out because of Bober. So they're forced back to the base, and they're just going to have to defend. That wave up bottom is pushed in too. So we'll see how they play out this defense here. That's the question. Do they have enough items, enough defensiveness too, to withstand this next Lord push?
Bober coming in big time. It's starting to look like mid laners are securing more Lords than junglers themselves at this point. It'll be an interesting stat to see by the end of the group stage. For now, Corinthians, again, stat checked, right? 9.4K. Virtus Pro basically playing a macroly sound video game. And at this point, they're about, you can basically consider them having the checkmate angle, right? That's the 10K gold difference between Virtus Pro and as well as the Corinthians. They're off by 800, but at this point, I feel like they can force the scenario on to Corinthians. How they're going to do it, they first need to get Super Gorka in position.
It's Pluto that goes in. He's able to find multiple members with that setup, and they just collapse down from Pluto. Virtus Pro waited for the moment. They found it. Hesu all alone isn't going to be enough here, and Virtus Pro will make it happen. They'll make a statement in Game 2 as we head on over to our last and final Game 3.
Nicely played by VP. Seems like whoever picks up Selena is the one dropping these games.
Hey, you know what, Nice? So you asked for it.
I did.
Now we got 3 games. Heck, we had 12.
12 games today.
12 games for today. And you know what? Shout out to everyone watching, because back in Malaysia as well as the Philippines, this is already midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's already midnight.
We're 5 hours before, so they're 5 hours ahead. Yeah, it's getting pretty late for our Southeast Asians here. But I'm pretty sure Latam is thinking like, oh, come on, please. Just a little bit more. We can push through just a little bit more. We can make it through. And EECA is like, yes, we're back. We're pulling it back. Match point.
I mean, like, here's the thing, man. Like, Super Gorka is talking to Upatizi, be like, you brought a violin to a gunfight.
Yeah. I think it's a cello.
It is a cello. Is it a cello?
I'm pretty sure it's a violin, because I read up on Granger. It's very confusing. Like, he has a lot of abilities. Like, he has a violin and superpowers, where he can he can even enter your dreams.
He can?
He can like,
that's in the lore?
Like, he's an assassin. Like, you know, he gets jobs and etc. And then, like, when someone has problem with their dreams, he will play the violin, you know, make a good song, and then he enters your dreams and then help. Dude,
I swear to God, this sounds like a Wattpad story already.
Yeah.
This is.
Dude,
This
and then what is Clint? I'm just a simple man.
I'm just a simple man.
You and your dreams can shut up.
I don't have dreams. I'm just Western.
That's basically what happened in this game.
But here's the thing, like, Look, I read up on Granger. It's very interesting, okay? He has violence and superpowers. That's all you need to know.
How men design heroes, how women design heroes. That's the bottom line here. That's just keeping it simple, man.
But speaking of which, they did keep it simple, right? Because we were talking about how, you know, both teams, they should simplify the draft, and very simple draft coming in from Virtus Pro. I would say the most mechanically demanding hero was the Joy.
Yeah, actually.
Other than that, you know, Jushin, Clint, I mean, like,
what else?
Phoveus?
Phoveus, just air jump time.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
you just jump.
You just press your alt when it's available.
I would say either the Joy or the Badang.
That's, well,
Badang, yeah, you need skill with Badang.
You got a time, you know, Pluto is pretty on point.
Pluto is pretty on point, and I think overall, VP, the biggest standout is that they've taken a very, well, we've played this particular style very much for the past year or so, especially with the Joy, right? It's just, you farm that Joy up, make sure that Joy is going to get to that ultra scaling period at the end of the game, and basically you can one-shot anybody you want. And I think it's impressive to see that Andoryu didn't make any mistakes considering that Super Gorka was supposed to be the one that they put their money into and time and effort. Instead, VP kept on throwing up the smoke and mirrors. Oh, are we faking? We're going to fake our movements towards Super Gorka's side. We see Luis move out of the way, instantly buff steal.
Maybe that's why there was a 1v3. Maybe Super Gorka is like, hey, Andoryu, I bet you can't 1v3. and he was like, yo, hold my headset. And like, hey, I didn't die. And then Super Gorka's like, damn it. I thought it was gonna die, and then I was gonna show up.
It's my time to shine.
It's my time to shine. It's like, bro, I got 4 items. Let me do something.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to Pluto, right? Pluto set it up really, really well for Endoyu. Like 90% of the engagements all came from Pluto, who began the fight. Even Badcott just, again, being an extension to him. And then the Super Gorka, as you mentioned, just like, I'll just be the anchor. I'm gonna chill back here. Don't worry about it. Bobber is switching back and forth between front and backline. But the biggest issue was the fact that despite they had good information in the early game coming in from Frost. Coming into the mid game, where he started to lose space, started to lose his structures, he didn't feel confident enough to walk up and search for information. And honestly, there probably wasn't a need to, considering that every time he did, Andoryu shows up.
Nice, so I already am prepping for tomorrow's hot take. If more games like this happen, I'm gonna say, Retribution is overrated.
That's going to be the hot take?
You don't need Retribution to secure objectives.
Hell yeah.
Hey, we've already had so many hot takes. Like even the hot take of you don't need objectives to win games. Right?
Something about me, I just want to rage bait.
But is it really rage baiting if it's actually happening on MSC?
Well, I think it's closer to factual.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's factual for the most part of it.
It's like, is it stereotyping if it's true?
I mean, stereotypes all come from some form of truth, some may say.
And etc. But now, 3 games. 3 games here.
12 games today.
12 games today. Who would have thought? Tomorrow is going to be Group B. Now, that's going to be pretty interesting as well. If they go all 12 games, I got to say, in terms of payment, like we're stretching it out.
Really stretching it out, man. I mean, looking at the post-game stats, and especially the damage graphic, I think this goes to show why people are going back and forth. Because even when you're on the losing end, you can see that, like, Upatizi, he's trying to compete with the damage numbers being pumped up by VP. And I think the person who took the most amount of hits had to be Flick, unfortunately. His buff's getting stolen pretty consistently overall. Once the side lanes collapse.
Why with 1 HP, you could have died.
Would you stay there?
You couldn't even die from your buff. Not alone your opponents.
Well, he did have, to be fair, he did have War Axe. He wouldn't have died to his buff.
But literally, you know, there's a Jushin that just walks up and drops a lantern on your head.
You don't even use mana if there's no one there.
Yeah, that's also true. And even so, I think that they probably should have communicated that a little bit better. I mean, we did see the autopiloting coming up from VP in game number 1. Now we see a bit of autopiloting coming up from Corinthians in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at Doryu here, Ridge Guy as well as the carry. Luis took a lot of damage and Pluto got the most assists, but he really showed up with that Joy. So it really does look like for both teams, it is a battle of the junglers, right? Because, hey, we had an amazing Lancelot game, now we have an amazing Joy game, and it looks like everyone else just has to support. And for the gold leaders, in case the jungle can't do it, hey, just got to prepare yourself to carry maybe at like 60 minutes and above.
I feel like that's the case with these two teams specifically. You know, the gold laners are more so the late game carries, right? Literally, like, they're supposed to be that. Because the focus so far has, like you said, it's jungle, but I think also, to in a sense, is how does the mid perform? Because so far, the games that have been lost have come down, and it's weird to say it, but it's the Selena, right? Like, the Selena picks, too, have not been working out. So maybe for both teams, we see a big change up in the mid lane, what they decide to pick up, because that's one of the things, too. Selena's always great. Vision could be great. Arrows, obviously, when they're landing, are great to follow up. But if you're lacking the damage, that kind of burst damage, then it does make things harder, because then Selena kind of just falls off if she's having a hard time.
Yeah, because this is what a kid once told me, right? The food is only good when it goes into your mouth.
Yeah.
Weird thing for the kid to say to me, but in context for this one, it's kind of like, no matter how big the damage is, if it doesn't hit anyone, then there's just no damage, right? And I kind of feel like that's the thing about game number 1 and game number 2, where Selena has big potential, but only if it hits. Same with Franco.
I get smarter every day with LaFell.
Yeah, I would say that the damage
I meet
is about...
weird kids.
Yeah. I would say the damage is about average, some may call it, but I think the laning phase is the problem here, right? A lot of the times people don't understand that when you're picking, again, in both of these games, it is Selena versus the Jushin. What is the main goal? Again, it's not about lane priority, it's about taxing your opponent's HP. But in these 2v2s, the big problem is that every single time you see the Gatot, it becomes a nothing lane. He clears the waves, and then nothing happens. You can't trade against your opponent, which is exactly what Selena wants to do. So that must be implemented in these upcoming games. We cannot let these 2v2s walk away for free. If not, at least send your own support down to the other side and force your opponents to turn it into a 1v1.
Or, no more Selena.
I was going to say, so what is... I was about to ask, but I saw you give me the eyebrows, so I was like, what is the answer?
Like, or no more Selena. Because, again, like, the traditional matchup for the Jushin was the Eve. Right? We saw one today.
Oh, yeah.
But we haven't seen a lot of that because, again, like, the previous argument is just that the Eve is very vulnerable towards the assassins. One of these days, the mid laner just be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to have a bad time, but... good luck to you guys.
I think it's also just a sense of, like, the picks that we've seen so far in the mid lane, aside from, for example, the Kadidas and the Farses, they mostly opt for utility. And that's still, even since Jushin came out and she was picked up so much throughout the meta, that's what she provides. Like, it's that threat, also the lane control, also space control. Like, that's always something that we have to look at from these mid laners that pop up, especially... even when the Eve was picked, like, that's the thing. And as the game transitions on, it goes from, like, that focus of the junglers being okay to the focus of, can our gold laners move?
Yeah.
And I feel like Jushin is still that mage that allows that because of your threat with the beacon, but also your lantern, the flare, allows you to peel for your gold laner. In a way, I've seen it a couple times now. Save gold laners in the group stage.
I agree.
I've done that so many times too.
Thank you.
Because I'm an amazing guy.
We're mid laners.
Okay, all right, mid laners, let's calm down here for a second. Because what about the argument for Lo Yis then, right? Why aren't we seeing more Lo Yis, even though these teams, every single scenario that they fought in is 5v5s? We don't even see, like, again, with the exception of the junglers having their own solo battles happening around the map, why not utilize the Lo Yi? Change up our win rate a little bit, and more importantly, we've seen Sans do it. Just drop the diversion right in front of your opponents, T-pose on them real quick, and then juke them out, because you never know where this Lo Yi is going to end up.
I kind of feel like it's a mental thing, because a lot of people across many different games that, oh, nerf, no good, right? I kind of feel like everyone has that a bit. The biggest thing is that, I like this, by the way. The biggest, just move your mouse. The biggest thing is that the Lo Yi is a terrible liar now. Because you can see the initial part. Like, yeah, I understand, like, where she's heading, you don't know. But she tells you. It's like, I'm ulting. I'm ulting.
I would disagree. I would say that she's an even better liar now.
She's a better liar?
She's a better liar? Slipping in a half-truth and then lying about the position afterwards, with, by psychopathic standards, pretty good.
I like that, because even I just tell half-truths, and then now people just don't know.
I just walk away.
Oh, well, you know what? I like yours. I like your style. A lot of trauma here. Anyways, Corinthians first pick and Virtuous Pro Second pick. Oh, the things that we let through during cast, man.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But
I love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
with
you.
the Corinthians now on blue side up against VP, now taking the red side, this is a little bit of a change, right? And hopefully it's not too much of a change for VP, because I think VP has been much better on their red side than their blue side most of the time. And this is based off of the information that we got from the group stages on top of the wild card. So let's see, because these openers have been so pivotal for either side.
Yeah, even with the bans coming out, I think still, I can't even say which hero is going to be the priority for Corinthians here, just because of how much things have changed. And I think even then, we still have to focus on the start, the early game, and for a lot of the teams, and specifically these two, it's like the junglers, because it's like, what do we get? Do we get the Lancelot again? Do we actually give that away? And now I still think too, like, you don't see Joy pop up that much, but it was such a big pick for a lot of teams that dealt with other assassins. So I think this is where we have to see, like, how deep does that strategy come from both sides.
I kind of feel like for the Joy is definitely still a good pick, but the only thing is that there's more counters nowadays. And I kind of feel like in the previous game, it's just that Corinthians showed a lot of their damage dealers that the Joy feels more comfortable. Like, oh, there's no Harv, there's not a big problem for me to go in. And now even the Yi Sun Shin gets banned. I don't know, I kind of feel like Lancelot is still going to be part of the conversation. It really is just about that you have to win mid, because if not, you're not going to have a lot of free time for you to farm.
And I think that's what, like, my biggest gripe with the meta is right now. It's like, oh, you get all these cool junglers coming back into the meta, and then mid gets shafted with the number of picks that you get. And
but I feel like they've always been.
Well, I would
feel
say
like
that
mid has always been in a weird.
He's waiting for the gore to be good.
Hey, it was good.
There was a time.
Good for a time.
Yeah, so that's why I don't mention it anymore, because I had my time.
You had his time.
That was back in M5-ish.
Hey, don't forget, Yasu got his time now with the revamp of Kimmy.
Yeah. M5-ish, by the way, decade.
Decade.
Throw out your votes. We need him, please.
I'm still waiting for the Grok revamp.
Oh, God, please.
Yeah. Is there going to be a Grok?
Yeah, it looks really good.
Really?
Like, visually, skill-wise, emotions.
Yeah. So he's still a rock.
Philosophy.
Philosophy.
Yeah.
First pick was Phoveus.
Nice.
That is different.
That is okay. I mean, it's a little strange. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little strange.
Arlet or something? Wait, you don't even have to take Arlet now. You can take it like pick 3.
You can pick it, pick 3. You can immediately answer it, or start picking up options for yourself. I think in this particular case, just get the Farsa. Get the Farsa.
Yeah, get the Farsa, please, VP.
I don't even mind like Farsa Granger or Farsa. I don't know. Badang.
Yeah, but Farsa Badang also not too bad as well. Oh wait, oh yeah, Kalia's already banned. Here we go, Lancelot, and they also pick up the Kimmy for themselves. Rather interesting that they wanted to go Kimmy this time round for Bobber. They could have done it like a couple of games ago, but hey, you know, I will digress. I will digress.
Wasn't it bad?
Actually, yeah, I think it was bad.
It was bad in game number 1. Could have picked up in game number 2.
Yeah, it was bad in game number 2. So I think like this is where Bobber is going to be bobbering.
He's going to be bobbering.
Yeah, that's the thing now. Just roll with it.
I think you make it work. So how do you respond to the Kimmy if you're Corinthians?
Bravely.
It's the only way.
Locks in Farsa. Yeah! Woo! High fives all around.
There it is.
There it is. Hey, be brave.
Hey,
be
good
brave.
call.
But they also get the joy. So once again, both junglers in a position where they're battling against each other. Oh, dude.
Harv or CC? Like, I feel like Harv or CC will be good for VP here.
I think CC is fine.
Yeah.
I think CC is fine too.
CC is great. Some may say better than great in the meta currently.
Hey, she can join the fight. You
I don't have one. I don't have one.
Have one?
I don't have a line.
Come on.
Enter the unknown. Wait, what?
Enter the unknown.
It's not enter. It was a different one. Encounter the unknown.
Encounter the unknown.
This is a perfect example.
How about roar?
Come on, Nice. So you know nothing is granted and everything's earned.
You guys are too good. You guys are too good at this.
Hey, start boot camping in
Rise
Malaysia.
There we go! There we go! He's on the board! Man's on the board. All right. The Badang eventually comes through. I'm liking the position that we're seeing for VP. You have ways to cancel the Feathered Airstrike, which has always been the biggest problem for a lot of these teams. It's like, oh yeah, we always need the Arla, we always need the Ferdinand every single time, but Badang is so simple and easy to make sure that you get that value. But now the EXP matchup comes into question, right? This is a flex pick at the end of the day.
I mean, a pick before that we really don't see anymore is that if you want a frontline, the Hylos is good in terms of EXP matchup against the Phobius because you're able to just like push him out of the lane. So that's an option. I'm only putting it out there, only like what if, but we really have not seen Hylos. in forever.
It's kind of weird, dude, because I think he would still fit in the current meta that we have, especially, you know, we still, because most of the time there was a double revitalized composition that was used a lot, which was usually the Hylos and the Gatakacha. Now it's just defaulted to, like, if we need that, just throw in Gatakacha if he's open, you know? So it's banned out this game, so that's not going to be able to go in the hands of Luis, as they still need that roaming option. So I don't know, maybe we'll get lucky and we see that pop up here from Corinthians. They'll go ahead and focus down the gold lane. Another roamer being banned out, the Cho, taken out here by Virtus Pro. So is this another gold lane? Nope, it's the Esmeralda. So they'll take that away.
Really interesting. VP are now trying to say, we want to interact with you for some reason, right? They got rid of the Gato. It's strange to see the Gato. Like, Cho, I get. The Gato, not so much. I feel like they could have held that a little bit longer, which means that they have a pick in mind that they want to play. I just can't think of it right now. What would be, because they've already got the Kimmy, unless they are throwing Kimmy into the gold lane, and then they pick up something like Yi, but that's not that great into the Joy.
Either way, right now, I kind of feel like for the draft, they either need a strong front line or more damage.
They just overloaded again.
Just overloaded. Just be like, hey, Ultra Legends, that looks pretty good. How about we try that? And they pick up the Irritel. So at least now showing that the Kimi indeed goes into mid. And it kind of seems like they're asking Corinthians, pick up the Granger. Let's fight the violin or cello or
whatever it is.
Electric guitar.
Yep. Might as well fight it with Irithil here. I think she wins. I think she would win that, especially with it. If they get a good traction pulse, like, it just allows her to kind of maneuver all around. And then, of course, you can have Lancelot. So I like Virtus Pro so far with what they have. I mean, the biggest thing is, like, can they withstand this initial magic damage burst? And you see the last two picks from Corinthians are going to be even a little bit more magic damage. So they get the Harith, and then they have the Hilda now.
A lot of damage as well. And again, like, this is the way that we've seen people deal with the Lancelot. It's just that you just have that Hilda, you know, be a very strong front line and actually invade inside of jungle. I think Kimi and Badan can still hold their own to make sure that there's no invades past Turtle 2.
As long as they don't get chunked out at level 1, right? I think that's what it really boils down to. They just need to figure out with this Farsa, if Hilda shows up in front of Bobber's face on this Kimi, I mean, like, yes, it's going to suck for a little bit, but at least you have Pluto to kind of peel for you. So now, it just, as long as you don't lose 50% of your HP as well as your Rejuvenate, you should be okay. I say should because anything can happen right now.
Yeah, now having the CC, so opting instead of for more tankiness, you just want more damage. And I kind of feel like it's warranted because you're going up against a Hilda as well as a Phobius, and it will become a situation where even the lands will have a very hard time. I kind of feel like of all the games, game number 3, this draft, really solidifies that we're going to give it our all because, just to remind everyone here, winner survives. Loser, this is the end of their MSC run here at Esports World Cup. I'm going to be handing it over to Naisu as well as Gideon as the final game of today.
Thank you, LaFell. Boys and girls out there, let us know in the chat, who do you want to see move on as we head into the land of dawn? MSC 2025 has shown us plenty of exciting options. All the diverse nations coming together for one singular game. Is it going to be Corinthians on the blue side, or do you vote for Virtus Pro on the red? Let's begin this game, because again, high stakes. Every single mistake is going to really put a dampener on the emotions, right?
It's going to be a rough start if you fall behind early for either of these lineups because of just how they're built. And, you know, I don't even know which composition I would side with here because they both serve their purposes from early to mid. And we've had a great series so far. Now, the last one, we've seen even a chance of where, you know, you have a considerable gold lead, it can just kind of evaporate quickly. But the fact that you have this kind of classic matchup, when we talk so much about the jungle here, you have the Joy and the Lancelot. This is going to be big for Flick if he can get a lead. You can see the emblems here too that they're rolling with, and it's more or less the same. And, you know, last time we saw Kimmy, you still have this time around. You mentioned it. You wanted to see that weakness finder. Well, Bober went with that. So maybe, again, the synergy with Virtus Pro will lean towards playing into the traction pulses, playing into even the setups like we saw from Pluto in the previous game.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm a little interested in... Oh, hold on. The fight is going to occur, but Jesus quickly flickers on out of there. The thing that's interesting is that Frost has decided to pull yourself together on a Farsa. Pull yourself together. Yes, you get a bunch of assists, but that only helps for your battle spell and active items. And in this case, I don't see a reason to get too many active items other than Winter Crown, but that's even late game, right? So that just means it's the Flicker.
Oh, I was going to say, I think it's just a Flicker, but right now, up on the top side, first blood for Andoryu. And Flick will go ahead and get a kill himself. Pluto goes down. There's the traction pulse, but Flick just hops on over. He's going to be fine. Luis takes a couple shots. But a trade, though, 1-for-1.
Not bad coming in from the side of Virtus Pro and as well as the Corinthians. Obviously, a little better for Virtus Pro at this point of time. And now they go back to the reset, right? They want Andoryu to hit level 5 on time. Flick already ahead of it, but has decided we're not contesting for this. Jesus, he's already taken a death. We need to make sure that he's in a better position because he's up against Badcott. And at this point, right, Jesus should be able to trade back against Badcott unless Badcott is able to get a War Axe prior to it. So right now, it's about rushing these items, rushing these power spikes, and both sides recognize, even Andoryu adjusts, hey, nobody's around this turtle. We don't have to contest. I can go for another buff.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and secure that. I'm wondering if they just look at this, look at the positioning. They're going to be able to actually find Flick here. Flick trying to get away, does have to pop the Retribution, but Andoryu cut off from that. Good thing Frost was there, so when Flick doesn't go down, but this is a clear sign that can start up the turtle. No Retribution for Andoryu as well, but they have full control of it, so Jesus just going to have to force himself off of here. The objective going over to Virtus Pro.
Really good read from the side of Virtus Pro. They adjust. Andoryu is calling for Pluto to quickly hide into Pixel Brush, expecting to see Flick show up nearby. Because, keep in mind, Virtus Pro were positioning as if they wanted this turtle, and Corinthians responded accordingly. So Flick needed to make a choice. I go down and take my own buffs, but more importantly, I could look to invade.
Oof. Upatizi has to burn his Flicker, so they try to make a play down a bot. This is what we've seen time and time again throughout the series. Either of these teams are looking for plays, or whether in the gold or even on the jungle, and they've set up for things. Badcott should be fine here. Flick is here, though. He puts enough pressure. Gonna jump in, even with a Vengeance. Takes a shot from the turret. But Flick will survive. Good thing for the Vengeance there.
Oh my goodness, the Brave Smite kicked in time, but Jesus says no, flickers forward, punches Badcott in the face, saying no, you don't get away like that. I will not waste Flick's time. Upatizi, again, he's trying to chase back, but wait, hold on.
They're gonna force it anyway. Luis will be in trouble, quite low, but Frost was there with a Thunder Airstrike to keep them from going further. Does Flick want more? He's gonna get thrown in from Pluto. But still, they back off here. So this is what it's been, Gideon. It's been the back and forth between both teams from start to finish throughout the series.
There's an opportunity for Super Igorka to actually find a kill in lane against Upatizi, and that's assuming that Upa drops his Zaman Force a little too far, backs away from it, and then Super Igorka can jump in with his ult and then use his sprint. Again, both at the exact same cooldowns, right? They should be trading ults consistently against each other to stay alive or to look for trades.
Well, you can see that too. Pluto is waiting for that moment to give that to Super Igorka, but it's spotted out. Flick now could be in trouble, and Andoryu will go ahead and force Flick off. So some extra damage, of course, going to this turret. Should be a turret down. As you can see, the rotation's already happening for this turtle to come up.
Yeah, this is such a bad habit coming in from Corinthians. And I mean, Virtus Pro is also guilty of making the same move of calling their EXP lane super early.
Conceal's going to be used. Feathered Airstrike. Pluto goes in. Nice flicker from Frosto to avoid it. Still fighting for that turtle. The Zaman Force was dropped as well. They zone him out. Flick will get the objective, and they might just back off. But meanwhile, the buff was taken as well for Andoryu. Takes the purple from Flick.
And I say it's a bad habit because both sides aren't really looking to take this turn. Oh, whoa! Andoryu makes an attempt, but he's going to take a couple of shots. And yeah, coming back to it, right? Both teams don't really want the turtle. They actually want to put the other person behind. This could be a potential dive angle from Andoryu's side.
Yeah, Upa's got the flicker, but takes so much damage from Andoryu. Now he's in trouble, has to flicker out defensively. Pluto gets caught under the tier 1. A great response, though, from Corinthians to keep Upa alive.
Punished hard. And you could see Pluto, hands on face. Man, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
And Doryu, if he wanted to secure the kill, he could have just double dashed right on top of Upatizi, but it's just not worth dying for, especially with his camps about to come up. He needs to maximize his time.
Okay, and as we get to it, again, they got the turret that they were looking for, but still, the focus really seems to be down here on the gold laners. They want to go ahead and give that advantage to whoever they can earlier on. Super Igorka will be pretty safe. He's always had Pluto pretty much around the corner, even though that's what he needs. Bulber, too, here just can use that traction pulse if he has to. That's the conceal they're going to go for their own play. Now Upa doesn't have a flicker, gets caught in, and he gets burned on down. Bad Cop picking up the kill on that one. They knew the timings of the flicker. They punished it for it as well, and Pluto will go ahead and zone them on out. Fist crack, fist break combination going to be used, but it's Hesu. He's so tanky that he's not going to be able to go down. So Virtus Pro gets something, though. They get a kill on the turret.
Yeah, and they push it out really, really well, right? They knew that Upa didn't have that flicker, abuse that timer, get the tier 1, but more importantly, Virtus Pro, they shouldn't overextend. Keep in mind that as much as Super Igorka is strong, but oh my god.
Okay, he's checked. Good thing Frost has been there for him.
Ooh, I mean, Frost has been covering Flick a majority of the time, but it's not over just yet, right? Because as long as we see the heavy crossbow available for Super Igorka, then Virtus Pro has a reason to go in. Until he gets 3, maybe even 4 items, then sure, he can go in and out of the fight without caring too much of whether or not he has that all. But for now, he is ult dependent.
Oh, Pluto got the... he got the orange.
He did, and he's making Flick know, regretting his life choices right now.
Oh, that's tough. Gonna find a setup in the jungle. Burn out the flicker. They're gonna force the fight anyway. Super Igorka has to go ahead, heavy crossbowing out, trying to get space from Hesu. Hesu's still on the chase. He'll find him anyway. They lose their gold laner, but VP still wants to fight as Hesu falls. And Flick can't really join this fight here.
Yeah, he can't join the fight, and I think Corinthians, they looked at Hesu and they're like, we're sorry. Everybody used their flicker, everybody used their ultimate. There's nothing we can give you to provide you that extra bit of help to get you out of this tough scenario, but thank you for your sacrifice. Super Igorka is going to go down, and that slows his farm, allowing Upa to catch back up. The margins are very thin, 600 gold difference between the 2 gold laners, as they are the main win conditions for either side. Let's look at this one more time, right? Because again, it seemed a little interesting. Super Igorka, a little far up, knowing that the feather airstrike was already there. He probably should have used both his heavy crossbow and the sprint as soon as possible, knowing that the battle spells from Corinthians were up.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, they had a little bit of a lead, right? Few thousand gold there. They chose to fight it out, and they end up losing some of their most important members, so you don't want to make that mistake too much. You can see some of the items fall into place here. Holy Crystal now available for Flick. He's going to need that too, because a lot of these moments he's been going 1v1 with Endorio, and now you kind of have to respect some of that damage a little bit more. Luis taking some damage here under the tier 1. He's already gone, and Frost has to flicker on out. He's got the burn on Hesu, going to be in trouble next as Virtus Pro. And Doru goes under the base turret to clean it up anyway. And now Upa in trouble. Pluto will go ahead, lead the charge here. A couple shots from Super Igorka, but VP finds more.
Beautifully done by Endoryu here. Flick, he can try to make this a solo kill, but I don't see it happening. Endoryu still has maximum stacks on that War Axe, and now has completed the Brute Force Breastplate. They should start making their way over to the Lord, but whoever's low, they need to reset. Let's look at the items so far, because again, it's a phenomenal position for Virtus Pro, right? They managed to chunk out the right targets.
Whoa, Luis just goes in, burning the flicker.
They're getting desperate. And that's not a good sign for the Corinthians. Virtus Pro, I mean, now that Super Igorka saw him flicker, he's like, okay, guys, this is about to be a pretty fast game if they keep making mistakes like this.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, I know it's only a Hilda. We see that the Dragon Spear now picked up too for Super Igorka. They've got control of this Lord, at least for now. But I think they still respect what Corinthians lineup can do, the damage potential, and even Hesu. He's going to go ahead and jump in with a Dark Wave right on Bulber. Bulber in trouble, and Dory will secure the Lord, but look at the backside. They are able to find Frost. Frost out of the picture, and Super Igorka unleashing on Upatizi. He has the drive-by, he gets the kill, but Flick will take him out as well. The 3-for-2 trade. And now Virtus Pro looking for a little bit more as the Lord makes its way down mid.
Super Igorka needed to start rallying back towards Pluto's side if he wanted to survive against Flick, but regardless, it's still a very good trade. 2 for 3, an inhibitor turn before the Lord even arrives, and now Luis is trying his best, but it's not gonna be enough.
It's only Flick. Flick's all left alone. Can they actually end the game here? The Lord is there. Half health on the base, and Doru's gonna focus it out, but the waves are cleared, and Flick will delay the Lord as much as possible. Right now, the rest of the members are up. Can Virtus Pro get any more? They still might have to work through it. They clear the minions the best they can, and Upa will drop it down. But Virtus Pro, they just go for the turrets now.
Yeah, and Doryu, he's got some fingers, right? He's dodging a lot of key abilities, and they're just farming them underneath their base.
This might be it here, and Doryu just gonna lock into the base, and that's it! The wildcard champions will send home Latam's champions here today in Game 3.
Virtus Pro get to move on. I told you, he smelled it from Luis first, and from that point onwards, they got confident.
I don't know how much I can comment on that one, but yeah, unfortunately, another team has been eliminated, and more is gonna come tomorrow. But either way, congratulations to Virtus Pro. Ever since they start simplifying their own draft, it looks much better. And this is the Virtus Pro that we saw in day number 1, game number 1.
Oh, it was a good one because, again, we saw all the motions coming out of it, but Endoryu, huge in this game. His farming speed is ridiculous. The fact that he was able to clear up a lot of the members, you could smell the fear coming in from Corinthians' side, how close they are to possibly losing with each and every interaction.
It was, again, a game where Virtus Pro starts strong. You know, they have these very scrappy fights. But I think even this, like the Lancelot was a nuisance to deal with because you just have so many opportunities like this. And I got to get up to Pluto as well. Pluto did a phenomenal job, just like he did previously, to set things up on that Benang.
Yeah, and now we're going to jump on over to an interview with Eterna.
Thank you so much, casters. It's been such a remarkable journey today, especially for our final match of the day, 2-1 Pluto. Talk us through it. What happened there?
Well, we had a plan on game 1. It didn't go as planned, like we couldn't execute it, but other than that, like other 2 games were pretty easy, I guess. Just I think we have more experience, so we just felt a little bit shaky after game 1. Yeah.
So in game number 1, you picked up the Fanny, and currently the Fanny's at a 0% win rate here at the MSC group stages. What was the reasoning behind the Fanny pick, and do you still think that it could work here at MSC?
Yeah, sure, it will work. It just, even if you watch the game, like the Fanny worked out pretty well. It just, we make many stupid mistakes. That's why we lost the game. Like we could already come back, go split push, just win the Lord Dance, but instead of that, we just threw the game.
Okay, you threw the game. So it was more decision making that was a little off in game number 1?
Yeah, I think so, because also I had a headache and I felt pretty sick, and I'm usually the one making the most shot calls, but today I couldn't, so maybe it also affected the series, but I guess whatever, we won.
Okay, yeah, get well soon, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have to, because we'll face the world champions. So yeah, I hope I get well.
See, that's the thing that I really wanted to ask, right? Because 2 days ago, unfortunately, you had to lose the series against SRG, the defending champs, plus they're also the MPL MY champions. Now, in a few days, you're going up against the MPL ID champions of ONIC. What does that feel like, and what preparations need to be done before we get to that point?
I'm thinking we just need to get more discipline. Because well, I'm thinking like we could really won SRG, and like that we won 1 game and then all the other games were close. That gives us really good confidence going against ONIC. So I'm thinking just we need to reset, train every day hard, and just be in the mood, be in the zone when we play.
Okay, train harder, be in the mood. I feel like confidence is good, right?
Yeah, I would say the confidence is pretty good.
Okay, so if the confidence level is good, maybe you have a cheeky message for ONIC ID before you meet them.
Nah, I don't want to give any cheeky stuff. I remember I thought I thought SRG after game 2, and then, oh my god, I get so many comments from Malaysians now. So I'll stay aside from that. Maybe if I win, I might, but not now.
Okay, so we'll wait for the cheeky comments until after they secure that victory.
Yeah. I would say let's just make it a good series. And good luck. See you, ONIC.
Okay, final question. Remarkably so, you were able to push through such a hard journey in the MSC group wildcards. And now you're here. May we ask the driving force and the mentality and maybe the expectations here for MSC?
Well, my mentality is that I don't care about the loss or the win, about anything. I just want to play. Like, in my own region, I'm bored. I only have one good enemy. But when I play here, I have so many other teams to face, and it's a lot of fun for me. So that's my goal here.
Okay, a nothing to lose mentality. All right, once again, congratulations and good luck for your next match, Pluto. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
First of all, amazing mentality. Like, I honestly like that. And the thing is, the way that he presents it is not like cocky or anything. He's just like, he's just being real. It's like, I enjoy the game. I want to have fun. And going up against all these strong teams, like, yeah, I could lose, but it's more fun than just getting easy wins.
Honestly, it's scary how matter-of-fact he said it. But hey, big shout-outs to Pluto there. Best interview so far. He's willing to talk about stuff, and I think a lot of our players could, take a step in his direction, being that vocal.
He wasn't shy.
He wasn't shy. I like that he mentioned that too, because I wish, I love our fans out there, but I wish sometimes they would, take it easy on some of the players. Like, let them have their fun and, what they want to say to the players and going back and forth.
When the camera's on, then I'll talk about that one. Because, hey, you know what? They're amazing. Like, Virtus Pro, they're doing really good. And, hey, Malaysians, camera, focus on me. Calm down, man. Calm down. It's just a game, bro. Everyone's here having fun.
I'm not a Malaysian, but...
Yeah, calm down. They're all cool. They're all good. I'm sure even the players, they're all fine. They're all good. I'm sure you guys are watching, clipping. I know it's late, but calm down.
Man, it's kind of strange seeing it coming from our own region.
Exactly.
Usually it's like the others. Like, come on, guys, we're better than that. We're better than that.
They were just saying, like, oh, boot camping there is great, and now it's come on.
No, they boot camped in the Philippines.
Yeah, that one, but
team spirit.
Yeah,
team spirit.
Let's not show that we're. Let's look at match MVP. That's a good one to look at. We're gonna look at the MVP of the match later on very, very soon. But still, calm down, guys. Super Goka.
What? What?
It's
huh?
It is what is it?
It is what is it?
0-2-5.
What are we talking about here? Super Gorka 0-2-5 on the Irithel. Yes, he was a very big priority.
If only there was a Lancelot or something in that game,
or maybe a Joy. It would have been crazy. It's not like their one import jungler was doing a majority of the work. Look, Super Gorka, I'm not going to say that this is his worst performance, but definitely he was highly targeted. Even Upa from the opposite end. Both gold laners were heavily targeted in these battles to try and allow their junglers to elevate their own game.
Yeah, I feel like there was a sense too with like Super Gorka most of the time, like even the game too, it's like, yeah, it was cool to see the Clint, but he also had to be kind of passive, in the sense. And I think throughout the entire series, if we really have to say, like, the junglers played a huge part.
Yeah, and now we got to look at the groups here because it's been a very long day, 12 games in fact. And now we're looking at the groups here. Honestly, quite a lot of surprises, but congratulations to both Team Liquid Philippines as well as Mythic Seal for advancing to the playoffs. And now looking at the lower bracket, it's going to be do or die. Win, you go to the next round. Lose, you're going to go home. It's going to be SRG OG going up against CFU Gaming. That's a rematch with a lot of story behind it. And then ONIC ID versus Virtus Pro. But hey, Virtus Pro, there's a good chance. But ONIC ID is very strong. But either way, it is going to be an entertaining matchup.
Yeah, VP gets a day, though. Because, again, these aren't tomorrow.